Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me My baby, you know say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go I could go When I call your name Shakara for me. Oh, Roma I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so Obuni kife la chasha me yo. My baby, you know say you go love me. I do go I could go When I call your name Shakara for me. Oh, Roma I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma I will be your Romeo.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Jamini akebo akobi ewe ayo ewe tumeje itun lo ni otun ese ifa lo ni kan fa imora aibinu gbogbo atare gbogbo meji ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàgbàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà máa ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ tí ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ òdò lè sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Suku sunu baby, subramia. Ejembo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejembo, anamu. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimmo. Egumma wego. Karatuba jodiri chukuma, tukutuba jodiri ndimmo. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is a free one. Be free.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. Nubasa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna motangu, akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. What better way to start a session off with a pretty girl just walking her cheetah. I've never seen anything more bizarre. Let me play it to you one more time. It's only 10 seconds. It's one of the strangest clips that I've ever yet seen. A pretty girl just taking a casual stroll with one of the most dangerous animals known to mankind. So this is what they do in America. I wonder what level of sedation they would have had to have sedated that cat for it to be so compliant. But there it is. Ayendaba, Ayendaba. So Ayendaba, Ayendaba, and here we go again, the bar. So there we go again, the bar, whatever it is that they're saying in that funky language of theirs, Ayendaba. So I'm trying to adjust myself. So yeah, so there it is. It gets like that sometimes. Yeah, so Ayendaba, Ayendaba. Here we go again. Good day to you. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join me in the studio. So all those, I've already explained that you're compelled by law to click on the like and subscribe button. So the subscribe button, by the way, I keep asking you to click on it every day. If you've ever clicked on it, you don't have to ever click on it again. It's a one-off thing. So if the subscription button is showing red on your screen, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So for you to fulfill all righteousness, make sure you turn that red subscription button to gray. Once it's grayed out, then you're a member for life, so you don't have to touch it again. All you then have to do every day then is to just casually stroll to the like button and click on the like button. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe. And if you want to come and join me on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So all those, so quite a lot to go through today. So just kick yourself back, go get yourself that. When are we starting class? Class has started, Emmanuel. I'll go to see you, Chama. So go get yourself, a glass or a cup of your favorite staple. If it's chocolate, go get chocolate. If it's a glass of wine, go get a glass of wine. Then if it's and then if it's I'm being distracted by the comment section, but yes, also so all those. Let's just get straight into it before I get distracted even more. So good to be in your company. Let's launch straight into it. The gloves are off is essentially what Tinubu is saying. And by the way, for Tinubu to succeed, and if Tinubu is ever going to succeed, he has to get brutal and he has to get nasty. That's just it just has to do it. And it doesn't really have to explain this is not the time to be liked, by the way. Always explaining everything, wanting to be liked. It doesn't really matter what the obedience have to say. The obedience will rage and rile against you, Tinubu, if you find the cure to cancer in this instant moment. They hate you for reasons that their man is not the president. That's why they hate you. And they will continue to hate you until that changes. So just don't do anything to satiate them. They are members of society. They are citizens of the country, are no different from anyone else. So just govern the country in the best way that you can for everybody. But don't pay too much heed. They will always screech and squeal. That's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of their being. That's who they are. So don't try to pander. Don't pander to them. If you continue to pander to them, they will have you for life. So don't let them take ownership of you. You seize your moment. You be decisive. You even be brutish. You do whatever it is you have to do to point the country in the direction that you feel it should follow. Because that is your job. Do that. And then at the end of your tenure, then we can audit what you've done. But all this trying to be nice to everybody, I don't think it's worked. I don't think you paid for their Christmas, but look at what they're paying you back with. So don't forget these people. But let's get to it. The gloves really should be off to the Buhari space, and it looks as though the gloves might be off to the Buhari space. Federal government to audit 22.7 trillion Ways and Means loan approved by former President Buhari. So if there's anything that has put us in this predicament, in this precarious situation we find ourselves, it is that Ways and Means thing. So, and that Ways and Means, it goes to the heart of the Buhari space. Because when you're talking about Ways and Means, you are talking about Abba Kyari, who was the chief of staff before he died. You are talking about Ibrahim Gambari, who succeeded him. You are talking about Issa Fantua. You are talking about Maman Daura. and you're talking about the people that looted a good 45% of the country's resources for 8 years solid. So that's the ways and means space. And if we're ever going to get anything right, it needs to make significant recoveries in that space. It needs to visit Daura and speak to Buhari frontally and say, look, what these guys have done, I just have to go after them. So I'm letting you know, not to ask for your permission, but to give you the heads up. They have to return the money. Federal government to audit the 22.7 trillion naira ways and means loan approved by former President Malam Buhari. The federal government has initiated moves to audit the 22.7 trillion ways and means loan approved by the immediate past administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari. This was disclosed by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, on Tuesday, February the 20th, 2024, at the Public Wealth Management Conference in Abuja, where he explained that the details will be released soon. The event was organized by the Ministry of Finance Incorporated to seek ways of managing the nation's assets and resources for the overall well-being of the people. Also in attendance at the event is the Vice President Kashim Shettima, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Doris, whatever her last name is, Minister of Agriculture, Abubakar Kyari, and the Governor of Cross River State, Basi Otu. Also at the event were World Bank representatives as well as members of private sector and the diplomatic corps. What the finance minister is saying, Edo said, we have to stem liquidity. The central bank has led the way in pointing out that the ways and means have to be tailored down and eliminated, and that is what we agreed with. We are doing in that direction. There was an inherited amount of 22.7 trillion naira in backlogs. We are auditing it, and it is like when I am ready to pay a loan from a bank and I ask for an audit before finding the agreed sum to pay. But apart from that, how do you get your ways and means down? We have to get revenue up and expenditure reduced as much as possible. So tell us what we don't know. Of course, you have to get revenue up. Imagine, look at that. So how do you become richer? You have to make more money and spend less. So I think I think there's a clear understanding of that, but how to get there really is what your job is. So everybody knows you have to get revenues up and reduce expenditure should start from those over bloated invoices that you're sending to the Nigerian state. The federal government is working to reduce rising food price. Meanwhile, Edo stated that President Bola Tinubu's administration inherited a surge in food and general commodity prices from the previous government. He, however, emphasized the government's commitment to bring down food prices and tackling the nation's high inflation rate. The minister said that the federal government was not unaware of the sufferings of Nigerians as measures have been put in place to alleviate their suffering. The intervention, according to him, includes the release of 42,000 metric tons of grains and another 60,000 metric tons expected to be released soon. So what you should know, I recall in May 2023, shortly after the end of Buhari's government, the Senate approved the request of the president to restructure the 22.7 trillion loans the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, extended to the federal government under its Ways and Means provisions. The Ways and Means provision allows the government to borrow from the central bank if it needs short-term or emergency finance to fund delayed government expected cash receipts. So delayed government expected cash receipts delayed expected cash receipts is essentially invoicing then the ways and means to resources, to future sales of petroleum, and they mortgage they cashed in everything. They put a loan on every asset that the country has, and they looted it and carted it off to Dubai. Lagos justifies computer village relocation, says current location residential area. So they will use any excuse. This essentially, and anyway, we all know what's going on here. I think we all know. I'll just give you two paragraphs. The Lagos State government said it decided to relocate the popular computer village in Ikeja to Katangua in Abule Egba area because its current location is strictly a residential area. The special advisor to the governor on electronic geographic information system and urban development, Dr. Olajide Babatunde, disclosed this during an assessment visit to the market on Tuesday. The assessment was conducted by the Lagos State Building Control Agency in collaboration with law enforcement agencies and other pertinent government bodies responsible for emergency affairs. Babatunde said by law, Ikeja Computer Village is a residential area, adding that the plan to relocate the village to Katangua was initially delayed due to some reasons. However, the issues were being addressed, and shortly the occupants of the residential area within the computer village will be relocated and settled to Katangua. He said, now where the computer village is located was, and will continue by law to be a residential area. Hence, we must follow the law. Katangua is the area designated by the Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, particularly the Office of Fiscal Planning. We chose Katangua because of the good road network. We are certain that we are not going to be having traffic problems once Katangua is ready. The expanse of land is such that when you drive in, the person will get lost because of how huge the place is. It is not something that was not well thought of. It is within the model city plan for the area. So I wonder who the occupants of computer village are. No prices for guessing who they are. The usual suspects. I'm just seeing what it's in Badagry, says Greg. So there it is. I suppose it's part of the urban development. What's it? So they move all these heavy industries into virgin areas to create an economy there. So still plenty of room in the comment in the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on. So let's go on to this one. Economic hardship. IPOB warns against protest in the southeast. So it looks as though then Nnamdi Kanu backs Tinubu. It gives him somewhat of a breathing space. I wonder if this is a negotiating position to get his release. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has banned protest against hunger in any southeast territory, adding that any Nigerian agent who dares to organize any protest in Biafra land will regret it. The pro-Biafran group stated this in a press statement issued by its spokesman, Ima Powerful, stressing that the current hardship in Nigeria should be the concern of Nigerians, not Biafrans. IPOB said anyone who organized any protest against economic hardship in the southeast would put Indigbo in danger. The statement partly reads, following the unprecedented hardship in Nigeria, IPOB, ably led by its leader, Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, hereby cautions the people of Biafra not to join any protest against hunger in Nigeria in any southeast territory. The current hardship in Nigeria should be the concern of Nigerians, not Biafrans. Biafrans are no longer interested in the affairs of Nigeria. Biafrans were abused, intimidated, beaten, and killed, and denied voting rights during the election of this present government. Indigbo were told to wait, and that it was their turn to rule, not the turn of Indigbo. Indigbo were told to wait, and it was their turn to rule, not the turn of Indigbo. That doesn't actually make any sense, but I think we get the rounds of what it means. So why though is IPOB speaking to whether it's the turn of the Indigbos to rule Nigeria or not? surely they are not Nigerian. They don't recognize anything called Nigeria, so they should have no business on who governs it or not. Anyone who organize any protest against economic hardship in Biafra land will put Biafrans in danger. During the NSAS protest, the federal government accused Indigo of attempting to destroy Nigeria with violence. We don't want such profiling and targeting to repeat, because Indigo participated in any Nigerian protest. So there it is right there. And the kind of somewhat are giving Tinubu, however you want to say it, is somewhat giving Tinubu a bit of breathing space. That's really where it boils down to. So that's where it boils down to. Nigeria targets $10 billion to increase FX liquidity to stabilize Naira. So, but where are they getting it from? So are they going to borrow to back the Naira? Because, of course, this is what Emefiele did that led us to where we are now. The Nigerian government has announced its plans to raise at least $10 billion in order to increase foreign exchange liquidity, which will, in turn, stabilize the Naira. President Bola Tinubu, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, revealed this plan at the inaugural Public Wealth Management Conference organized by the Ministry of Finance Incorporated on Tuesday. So where are they getting the money from is the thing. So let's just leave that there. Let's leave that there. Let's go on to this one. So now it looks as though now that state police narrative is being fast-tracked through the system. Bill to introduce state police scales second reading. So I think it's usually 3 readings, and then they are sent it. This is going through the House of Reps at the moment. So once they've done 3 readings, they will assent to it, forward it on to the Senate. The Senate then gets a condensed version of what was discussed. They will very quickly assent, of course, and we should probably have it by the second to third quarter of this year. Ongoing efforts towards devolution of power gained momentum on Tuesday as members of the House of Representatives passed through second reading of a bill which seeks to establish a state police. The proposed private members bill, which has 18 clauses, seeks to alter sections 34, 35, 39, 42, 84, a series of sections of the 1999 Constitution as amended, seeks to transfer police from the exclusive legislative list to concurrent legislative list with a view to effectively empower states to have state-controlled policing. Leading debate on the general principles of the bill, Honorable Tolani Shagaya lamented that Nigeria, a federation of 36 states, and the Federal Capital Territory, with 774 local government areas, over 250 ethnic nationalities, more than 200 million citizens, and a vast terrain spanning over 920,000 square kilometers, still sadly operates a single centralized police system that employs less than 400,000 policemen, police officers, and men. There is no gainsaying that the nation's security architecture is under immense pressure and always overwhelmed. He further observed that the bill emerges as a necessary response to several calls for a decentralized and community-oriented approach to law enforcement. It seeks to navigate the complex landscape of security challenges by empowering our states with the means to address issues unique to their localities. This proposed alteration represents not just a legal adjustment to our grand norm, but a visionary leap towards a safer, more secure, and harmonized Nigeria. According to him, the proposed bill seeks to introduce an accountability. According to him, the proposed bill seeks to introduce a comprehensive framework to ensure cohesion as well as accountability and uniform standards between the federal and state police. So what is saying there essentially is that even though the states will have their police, it will still come under the standardized format of policing. So essentially, what you have are federal police manning federal assets. So the Lagos Ibadan expressway, for instance, that's a federal asset. So the federal police can man that. But when they hit Ibadan, that's a localized space. So the state police picks it up. So it's just really hard to strike that balance of that mix and don't have them overlapping on each other. According to him, the proposed bill seeks to introduce a accountability, a comprehensive framework to ensure cohesion as well as accountability and uniform standards between the federal police and state police. The provision of prescribed rigorous safeguards preventing unwarranted interference by the federal police in state affairs, emphasizing collaboration and intervention only under well-defined circumstances. So they are establishing that chasm then, but although you still get that conflict anyway, because it is the nature of Nigerians to conflict. But what he's saying essentially is that, let's just read that again. It says, the provision of prescribed rigorous safeguards preventing unwarranted and by the way, the super chat is open, the $sign, people can use that if they will. The provision of prescribed rigorous safeguards preventing unwarranted interference by the federal police in state police affairs. So there'll be a clear demarcation in terms of areas of authority, emphasizing collaboration and intervention only under well-supervised circumstances. The establishment of state police service commissions as distinct from the Federal Police Service Commission will clearly define roles and jurisdictions. A recalibration of the National Police Council to include chairmen of the state police service commissions, emphasizing the collaborative and consultative nature of policing in our federation. A recognition of the possible, this is now the space. Now, who pays for what is the thing. A recognition of the possible financial challenges which may be faced by state police by empowering the federal government to provide grants, aids, subject to the approval of the National Assembly, first ensuring adequate resources for effective policing. So, if it's going to be a cap in hand sort of a structure, then it may not work. What they should do, if they are going to be creating state police, then we don't need we don't need as I was going to say we don't need as big a federal police as we have now, but we don't have that big a federal police. But if they are going to create a state police, then a lot of the budgeting for that should come from the existing structure, because the existing structure already budgets for policing in each individual state. So that budgeting can just be transmuted onto state police. Do you get what I mean? In his contribution, Honorable Ahmed Jahar, who described the bill as timely, argued that security is the responsibility of all citizens. He noted that with community policing and Nigerian police working in tandem, they will rid our communities of all forms of crime. So there it is. Essentially, the upshot of it is that our state policing has just scaled through our second reading. So state police scales through our second reading. We may open borders for importation of cement. So they should. It's not you see, there's a lot of procrastination that goes on within this Tinubu space. Clearly, they are being challenged by the cement manufacturers. So open that space, flood the market, and destroy their business. We may open border for importation of cement. Federal government wants. The federal government has warned manufacturers The federal government has warned manufacturers of cement in the country that it may open the borders to allow for the importation of cement if they keep on increasing their prices indiscriminately. Minister of Works and Housing, architect Ahmed Dankiwa, issued this warning at an emergency meeting held with cement and building material manufacturers in Abuja on Tuesday. The meeting was called following the astronomical rise in the price of cement in the past few days. The manufacturers have jacked up the price of a bag of cement from 5,000 naira to 10,000 naira in the past week. At a meeting with Dave Umahi, the minister, so essentially, so the headline tells us what we need to know. They are looking then to jack up the price of cement if these people don't toe the line. Government threatens to open border for cement importation. So these are pretty much what we just went through. So let's go from that to the next one. Reps OK, yes, a lot of it repetitive. Rep OK bill on state police for second reading. So that should pass through the House fairly quickly, and then we'll see where it lands. Senate to probe 30 trillion naira ways and means secured under Buhari. So if they come after you, don't knock on my door, was what Buhari said to his acolytes. EFCC declares Leno Adesoya, promoter of Sunrise Power, wanted over corrupt offer to public officers. So what's the meaning of this? They declared somebody wanted because they offered bribe. Is that not what they do in Nigeria? Is it not all about bribe? All right, I don't think I really need to label that one. So let's just go on to this. Right. It was Indigo's turn to rule, but we were robbed. Let Nigerians deal with their hardship. IPOB wants Southeasterners against hardship protests. So I think we touched on this a little bit. Let's see. If it's not long and winding, then yes, it's not long and winding. So let's just let's speed through it. The indigenous people of Biafra IPOB has cautioned the residents of the southeast region of Nigeria, particularly Indigbos, not to protest against the current economic difficulties in the country. This was contained in a statement issued on Tuesday by Imam Powerful, IPOB spokesperson, stating that the current poverty in the country was the result of injustices committed against the Igbo during and after the war. He cautioned the Igbo not to join in any protest against hunger in the country. Any Nigerian agent who dares to organize any protest in Biafra land will regret it. The current hardship in Nigeria should not be our concern. We were abused, intimidated, beaten, and killed, and denied voting rights during the election of this present government. Indeed, we were told to wait that it is their turn to rule. The story changed during the election. The aftermath of the election was the demolition of Indigo properties and investments in the west and northern parts of the country. Has anyone or group organized a protest against the demolition of Indigo properties in the west and north? Anyone who organizes any protest against economic hardship in our land will put us in danger. Indigo should leave the current economic hardship for Nigerians to deal with, because this hardship is what God Almighty Chukwu Okike Abiama has put in stock for Nigerians for the crime that they have committed against us between 1967 and 1970 and up to date. Pardon me. We understand that Igbo are equally affected by the economic hardship. I was wondering if they had that understanding, but apparently they do. We understand that that Igbos are equally affected by the economic hardship arising from the reckless and thoughtless economic policies of Emilio Khan, but God Almighty, Chukwu Okike Abiama, is still seeing us through. Everybody is feeling it and not feeling it depending on their pockets. There are middle classes in every community that can insulate themselves, and there are lower rungs of society in every society that cannot. So there is nothing that exempts any culture from what's going on. Igbos have gone through the worst economic crisis and emerged victoriously during the war against us. By the grace of Eze Chukwu Okike Abiama, we shall also triumph over the current Emilokons imposed economic hardship. When eating in the same pot with an enemy, you must use a very long spoon. That long spoon is what Indigbo requires at a time like this. Anyone or group that wants to organize a protest for Nigeria hardship should kindly go to the northern or western Nigeria and stage such protests there. Our region is battling with insecurity, kidnapping, and killings. We have much on our hands to do. We will not allow anyone or group to use the arrangement of protest to import more agents of destabilization into our region. ESN is ready to take on anybody who will want to organize hunger protest. I wonder what Simon Ipa's stance is on all this. This is really it. ESN is ready to take on anyone who, because Simon Ipa, of course, he always runs contrary to the Nnamdi Kanu, strand of the Biafra narrative. Nnamdi Kanu. Right, ESN is ready to take on anybody who will want to organize hunger protest in our land. Therefore, the IPOB intelligence unit must be on high alert to identify those planning to destabilize our land with a senseless Nigeria hunger protest. But Igbo will come out of this one unscathed. We will see how serious Nigerians are and how well they are handling the protest. If we catch anyone organizing hunger protest in our land, they will have ESN operatives and IPOB volunteers to contend with, and the person will smell pepper. Allow Nigerians to carry their cross, because if we do, Chukwu Okikibiama will be annoyed with us. Our leader, Mazin Nandi Okechukwu, I never knew that his middle name, Nnamdi Kanu Okechukwu Kanu, prophetically mentioned this before now. Igbo should stay calm, resolute, and unbreakable, because the situation will be over in our favor. So there it is. That's IPOB there, opening a window of opportunity for Tinubu. So this is the last readout. If anybody wants to come into the studio, come in, because I cannot see that there's anybody there at the moment. So if anybody wants to come in. Edo Guba, Labour Party leadership plotting to handpick candidates. Olumide Akpata raises alarm. So let's go to that. Labour Party aspirant for the Edo State governorship election, Olumide Akpata, has alleged that the party leadership is plotting to handpick a candidate for the election. Correspondents recall that the Labour Party had initially fixed February the 22nd as the date for the conduct of its primary, but later shifted it to February the 23rd. However, Akpata, in a letter dated February the 18th, and addressed to the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Mahmoud Yakubu, said the party is not prepared for its primary election. The former president of the Nigerian Bar Association also alleged a lack of transparency in the party's planned process to produce a gubernatorial candidate in the forthcoming election, forcing many aspirants to withdraw from the race. Akpata added that his attempts to get the leadership of the party to provide accountability fell on deaf ears. So Labour Party and accountability, that is night and day, isn't it? They don't even know, they can't even spell the word accountability. Every donation is private money, according to Labour Party. The letter reads, I write to you in my capacity as an aspirant for the Edo State gubernatorial ticket on the platform of the Labour Party. The purpose of this letter is to bring to your attention the lack of preparedness and transparency surrounding the Labour Party's planned primaries to produce a gubernatorial candidate for the forthcoming gubernatorial election in Edo State. As you are aware, the Electoral Act 2022 mandates political parties to conduct transparent primaries to produce candidates and also mandates the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC to stipulate timelines for the conduct of these primaries. Numerous aspirants, including myself, have observed with dismay the conspicuous absence of transparency in the process, which has led to a mass exodus of aspirants from the race. So this is the new Nigeria that is possible. Oh, we cannot continue like this. A new Nigeria is possible. All of the aspirants, without exception, who have withdrawn from the process so far, have voiced concerns about its undemocratic nature. While some have diplomatically cited personal reasons for withdrawing, others have been more forthright in directly alleging that the party leadership plans to hijack a preferred aspirant, regardless of the outcome of any primary or of any primaries are held. I have become constrained to speak out at this point because my repeated attempts to get the party leadership to see reason and provide transparency around preparations for the primaries have failed to elicit any positive response. Rather, my candid inquiries have been met with disdain and an attempt to bully me into silence. I am aware that INEC has demonstrated courage in the past to stand on the side of due process in political parties. This is now the Labour Party, by the way, in describing describing ICON as the bastion of probity and due process. These were the same people that were telling us to throw INEC in the bin barely 6 weeks ago. I am aware that INEC has demonstrated courage in the past to stand on the side of due process in political parties and entrench internal party democracy. The Labour Party's primaries in Edo State provide you with another opportunity to walk the talk. Mr. Chairman, if things go awry, it could result in pre-election disputes to which INEC will inevitably be joined as a necessary party, thereby tying down its already meager resources and leaving the commission to grapple with yet another unnecessary and unavoidable display that could have been averted had the right things been done and the warning signs heeded. So there it is right there. Corruption's galore. So nothing. There's no news there actually, because we now know that Labour Party is a corruption central, don't we? Let me give you. I'm only going to give you. I'll give you a couple more. But only as headlines. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but Sheyi Law seems to be in battle with all manners of people. Actually, I'm going to give you a readout of that Sheyi Law one, but I'll give you this as a headline. Senate President Godswill Akpabio claims protest on current economic hardship are being sponsored. So we know that those protests are being sponsored because there's no element of spontaneity to them. You can see the traction of it. It's too slick and there's no spontaneity to it. So if it's not spontaneous, then it's organized. So we know that's going on. Let's go to this place. It was out of spite that you supported and campaigned for such an individual, whether you recognize it was spite or not. DJ Switch tackles Sheyi Law. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here because I've been seeing this story hanging around in the media space, but I've not really dipped a toe into it. Or this website has now crashed. Okay, let me just give you as I have it here. DJ Swift has slammed comedian Sheyi Law, who in a post shared on X February the 20th claimed he did not support President Tinubu during the 2023 election just to spite anyone, but because he was convinced that Tinubu could achieve a better Nigeria. Now, reacting to his post, DJ Switch stated that whether Sheyi recognized it or not, he supported and campaigned for the president just to spite a certain tribe. Post reads, the only thing I will give you is that you are not hiding behind closed doors like some people, but you can never undo the damage. I dare say it was out of spite that you supported and campaigned for such an individual, whether you recognize it was spite or not. Because, Sheyi, tell me how someone with such criminal records. So Tinubu doesn't have a criminal record, by the way, past and present, neither in the past nor in the present, was so attractive to you, if not for the obvious reasons, which is tribe. If it wasn't for reasons of tribe, then it could well be for reasons of his achievement, which is irrefutable in Lagos State, where he transformed that place to the gold standard of African development, and there is no refuting that. Also, you see, a lot of what we are seeing, a lot of what we're seeing still is still sour grapes from that election. It's quite a spectacle, that election happened on February the 23rd, which in 2 days' time marks a year's anniversary. And these people, the pain still cuts very deep into their bone marrow. And every single day they cry. This is why I'm saying Tinubu has to abandon. Just forget these people. Forget them. Because they will never move from this spot. The only thing I will give you is that you are not hiding behind closed doors like some people, but you can never undo the damage. I dare say it was out of spite that you supported and campaigned for such an individual, whether you recognize it was spite or not. Because, Sheyi, tell me how someone with such criminal... And if we're talking about criminal records, we already documented Peter Obi caught with raw cash that he stole. We know about how he was looting money to was that island in the Pandora Papers? I remember in the moment. We all know that, how he set up a shell company offshore to, is it in the Bahamas, to loot the entirety of... We know how we use state money to buy a beauty in this. So we know who the criminal is. So this is why it's sour grapes. I dare say it was out of... anyway, we all know how that goes. Let me just read it. I dare say it was out of spite that you supported and campaigned for such an individual, whether you recognize it or not. Because, Sheyi, tell me how someone with such criminal records, past and present, was so attractive to you, if not for the obvious reason, which is tribe. I don't even want to go into his lack of vision or dodging debates, because he is not a legitimate president to begin with. Now you lot have supported an ancient of days. What gongon did you expect to happen? I hope the hunger eats the fed miserable bastards. So that's what she said. She landed it with a bastard, by the way. So this thing is still cut deep into their bone marrow, even a year, literal 12 months after the elections. But there it is. Bitterness is a dish that is served. It's quite a spectacle. But there it is. Let me play the Kegite music. Bring the panelist on. And then we kick off the ding dong dings. So we kick off the ding dongs, but before we do that, of course, the Kegite. So let's go to the Kegite.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where is he, man?
Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ṣòdùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó sì lé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹyẹ.
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
lè yọ.
àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Akinwale joins us for this first time. Good to see you, Wale. Emmanuel joins us for after a while. Good to see you, Emmanuel. Adewale in the house. Good to see you, Dewale. Prince Daddy, to add a bit of elegance to the proceedings. Good to see you, Prince. Bishop in the house, one of your favorite voices. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. And to keep things 100%, General Thomas. So General Thomas. So brilliant. So good to have you all. Still room on the studio. Anybody that wants to hop on. Dewale, Akinwale rather joins us for the first time. So let's kick things off with him. Good to meet you, Wale. Unmute and speak to us. Good to meet you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
All right, wonderful. My name is Akinwale Lawansin, calling from Texas. Yes, it's a great pleasure for me to join you today. I'm actually really interested in all the stories that you shared to us. I've been a politician myself before I moved down to the US. I think a lot of things went into play before the election and after the election. For me, I don't, talking about Labour Party, APC, and PDP, I seem not to see any difference in the three of them. But looking at the three candidates, the three major candidates during the election, which I was part of the election actively, because I'm from Osun State, I'm an Ije shaman. So I realized that I think so far, as far as I'm concerned, the better candidates actually won. A true politician. Having said that, in my heart of heart, I wanted Obi to do well, but for me, I felt like Obi did not play his card very well. He couldn't find even any reason to discredit or to go against Atiku, letting people like us who are voters and politicians feel like, oh, what's the difference? Obi and Atiku are not different. You know what I mean? And at the same time, Obi played the card of tribalism and religion, which actually went. I think he thought it could be, it could play well for him, but I think it actually did not help him at all. Having said that, the economic problem we are going through now, I feel very disappointed. I'm actually very disappointed with the government of Asiwaju Tinubu. Somebody I had followed for many years. I'm from the family of the Action Group. My grandfather was the National Organizing Secretary of Action Group, Paje Olawansin. So I'm a family of politicians. I expected a different approach. I expected something better from Tinubu. Seriously, maybe my expectations were too high. You know what I mean?
Let me pause you for a moment. You said two things which I'd like to interrogate. Not interrogate, but I'd like to discuss with you. You said, okay, let me put it this way. If the elections were taking place, if there was a snap election today, and we still had the same field, who do you think would win?
Well, I was discussing with somebody today, and versus in Nigeria, I said, and I asked almost the same question. that, okay, if we should do election again today between the three of them, who do you think will still win? And the answer was APC will still win for some reasons. For me, I feel like what we are going through, it's personally, if I'm to answer the question, I feel like I have not seen any, after the election, I've not really seen much from the two other candidates. So I don't know. People might vote sentimentally, but there might be protest votes. We never can say what could happen. But Nigeria now, even within the space of 2 weeks before election, if these people start rolling out food, rolling out money, the rhetoric may change. You'll be surprised that if Tinubu government start giving out things and people are feeling, oh, they open the border, they return, they put about the subsidy and all that. You'll be surprised that people will just change their stories, and you'll be surprised they will be voting again for this person. So I don't. My answer, I'm in between actually. Mm-hmm.
So sorry, I was speaking. I admitted myself. So all right, you said you were somewhat disappointed with the journey so far under this Tinubu administration. Has he made any missteps? What could he have done differently? Because a lot of people will give you the counter argument that the mess that they met was even beyond what they had anticipated, and really the country, nobody. Whoever was in charge of the country at this moment, they will pretty much have the same policy stance, and the country will pretty much, give or take, be in the same situation. Do you buy that argument? And do you buy the argument that the situation of the country is actually what is forcing the policy, and is not really much that Tinubu can do about it?
Well, I think I disagree a little bit. Yes, some of the things you said, I mean, you might be right, but I disagree a little bit, because I think being an HR consultant, being a politician, and being a Christian, I think when you get to a workplace, you take over maybe as the manager. I think what you should first do, because you have not even been in that office before, so you never can know the decadence. You cannot know what is really going on. You can say anything during the campaign. You can say, I'm going to turn Nigeria to London in a week, but that is campaign. But when you get to the government, you should take audit. You get into office, take audit of everything, look at what is going on, see what is really happening, investigate the decadence, and then you take a step. For me, I think the subsidy issue, it was a good policy, but I think it was implemented prematurely. For me, what I would have done differently is I would have actually probably not announced it on that day. I'm sure it wasn't the budget. So we all know that the budget was not budgeted for, but he could have actually taken a stand, because he has the right to ask for supplementary budget for subsidy or whatever. What he could have just done in that aspect is you take audits. I mean, for example, let me take my state, for example, Osun State. It's a civil service state. So when you get to government, you should understand that if the workers are suffering, the whole state will suffer. Because the whole state lives on the economy of the workers, government workers. And Nigeria, in the real sense, we have more public employers more than private. So if you stop subsidy, the cost of food goes up, cost of fuel goes up, it affects everything. Even the people that don't even have much to do with fuel or whatever, they will say fuel has gone up. So the truth of the matter is, I think that subsidy issue, I would have actually suggested when it got into power, maybe could have made it like half, maybe 50% subsidy. Maybe if the petrol price is like 300, people can still say, I can still manage with that. But going to 700 is becoming ridiculous. That is one, And the second thing I think it could have actually done better is that we see Tinubu like a miracle worker, But he's not a miracle worker. He's not going to do any miracle. And anyway, that was the same expectation we had with Buhari, and he actually messed up. I mean, as a matter of fact, Buhari was not in government for like 6 years or 7 years out of 8 years. The man does not know what was going on. At least this one is a real politician. But then, as things are now, every serious country subsidize food. Every serious country subsidize a bit of things to make life better for their people. So I think there is need for some sort of subsidy here and there now, because with the way things are going, even though I'm in Texas, I see where I talk to people every day in Nigeria, people are really suffering. People are really suffering. So something needs to be done. So that's just my take.
All right, let me take you to this space. So you're saying people are really suffering and they seem to be taken to the streets. Senate President Godswill Akpabio claims protests on current economic hardship are being sponsored. So this is what Akpabio came up with. And I want to say that I am not far away from him in that as well. I feel, I was asking just even in yesterday's session that it looked a bit contrived to me. So what are you making of the Senate President's stance that is the opposition up to mischief?
Personally, I mean, I think personally, I feel like what is said might be true, but we cannot 100% say it's true, because I know for a fact people are really complaining, people are really going through a lot. Having said that, Nigeria now, when Jonathan was there, it was Boko Haram. When Buhari was there, it was some sort of bandits and ESN or IPOB and all that. Something will always come up for each government in Nigeria, because everything in Nigeria is always tribalistic. The thoughts of people are always along political line, along ethnic line, along the religious line. So somehow I feel like it might be right, it might be right, because this, even look at this Boko Haram we talked about. Some people are sponsoring them who don't want to see the government working. This is the thing. Somebody always sponsors something in Nigeria. People don't just come out to protest all of a sudden like that. But even when in '93, when people came out to protest against the annulment, that was not sponsored. People truly were pushed to the wall. I think for now, the things I'm seeing right now looks like it's sponsored. It looks like a bit premature. But I know Nigerians are edging towards that point when people will come out and protest. Thank you.
But we don't have that culture, though. That was why the EndSARS was such an aberration. We don't really have a culture of protesting in Nigeria. And we can't really count what Showore and it's a bunch of over-age student union nonsense, that's not really. We don't have a culture of protesting in Nigeria, do we? Really?
I don't know. I don't really know about that. Because then I was in university. I was in higher institution '93 in Nigeria. So I know for a fact that in Ogbomoso, Ire, I was in Lautech, and I was in Ire. Then I moved to Lautech. I know for a fact that we actually came out to protest, or maybe we are sentimental. I don't know, because it was our pro chancellor, Abiola. So we felt like we were being cheated and things like that. So I think in '93, the Nigerian protests and all that, through '94, '95 against Abacha and all that, I think that was genuine. So if you say we don't have the culture, what about them? But then in these days, you are right to some extent that we don't really see people who genuinely would want to come out and say we want to protest if there is nothing exchanging and changing hands. Having said that, coming to the likes of Showore, I mean, we were in school. It was my senior, but then we were in our institution around the same time. But the truth of the matter is, Showore today, it couldn't have been the same He's not a good politician. He can never be a good politician. So, and there is a fine line between activism and politics. So
he has not made that. He has not made that transition, has he?
At all. He's not a politician.
He's politicking as an activist. It's politicking as an activist, and the two don't go together. Yes.
At all. I mean, I give people example. Baba Bola Kubola there back then. I mean, the man would say, I remember this interview in Ife, and they were asking him, how do you separate being an activist and a lawyer and a politician? Or he said, okay, I know where activism stops, I know where politicking stops, and I know where me as a lawyer stops. But the truth of the matter is, it was his activism that actually got him killed, because he shouldn't have joined that government. He shouldn't have been part of Obasanjo's government. But because of his activism and the anger and the zeal and all that, he joined the wrong people. And the end, the story we can see. No, but for me, I think Nigeria has not. The people have not gotten to that stage of saying we want to do mass protests. I don't think so. Even for me, the labor union, they are not serious as far as I'm concerned. So that is my own take. Anyway, that's my take.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Nice to have you here, and I hope. I wish you'd be one of us permanent platform. And now,
okay.
That noise coming from now.
Sorry, I think somebody.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Carry on, Ajande Koko. I think it's
Continue.
Okay. Now, you are one man. I've described you that doesn't play the politics well, mixing politics active. How would he have played the politics well? Can you suggest? Can you tell me how he would have played the politics well? What would he have done to play the politics well and better than the way you guys are describing?
You mean Tinubu?
No, Showore.
Oh, Showore. Okay. For me, I remember when he started this political transition. I tell people, I said, with the way he's speaking, the way he's campaigning, it still does not show a politician. It's showing like an activist for me. So, for example, you don't come on air and start saying, if I become president, I'm going to imprison this person, I'm going to put this one in jail, I'm going to put this in. Listen.
It's very naive, isn't it? It's somewhat of a very naive.
It is very naive. The reason I'm saying this is because, come to think of it, the likes of Awolowo, they did not even say things as bad as that. They just, likes of Awolowo said, I know Nigeria has money somewhere. I know where Nigerian money is that we cannot finish, that would be useful for the government. Some people, some cabals are there, so you know where it is. You are not going to get there. Look at the statement of Abiola in '93 when he was saying that IMF should not be meddling with the Nigerian monetary policies and all that, this and that. These people, this man was saying the right thing, but he was saying it at the wrong time, because some people are there who are making money from that thing. So I think politics teaches us. Me, when I joined politics, I left UK because I grew up in UK. So I left UK for politics in Nigeria. I first thing I quickly learned is that our politics is very, very, very tribalistic and very, very religious sentimental. And because of that, you manage what you say. You might have some things in your heart, in your mind that you intend to do, but by the time you are saying it out like an activist that he is, like Showore, people will sit down and say, oh, we cannot give this guy a chance. But don't forget, politics is a game of numbers, So because of that, he loses numbers, he will not get numbers. So Buhari is more popular abroad. He's more popular with people in diaspora, and they are supporting him financially in anything, but they are not physically there to vote for him. So because he does not have the numbers based on what he's saying, I think he could have actually said, he could actually go talk politically. I want to reform, I want to do this, I want to do that, but then not, I'm going to put somebody, and you're abusing some elders and all that. At least even at the point you already said it's not Yoruba, it's Ijo. And so at the end of the day, where did you get the name from? He went to a king, and you said the king is late, and we know that this.
Sorry, Wale. That was the turning point for me, for sure. I think that was when he defined himself as pretty much when he went to the One's palace and he was showing arrogance. You're not showing arrogance to the One. You are showing arrogance to that stool, which is the premier stool of the Yoruba race. So the guy is just so, I don't know, man. It doesn't get it.
So that's my brother. That's what he could have done better for me. It's not like he does not have the capability to rule Nigeria. I cannot say, but you can be the president of the student union, and you could probably must have done very well, but it does not translate for you to be a good politician or to become a good president. I doubt if Shogure could contest for House of Assembly in Ondo State that he will win. As far as I'm concerned. But I like
you mean playing politics in the same way that he's playing it? Because he has the name recognition, but I agree with you. In terms of the name recognition, he should be able to win a House of Rep. But in terms of the way he plays politics, I cannot even see him winning a councillor.
You're right. That's the way I feel as well.
All right. Let me move you on to another topic. I'll take you to a couple more topics, Wale. We want to leave this Shogure space. Have the final word on that space, but don't respond to it, Wale, and then we move on. Ajale Koko, have a say, and then we go on.
Okay. Yeah, I like the way you answered the question, particularly when one man was asking you earlier, who would you have voted for again if you have to vote again? You are neither here nor there.
I'm a politician.
You really your class as politician there, but yeah. So, but and you describe all of them. Tinubu, Atiku, and Obi have the same, nothing different between them. So, and that tells me that the other wouldn't have done better than what we are seeing Tinubu doing now. So, and I want to ask you that question again.
Okay.
If you have to vote again today, considering the hardship and everything that we're going through, who would you vote for?
Amongst who? Amongst which people?
All the candidates that voted, including Shogure, and all of them that were in the race then.
I would have preferred if they can bring back this young man, Mogalo. What's his name?
Mogalo Kingsley, yes.
He wasn't in the race. He wasn't in the race, so you cannot consider him. Forget it. One of them. Who would you have chosen?
Who would I have chosen? That's a tough question for me because I would have said Tinubu, but then with what I'm seeing, I'm not so happy. I would have. Okay, the last election, I will tell you the truth. Having angrily moved away from APC with the way they do politics in Osun and the way they mess things up, I moved to the PDP. I actually voted Atiku, but even me voting Atiku, I told people, I said, I'm just voting Atiku because I'm a party loyalist, and wherever I am, and that's true. But this man has nothing to offer, as far as I'm concerned. That's true. So that one, I might not. Obi, I have this soft spot for Obi. And seriously speaking, what I would have wanted was not what Obi did. Obi too did not pay his politics well. Having said that, I think if God really wants to do something different in Nigeria, maybe the likes of Obi or an Igbo man, an Igbo man could have actually be useful, in the sense that if God really wants to say, okay, I want to split Nigeria into 6 or 5 or 4, I think the only people that have that mettle to do it are the Igbos. So if I'm thinking along that line, that okay, maybe this one will help us to even, because the solution to Nigeria, I don't even know what could happen. Anything good thing.
Are you Yoruba nation?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm always I always believe that Yoruba nation could have actually don't let me move away first before I go. So for me, I would have wanted Obi, but the way he went about it, So for now, if there is no new candidate, it's still the same people, I might not even be voting at all. So that's.
All right, let me take you to a couple more spaces. Like I said, bill to introduce state police skills second reading. So it's the biggest curiosity that a nation as complex and as big as ours has this centralized, rigid structure for policing. So is it an idea that its time is long overdue, and should they fast track this thing very, very quickly so that people can localize their security and take their fate in their own hands? Wale?
Yes, sir. I think it's long overdue. Having said that, I think they are still getting it wrong. You see, if you want to practice true federalism, like what they practice in America, which we are copying, but we are not copying right. Because even as a matter of fact, unitary system today, and we don't even know the system Nigeria is practicing again. Maybe it's militocracy, we don't even know. The truth of the matter is, if they want to practice true federalism, then which means they will still need to go back to the constitution totally and go total federalism and do it properly. And that is when this state policing can properly work. I mean, you will see, the way I see it is good, because it helps us to manage our states. People who knows the locals, who know the place, they employ them in the state police. But then you will see that I was listening to you reading when you were talking about the finances, how they will finance it and all that. There will be problem with financing. I'm telling you. You realize that then you see that your state police is paying 5,000, Osun is paying 2,000, and then it is not equal. Lagos is paying 10,000. You cannot tell somebody you are paying less and to come and risk their lives, to do anything. So we are still going to go back to the same thing. We are going to have issues with the payments. We are going to have issues with who is controlling those people. Because as soon as we have state police, when election comes, this is what I see. Because it is not really entrenched in real federalism, what will happen is that the governor will be using the state police for his own purposes, or the ruling parties. So that will be another issue. Another issue that I'm looking at in that state policing is the idea that you are going to pick some people randomly, you are going to train them, you not pay them well, you will hold them money, they are being controlled by politicians. Eventually, you have more thieves, more armed robbers, because who have been trained how to use rifles, and then in the community. And then the story will now change from we are trying to fight Fulani herdsmen or whatever. It will change to even our own people that are not killing one another. So I have issues with that state policing. It's a good thing, don't get me wrong, but it has to be entrenched in real federalism, and which is where the problem is. We know how it works in the US. They have National Guard. Each state have their own National Guards. They have their own state police. The National Guard, they're like militaries. They have their own state police and all that. That is what Nigeria should have. But this state policing thing will be overtaken by some people and politicians. You will see. So that's my own take about it.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the final space, Wale. Federal government to audit 22.7 trillion Naira Ways and Means loan approved by former President Buhari. So, I'm a pacifist. I don't believe in violence. And I don't believe in the death sentence either. But if I can look the other way, I would look the other way for that Emefiele. So what are you know the Ways and Means, it should never be more than 5% of the revenue of the previous year. But this guy was just printing money like confetti, and the country is. So, what are you making of this headline, Wale?
Well, I mean, the case of Emefiele deserves what he's getting, because the guy actually. This is what I say. I don't want to sound tribalistic, but then at times you give some people chances and they ruin it for others. Emefiele messed up big time. They messed up big time. All these loans and all these things they're talking about, they want to investigate, they want to do this. I mean, I just feel like they're just talking tough. For me, I don't think it's just talking tough and all that, because I will look at it from the angle. I don't see the likes of Tinubu probing Buhari. I don't see it happening. What I see happening is for them to try to see how they can recover a lot of money that is out there, from people they can get, and then for them to use it well as well. For me, Emefiele has done great damage. I mean, people don't understand the kind of damage Emefiele did to Nigeria to warrant how Nigeria dollar is dropping to naira. Naira is dropping so fast, headlong, to naira, to pounds, dollars, and euro. Is one of those reasons has to do with Emefiele. The man had actually damaged that economy. So, I mean, for me, I think going for probing or going to investigate and doing those things, I think it should, in our ears, is a good thing. But for me, if you and I know that they're not going to really do much about it, they're just playing to the gallery. To me, that's it.
Do you think the country needs a big fish to be made an example of, as like an untouchable? Because we are now in the space that an untouchable has to be touched. Do you think it will satisfy the country somewhat if they were able to effect the arrest of, let's say, Abubakar Malami, who was at the epicenter of that administration and has a lot of corruption allegation leveled against him? So I can be a big name just for the optics to show the country that, look, something is being done and the threshold has been crossed. Do you think we need somebody to be made an example of?
Nigeria needs a scapegoat. Somebody like the guy you mentioned, Malami. But then the truth of the matter is, Malami is just like is the smallest part of the jigsaw of the cabal. I mean, if they want to do anything and want to pick a big fish and make an example of a big fish, then it's not going to be a big fish, big fishes. There are some people out there that needs, but I will tell you, Tinubu does not have that testicular fortitude. He does not have that fortitude. He does not have that fortitude to do it. He cannot do it. Even himself, where he's sitting down, is sitting down on a time bomb. He's just there. It's just because the man is so good politically. He has been doing some things all around. All these guys, Lagbaja, all of them, all the CBN president, governors, all the commissioner, federal police, they have been he has been with them for years. And that is why you see Chief of Army Staff, Chief of this thing, they might be loyal to him for a while, but the truth of the matter, they are still military. They will still be loyal to their superiors. So he cannot make an example. People who have who could have such fortitude to make example of people in Nigeria and to let people know that, so this is what happens to you if you do this. And people like the likes of Buhari, the likes of Buhari, who was a military man, or Obasanjo. But even them, they are corrupt. Even them, they have this kind of solidarity with themselves. So it's not going to be the likes of Tinubu that will now come in and say, I want to go back. I want to pick some people, make example of them. You know, I don't think Tinubu has that fortitude, but that is a good way to go about in Nigeria to deal with the corruption we are seeing in Nigeria. But who has the
Wale, do you think the country is afraid of the North? Do you think Nigeria is afraid of the North?
Even me, I'm afraid of the North. The whole who is not afraid? The truth of the matter is that if you have really been in Nigeria and lived there the way I did and do politics with them, and where I went to the grassroots up to the state level, with what I can see, I see like these Northerners, they've gone. It's like as far as everyone is far from the earth. You know, I see them like in terms of politics and their corruption and their camaraderie and the way they do things, they've gone far above the South. You know, they put themselves in the sensitive places, even though they don't have any sense to do it. So you realize that we are so dependent on the North. You know, I remember when I was in university in Obumasho, Lautech, and because I studied agronomy back then, I remember I asked my lecturer, Professor Yeyodu, I don't know if he's still alive now, and he was talking about irrigation, how they spent a lot of billions on irrigation in the North. Then I asked the question, I said, well, sir, you said we here in the West, we're in the rainforest. Why are you spending so much? Why Nigeria spending so much money on irrigation in the North? He said that the answer was that is politics. You know, so you leave a place where this thing can grow naturally. You went to put money there. It is the North that are doing all those things. They control food in Nigeria. They control meat. They control almost everything. So what we call livelihood, almost in Nigeria, the Northerners control it. So who will not fear them? Even now, we are afraid to go into the bush and farm because they are all over the place. You know. So this is where the problem is. So I think the South is afraid of the North. You know, that is where I think.
All right, stay with us. Good to meet you, Wale. That's a new discovery by the One Man Platform, a strong senior voice. So this is the quality we bring you. So that's the excellent, delightful Wale that comes to join us. We're going to loop the conversation around and bring it back to you again. We're going to do an 8-minute monologue just to document everybody's voices. And we kick the 8 minutes off with Baba. And then from Baba, we go on to Richard, and then we take it round, and then Prince Daddy. Baba, good to have you. Baba.
Yes, woman. Good evening.
Good evening to you.
And a very fine evening to our panelists and people in the comment section. And what's the topic for today? Well, I think I want to first speak, maybe use part of my time to talk about what is going on in the financial sector. I think I am embarrassed, actually, because as we speak right now, the dollar is about 1,850. And there is no guarantee that it will not get to 2,000 naira by weekend. This is very, very embarrassing. Very, very embarrassing. Because Tinubu is not only in government, but he's also in power. And I know he knows the power of a president. And I ask myself, why is he not using it? Why is he not using it? I know he's a Democrat. All the fiber in his body is a Democrat. But like I said a couple of days back, last I showed up here, in Nigeria, you need element of madness in you to rule the country called Nigeria. He's not applying it. And I'm not happy with his economic team, particularly Cardoso. I look at that space, CBN. Cardoso came from the banking sector, and I asked myself, is that why he couldn't really use the stick? But I remember there was a Sanusi, a banker, who came and did the needful then. Yes, the BDC are giving us problem, but they are not the main problem. It is the banks. The banks, they are holding the country by the jugular at the moment, the bank's CEO. And those who owns the bank that have shifted because they finished 10 years as MDs of this bank, and they now form this bank holding limited, and they now share that position. Who doesn't know that the holding company also runs the main bank? This is where the problem is. How can a government put $500 million, $200 million, and over a space of 24 hours, it has disappeared? Don't tell me it disappeared into the streets, Malam or BDC traders, into their pocket. It is with the banks. Those banks and bankers have to be dealt with seriously. Sanusi did it. Soludo did it. If Cardoso cannot do it, he should please tender his.
Does he have the testicular fortitude, as Wale said?
I don't think Cardoso has it. Though I know he cannot move against these banks because they were his colleagues or ex-colleagues, and he needs the president's permission to go after them. But then he has to give the president ultimatum if he has a balls. Let me deal with these people. First, the federal government should get all their monies, all the MDA's money. It has been done before, out of the banks. Starve them of funds. So put them, all MDAs should have their accounts with central bank. It has been done before. No government money should be in any bank as savings or anything. No government funds should be in the banks, because we have to start curbing that big dividends they turn out every year. It's an embarrassment, because these banks, they are look at the treasury bill. They swallowed everything overnight. They didn't give the customers any space to wriggle. And most of the MDs, like,
Baba, a lot of those banks now, they are currency speculators more than actual banking.
That's what they do.
Money.
That is what they do.
They buy the dollar, they hoard it, let it go up, they sell a little bit. They're just holding long positions on dollars and buying up T-bills, and that's 60% of their business model.
Because in the last 6 months, you won't believe it, this government has sunk in over $1 billion or much more than that. I've not calculated it in terms of Forex. Where are the money? We don't even know how many things have been used for this to import. We only hear we are settling this. I know Buhari left a lot of problems. You understand? But let that be aside. We have a nation. We have to steady the ship. We have to steady the ship in the midst of the tumultuous wave that is troubling us, and we are killing, that is KEEL, killing both ways, front and the bow and the stern. So he has to deal with this thing, even if possible. I'm reluctant to suggest it because it sounds archaic. Because we are not monitoring everything. If we have to go back to the import license era, maybe for the next 2 years or for the next 1 year, I'm all for it. So that we'll be able to know that you who got the license for grain and got the forex to import maybe 10,000 tons of it, you have a return certificate. They saw it. We've been through this mess before. So maybe we have to go through the books again. because it is very embarrassing. Because there is just no way to it. These people are just hard. And if Tinubu is not developing that mad streak in him to deal with this, they are his friends, no doubt. They all come a long way.
You know, the president.
But he has a nation to run.
Baba, the president we really need is somebody with Tinubu's brain but Buhari's balls. That's really the president we're after, isn't it?
No, Buhari has no balls, because if he has balls, then I mean, he should have applied some of it, despite sickness for 8 years.
Buhari does things. He does what he wills, and if you don't like it,
did he do anything? I think he went to sleep for 8 years, as far as I'm concerned. Do you know this guy borrowed money more than the whole money Nigeria borrowed for 50 years?
Yes,
throughout all, he borrowed everything and still put us in debt. So I don't even want to discuss it. We have a nation to run. There is fire on the mountain right now. People are more angry than hungry in Nigeria right now, because everybody is like a lawless place, and you are the president. You should please sit at home. Do not go anywhere for the next 3 months, and let's sort these things out. The answers are there, staring us in the face. You should just go after them. Whether you've come a long way with them, you've shared money with them, they are your friends, they are your brother, they are your cousin, it really doesn't matter anymore. We have a nation to run. We have to steady the boat. So that is for the forest space. For the police, I'm not one for it, but it looks like they are having a second reading at the House of Representatives, and it looks like it's a fait accompli. It will come into space. I've not read the bill. I've struggled in the last 24 hours to get the bill, but it's not there. But one thing I know is that if it's coming on stream, the federal government should not allow the states to have a free rein on the importations of arms. There should be maybe a Ministry of State Police under the National Security Advisor, so that they have to, if you want as a state to import which is approved for you, maybe because we don't have to allow them start having machine guns and things like that. Maybe we scale it down. Maybe the most lethal weapon a state police can have could be an AK-47 or 49. If they want 3,000, well, put the money in the Federal Ministry of Police or under the National Security Advisor. They will import it for you. You will sign for it. These ammunitions will be numbered and give it to you. It becomes your responsibility. If you have found one thing and irresponsible, or they use that arm or across interstate to go and do to another state and things like, you will be found out. So it needs a lot of tweaking. They have to. I think other administrations have. They have papers on these things, and I think the last restructuring assembly, those ones Pastor Bakari were doing that time during the Jonathan. I think they also have
Sovereign National Conference. They call it.
Okay, they have papers on this. They have to look at it very well, because it has to be legislated properly. Because I grew up in an era where we have state police, even regional police. We have local government police then, and even the kings then, they have their own police. And I know the kind of atrocities they use state police to commit, even during the time of
we're living in more sophisticated times, though,
and that is even more dangerous.
You think so?
Yes, I believe so. Imagine if that young man Bello, who just left Kogi State,
Bello, yes, no, you don't want
has his own police.
No.
Or in which case, controlling his own IGP or commissioner. during electioneering time. We have to be careful. We don't rush into it. I'm all for it, but all the proper legislation should be put in place, and there must be a supervising authority federally to control state police. And the state laws cannot supersede federal laws. Where the two are in opposing divide, the federal law should supersede. So these things are we should not just go
You see, the one sticking point that I take on board everything you said, but the one sticking point, and I think Wale mentioned this as well, is the budgeting. How is it budgeted for? Is the thing. So a lot of the federal police budget has to come to the states, but that would not even be sufficient enough for them to run their own police force. So
no, one man. I don't think federal government should put their funds in it. If you are big enough to go to the bush and kill an elephant, you should be big enough with your knife to skin the elephant. This federal government should have nothing, because they have their own federal police to run. We have
but the size of the federal police sorry Baba, the size of the federal police will shrink if we have state police, because the federal police does the policing for the states anyway. So if they are only then mandated to federal assets, then the size has to shrink.
No, if they are going to relinquish the police formations as we have it now, to the police to continue and maybe draft those people, fine. Then the federal government itself, the federal police, should now have the opportunity to retweak themselves, their recruitment, bring in graduates, let them be superior in knowledge, in performance, in courage, uniformly against the state police. They should be above the state police. So it's also good. You understand what I'm trying to say here, one man?
Yes, I do.
Finally. So this is a situation I think we should not rush into it, because we have a kind of knack for ad hoc things. This should not be done in a ad hoc manner. It should be well thought out, well legislated, and everything in black and white. That is my take in it. What's the next topic, woman?
We were also talking about let me take you to Edo State, Baba.
No, I don't want to go to that state. I don't have a dog in that fight.
You don't want to speak to okay. Okay. What about the protest? The Southeast asking their people not to participate because it's nothing to do with them.
Well, I salute my Chief Wanyang, and
what are you making of that guy? He's a funny guy, isn't he? He's a funny man.
I just he amuses me at times, because with any topic you take with Chief, you understand, it goes back to the 20 pounds thing, and down, and no. This is no time for all of that. I look at that as propaganda, because we all know what happened. You understand? This is not time for that history. I will have delved into it. But the thing is about this strike that is going on. I watched the Ibadan, the Oyo State one yesterday, and even this morning repeatedly. And I was looking at the faces and what they were saying and their body language. Like you said, it looks contrived in a way. And it's everybody's right to protest, no doubt, as far as it doesn't turn into violence or a hoopla kind of. They conducted themselves very well. They've made all the right noises. But then, to what purpose, I ask myself, to what purpose? And for the East, actually, I sent you a video yesterday. I know you were reluctant to play it, and I looked at it, and there are many dimensions to the stand of the East at the moment. You understand? I know how they feel. It's not about It's much more than the election for them. You understand? And at times I look at it with another mirror, through another lens. It's like, okay, the two of you, North and West, you gang up against us. It's your fight. We are waiting. If there's a prize to pick, maybe we will be the one to pick it. Fine. But the mistake they are doing, if that is correct, if I'm correct, the mistake is the North, which Wale says is what Wale actually said. What language is afraid of them or something like that.
He said they are our Lord and Masters. That's what he said.
They are cowards.
He said they are
cowards. They are very, very calculating. They are politically astute. They know the strength. They know the limit of their strength.
They're not more politically savvy than we are. We have to admit that.
Yeah. That's what I just said. They are politically astute, but they know the limit of how far they can push the rest of Nigeria. I listen to Yusuf. I listen to all of them. I listen to. You get my point? But I know there is a limit. They know if the shit hits the fan, they will be in a mess. And they will end up like Mali, Niger. They don't want that. They feel superior to those places. That's why they feel beholden to them. They supply all their needs. And will they want to be like them? No. They wouldn't want to be like them. So they know they can push, and when it's at the tip of the abyss, they will retreat quietly. They will know how to negotiate in the middle of the night. So they can't do anything. The only thing they can, like, people don't pay attention. I pay attention. I read between the lines. When last this young man was here on your panel, Ribadu, people were not listening to what he was saying. That young man, a grandchild of our former defense minister, Alhaji Ribadu, whose uncle is a president national advisor, was telling us that the Fulani, both in the Sahel, both the ones in Mauritania and everything, they have their right to bring their cattle to our farms in the south and decimate it. He didn't put it in that kind of plain language, but basically that's what we were saying. And I remember people like Ola attacking him that, what are you talking about? Can't they have these cattle and put them in one place and feed them like it's done in other civilized countries? He was very adamant. No, they have to go around. That they are meant to lead a roving existence. They roam about. In the year of our Lord 2024, taking cattle and moving around, that's preposterous. So I think the Easterners, well, on the other side, it's like sarcasm, because I watched the video. Oh, let them starve. We can't starve. Hunger doesn't know whether you're an Igbo man or Yoruba man or this thing, or you can be too rich. Even in Brunei, there are poor people in Brunei. There are hungry people in Brunei. So if you say you are very rich, oh, we can take care of our people, try it. Good luck to you.
All right. All right. Thank you, Baba. So thank you, Baba.
Yes, thank you, one man.
That's the excellent Baba. So thank you, Baba. Stay with us, Baba. Let's go from Baba to Richard, and we'll be a bit stricter with the 8 minutes. So Richard, it's been a while. I see you are still. I see the muscles are still pumping. Are you getting ready? Are you getting ready for summer? You are building yourself up for summer so you can go for all those Latino games.
I'm trying to stay young.
Yeah, of course. You know, stay young for as long as you can. Once you are old,
yeah. No, the thing is, once you get to a particular age, you will see that your energy will be dropping. So the only way you can at least slow down the the dropping is for you to hit the street and hit the jeep. So I'm trying to slow it down.
Brilliant. That's excellent. So,
Yes,
Kwame,
sir.
yeah, what are you looking at politically? Do you want me to talk to, or you just want to free flow?
Yeah, definitely, I would need your assistance as well. But to begin with, let me thank you for the platform and the opportunity, and let me greet each and every one on the platform and those who are watching us. What we are doing. We are not just wasting our times. At least we come together after work. Some are even still going to work, but we come together to remember our motherland. It's true, things are not what we expect them to be today, but I believe we have the future. I believe the future is going to change better. And let me welcome Mr. Lawanson for the first time. And the name sounds very familiar. I was born and raised on the quarters of OAU. And I remember Professor Lawanson. I remember Mrs. Lawanson, Egbon Akin Lawanson, who is in New Jersey now. I remember Bolanle Lawanson, Bimbo Lawanson, I think, and Folake Lawanson. Because you said you are Ijesha. They are also Ijesha, although mommy is from Lagos.
I thought Lawanson was a Lagos name anyway. So this might be.
Yeah, I know they are Ijesha.
Maybe it's a Chinese. Maybe it's a Chinese version of the. Maybe it's a Chinese version of the name.
Okay, when you said Lawanson and Ijesha, I know they have to be related. And Professor Lawanson was in Lautech. He actually retired there before his death some few years ago. So I believe they are related. So it's good to meet you. Now, let me start from the north. We have many problems in the country and many reasons or causes of the problem. But I'm going to put the lion's share on the north. You see, after the colonial master left, we started our own government, regional, and then later, during the regional, each of the other regions has already set their goals. We are going to fund education more than every other sectors. You will see the southwest and the southeast building schools, encouraging their children, poor and rich, to go to school. And so many poor southwesterners became doctors and lecturers and engineers and administrators because they were given free education. During those years, the North did not educate their children. They neglected them, no facility, no building. And then those children, because I did my NYC in Kano, and during the 1 year, I saw the Almajiri boys. It's so hard when you have children, little children, who don't speak, sleep in their houses. Their parents the only thing they do is to make babies. You make babies, you don't make plans how you are going to raise the children. What do you want them to become in future? All those things were not there. So after raising them, you just dump them with one Islamic scholar to raise them. And that one will use them for begging. And then they will come back with everything they got. And then maybe we'll give them something and then teach them Arabic. So those children are the ones that now later became the Boko Haram and then the bandits. Now, just look back the last 15 years in the history of Nigeria, how much we have spent in fighting Boko Haram, how many soldiers we have lost in the battle, how much we are spending in the hospital to treat the injured military people, and how much we are spending to rebuild those destroyed schools and whatever back. So those are the money that the country should have used in doing other development. So for the not to be coming out blaming other people, I think they should first blame themselves, because the lion's share of our problem today didn't start today, didn't start on Buhari, started before independence during the regional government. So they failed to set their goals that we are going to raise good citizens. We are going to educate our children, either they are from poor background, middle class, or rich. We'll give everybody equal opportunity. Now, if we give you opportunity and you don't take advantage of it, you do anything wrong, then we lock you up. That is what America does. They will give everybody opportunity. Now it's now up for you to grab it If you don't grab it, you go the criminal way, you end up in jail. So not fail to give people opportunity. And now the country doesn't have the resources to go around other sectors of life. And that's one of the reasons why we are suffering. And I still believe they not dominate the politics. Everybody still need them. You have seen Buhari, he did it twice. He won the presidency without the South and without the Southeast. It's possible to win the presidency without the South and without the Southeast. Buhari did it twice. So you can see the power of the North. That's the first one. Now, the hunger. It is really sad. Things are very, very hard. It is true. Wages have not gone up. Meanwhile, cost of living didn't only go up or doubled, it went up like, let's say, almost 100 folds. So people are making 50,000 before. The 50,000 today, we can only take them to work. What about feeding? What about their children's school fees? What about healthcare? What about other expenses? They don't have the money to do it again. So I'm not putting all the blames on the president. Even though he did the right thing, you have to float the naira and you have to remove the subsidy. Those two things are necessary. But he did not, and is yet to put the right thing in place. He was very fast before, but now it looks like it's slower, and Nigeria don't have that patience with a slow leader. Now, why did I say that? The floating of the naira, if you remember when Buhari got in, I think they said we have about 35 or 40 billion dollars in the reserve, foreign reserve. Emefiele spent everything. He was even borrowing money from Chase Bank to strengthen the naira against other currencies. So at a time, Emefiele spent $11 billion in 7 months to strengthen the naira against the dollar. We cannot continue doing that. Let's float the naira. Now, why is the floating the naira not really working today? Couple of reasons. Number one, our governors are devilish. They are getting more money now from FAC. And when they get the money, they have their boys, the directors and the managers and the chairmen of the banks. They just call them, hey, one man, your bank, get me, I need dollar equivalent of 44 billion naira. So you can see that pressure. Ordinarily, in simple economics, economy is based on demand and supply. But in Nigeria, the demand for the US dollar is just too high. When a city, just one state, we have 36 states and our FCC. When one state, one governor is demanding for about 40 billion in a month, and where we have 36 of them. So that's the main reason why the demand for dollar is unnecessarily too high. And okay, look at our brother that just died, Habawigwe. I'm not blaming him. May God forgive him all his sins. But I'm sorry I have to raise this. And I'm not raising it to blame it or put fault on him. That's the way they do the business. Even though the business, how they do it is wrong, it's criminal. Now, he and his friend bought Access Bank. And our other friend, Tony Lumelo, controls Zenith. Now, if you check your internet, Google it right there, you will see that these banks, these guys, they know how they launder money for the rich and for the governor and for the other politicians. You will see Access Bank having branches in Congo. What economic activity is going on in Congo? Zero concerning the middle class. But let me tell you why they are doing that. They are laundering money for the West because Congo has the richest natural resources in the world. So they put those banks there to launder money for France, for America, and for other Western countries. That is what they do. And when he died, you see the French president, Ghanaian president, all of them talking. Oh, we lost a friend, because they know them and they help them to launder money. Imagine a Nigerian bank having a branch in Congo. What economic activity is going on in Congo other than the raw materials they are killing the natives and stealing their raw materials. That's the main reason why they do have those. So now, another reason why I will blame the governor. Mr. Lawson, you are from Osun. Tell me one thing your governor in Osun has done. These are governors that all of them.
Is that not a day dancer? What can you? All right. So I'll start to bring it home. Two more minutes.
Okay. Yeah. This guy has gotten with other governors. They've gotten $2 billion grant. Grant means they are not going to pay it back. What has he done with $2 billion? Nothing. He's dancing around, attending parties everywhere. But what am I suggesting? I'm not going to just come out and say things are hard. My best suggestion to Asiwaju is that, number one, bring back the Ministry of Welfare, whatever. If you are calling Better I Do back, please call her back. Or if you are not, appoint another person. Why I say that is this. The Federal Executive Council has already approved 25,000 for the poorest of the poor for maybe 4 months or so. Now they paid it once, and Better I Do did what she did. She got suspended in January. Those money has not been paid since that time. If the poorest of the poor people are getting those money, the hardship will not be as hard as it is today. That's number one. Number two, another thing our department does, or our ministry does, is this. They also give loan or at sometimes grant to market women and market men. All those things have stopped because Better I Do is on suspension and they are investigating the activities of the ministry. Personally, I think President should try and bring her back, let her and the other Adia sign undertaking that they will not do the nonsense again. And if you are not bringing them back, please appoint another person. But the reason why I will not go behind appointing another person is this. The federal workers, the public workers in those departments are criminal. Now, Better I Do and the other idea, if they come back, they know they are running on second chances. They will not mess up. And then they understand the staffs under them better now. So those staffs will not be allowed to manipulate them. So I would prefer they bring them back, let the two of them sign undertaking that they will never spend any dime or transfer federal money or public money to private account again. But that department, that ministry is very important. If we want to feed the people, you need to let them continue their practices. Senate has approved the budget. President has signed it. Now the money has to be shared to the poorest of the poor without any delay. Thank you so much again.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's the excellent. Richard, who recommends exercise to keep the process. So thank you, Richard. Yes, you know, yes, I'll join you in that. I'm sure. Thank you, Richard. Let's go from Richard to Prince Daddy. See if Prince is ready to go. Prince Daddy, you ready?
Yeah. Hello, woman. Can you hear me?
Hello, Prince. Yeah, you sound like you're out and about. Are you out and about?
No, actually, I'm home. Just walking up the stairs.
All right. No, is it because Richard recommended exercise you decided to walk up the stairs?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I want to be like Richard.
I thought you had a butler to carry you up the stairs. You rich people. You don't have. Have you sent Jeeves on a holiday?
That would be nice.
All right. So to the politics of it. Where do you want to come in from? I mean, so many topics. Let me actually take you to the space. The government is now threatening to open up the cement space. We may open borders for importation of cement, federal government. So I think that may is the word that offends me in this sentence. It should be we have, isn't it? Because we cannot have these oligarchs holding the place to hostage, Dangote and Rabiu and the rest of them. So open up this place, flood the market, crash their business, and teach them a lesson. Prince.
Yeah, that would sound like a really nice, viable thing to do. But hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. And yeah, I would have loved to engage Baba earlier because it was making some really good points. And I've been asking this question. I'm glad we're talking about this whole thing, going on with the naira dollar thing in Nigeria, because a lot of people are talking from different point of view, and we know it shed lights on a much larger problem. But I say, see, again, yeah, I tell you, in thinking about it for the past week or so, a couple of weeks, Nigeria does not have we don't have the kind of problem that we think we have is not what we have. No, that sometimes you get a analyst in the company or a consultant to come uncover what may be wrong with the company in order to improve the company. But the kind of problems we keep talking about in Nigeria, I don't think we have those problems. What we have is strictly structural problem, which at the core is corruption and of course rent seeking. That's what we have. That's the problem we have. I said it before, Cardoso and Tinubu, it appears that they don't know what is going on, or they don't have a clue. But somebody said, said yesterday, okay, maybe Cardoso may be in on it, helping fleece the country. And from what Baba said today, the bankers are the problem, are the main problem. So how can it fix the problem if it doesn't go to the core of the problem that we're having? Just like you said, is it scared to go after the right people or the main people behind all this shenanigans going on? It's really frustrating. Okay, spending money to defend the dollar or make sure we have enough dollar in circulation is quite obvious. It's not going to solve the problem. I mean, again, if those dollars were being used for real economic activities, that'd be much different. But that's not what is going on. The dollar is based on speculation and people hoarding the dollar for just to speculate and drive up the price and make the naira weaker. That's what we're dealing with here. It's really a structural problem. We don't really have this really dire economic problem in Nigeria that we claim we have. We don't. Because again, the private sector is like almost like America for the most part. It's quite independent in a lot of ways. Somebody, the first speaker, I think Wiley said, Nigeria government employs employs a lot of people, something like that. But Nigerian government may be the largest single employer in the country, but they don't employ a lot of people because a lot of people don't work for the government. Contrary to what people say, I don't think. A lot of people don't, the government doesn't employ a lot of people. Most people work in the private sector doing their own business and doing their own thing, not the government. So it's becoming really troubling, really, that Tinubu and his guys, they can't really get to the bottom of it. And like unlike some other people, I don't expect Tinubu to. He's not a magician, of course. I don't expect him to solve Nigeria's problem in 8 months or 9 months. At least 2.5 years, 3 years. That's when any reasonable person should be expecting a real impact based on the policies that he puts in place. But if they have missteps or not addressing the problems directly with the right solutions, then it's going to take forever. Nothing is going to be accomplished. Nothing is going to be done. And that's what we're dealing with here. You guys, we're talking about the price of cement. People trying to justify to the reason why. Should we crash the price of cement, open the borders for imports and all this stuff? Why is it happening in the first place? You see,
it's price gouging, isn't it, Prince? It clearly, because the chairman of the Cement Manufacturers Association, he came out yesterday and told us it's nothing to do with forex. It's telling us it's essentially a demand and supply thing, that the demand is outstripping the supply. But what spiked up demand in the last 3 weeks that doubled, now quadrupled the price? So that doesn't still explain it. So if it's telling us it's not dollar linked, then it cannot be demand and supply, because there is no extraordinary new demand that suddenly overwhelmed the market. So there is price fixing.
Yeah.
Price fixing.
That's what I talk about. People come on television and just order this dumb economic terms, the demand and supply. Okay, that would have been nice, just like you said, if you showed us some numbers that in the past 3 months we had like a huge spike because we have this massive construction going on somewhere in the east or in the north. I mean, no numbers coming out to tell us, oh, it's just a simple economic factor of demand and supply is silly. Just like you said, what is really going on in the past 3 months? Are we, the month of February, is that the spike in Nigeria for builders or people building homes or buying homes? Is that it? Is it seasonal? Is that what it's trying to say?
You know what I think, Prince. Using the cement industry as a case in point, I don't think that the Nigerian business space is competitive enough. If BUA and Dangote, if they decide to squeeze that market, they control 70% of it. If they decide to squeeze that market, if they agree that we will milk them to death, they can do it easily. Because who else competes? There's not sufficient enough competition in any industry within the Nigerian space, and it is competition that drives prices down. That's just it.
Well, competition, more entrance into the marketplace. Now, if they have a monopoly on it, I'm not against monopoly. If you have, quality goods, services, or whatever, it's fine with me. But it's up to the government to know when to pull the lever, come in and intervene with what is going on. It just shows the connection of the government to the consumers and the business community. There's nothing really going on in this past few months that warrants the increase in the price of cement. It's everyone just trying to use the dollar, the weakness of the naira to justify the price of all these commodities. That's what is going on, really. And so, I mean, and people's salaries are not going up. So it's not working out. It's just not working out. And it's it's going to reach a critical point of a critical mass that things will start crumbling, really, if things are not taken care of. The common people, they can't just keep struggling because of bad policies. And I was asking, I don't know if I was asking Larry yesterday, like, look, if Tinubu is capable of actually resolving the Nigerian's problem, because it's in deep into what is going on, and I'm not calling him corrupt, but at the same time, it's part of the gang. No matter how you want to slice and dice it, it's part of the gang. And I'm not sure of a leader that can come forth and be bold and do what has to be done. I was listening to this guy earlier on the show on television. What's his name? The guy from the north. It's
Is this something Yusuf? Usman Yusuf.
Usman. I can't remember. It's first name Usman. The guy was making great points. He was making some really great points. He seems to know what is going on in the country. Like, it was making good points. I mean, being a northerner, it made a point about they couldn't account for NNPC their revenue. No one could account for it for many years, that it was part of the board or something. And other sectors in other federal agencies in Nigeria, they can't account for how much they make, and I think we know that already. And this is part of the problem, the structural problem we're talking about. It's
sorry, Prince. Is that not the problem that the single treasury account was meant to solve? So all these parastatals and agencies and ministries, they should really be submitting their receipts into the central bank. That's what the single treasury account was meant to resolve.
Well, so that's to say, well, when you have a law, obviously, I'm quite confident that the leaders of this different parastatals, they know what the law says. But if you don't have enforcement, what does it matter? It don't matter. For almost 8 years or more, Emefiele could not produce, a balance sheet or any report on central bank, and the Senate or the lawmakers didn't compel him, nor did they care really. So you can have all these laws, but if there's no enforcement, it doesn't help. It doesn't help. It doesn't help. Anyway, moment.
All right, Prince. All right, thank you, Prince. Prince, we'll loop round to you as quickly as we can. Let me go from you. Apologies, everyone. Let me go to Agama because I think it's a new voice here, and we like to document new voices as they come in. So Agama, let's hear from you. On mute. Agama, you don't look like a lizard to me. So why are you?
I think I was here 2 nights ago, something like that.
Oh, were you? Oh, so you're not a new voice then. So okay, if you're not a new voice, then mute yourself. Let me come back to you. Let's go on. Let's go on then to Dewale. Let's go to I thought you were new, but if we are not new, then
all right, partially new anyway. But go ahead.
All right. Okay. Let's have an 8-minute monologue from you. What would you like to speak to? Do you want to speak to the talking points, or do you have anything in particular that you'd like to discuss?
Actually, I just want to talk about the cement prices, the hike in the cement prices. I had the last speaker was saying about there is nothing in connection with the production of cement that could cause the rise, the increase in the price of cement. I somehow disagreed with him because these people are business people. Like, you may be looking from the angle of production only, but if you put other factors into consideration, you will try to figure it out that, hey, yes, they do the production, they do their businesses, but you forget when at the end of their businesses, they use the money for other things. Like, these people go to the market, they have cars. There are some of them that are doing the cement businesses. Their children are in abroad. They do other things with the forex. So all those things are being cascaded to the price of this cement. Then if they sell it, then they must try to recover their money back for subsequent production and other transactions. Like some of them paid the price of their children's school fees in dollars, even in many parts of the country. So all those things have been attributed to the cost of this cement production. So you may not only equate it to the raw materials, limestone, all those things are being locally manufactured. Yes, but you forget that most these people go to the market to shop and do other things, which result as the cost of the food prices. So you may not only attributed it solely to the price or production aspect only. So that's what I want to say.
Yeah, but that explains a little bit, but how do you explain it going up by 300%? From about 7,000 naira to about 15,000 naira.
It's just they are just opportunities. They are just speculators. It's a psychological problem because everybody want to catch out using this period. It's not a real price, which everybody knew that it's not a real price because of this is how the moment, like this is how where the momentum is going. So everybody want to use the opportunity to cash out. This is not the real or the actual price of the cement, but because of the pressure, you may call it the fifth columnist or anything especially the middleman. So at least yes.
What of the ones that have to increase their workers' salary? You know, their salary, their workers are also human beings. They are going to meet up their daily demands and all that. So if you don't jack up your price, how are you going to meet up with this worker salary so that you maintain them in your work? Is that not a factor? Because even Buhari Cement has also increased his worker salary to about 50%. You understand? So all those stuff are included also. So if you don't increase your price, you cannot increase the price of your workers to be able to sustain them. Because those workers are also human beings. They go to the market to buy stuff expensive. So I don't know. But those factors are
All right, Agama, let me take you to another space. It was the turn of the Indigos to rule, but we were robbed. Let Nigerians deal with their hardship. This is IPOB warning Easterners, Southeasterners not to join in the protest. So what are you making first of this alleged protest that is going on? Do you think these protests, they are organic, or do you think they are politically led? And what are you making of because Ohanese came out actually yesterday or the day before when Umayamu wrote out an open letter to the Indigo worldwide to say, don't be part of it. And then IPOB, for different reasons, saying the same thing. But do you think these protests themselves, do you think they are real, or do you think they are politically motivated?
Actually, for me, it's somehow stationalized because coming from the southwest, it is organic. From the southeast, I have nothing to say because it's not affiliated to politically motivated. But I will say that it's relative to that. Why they don't want to join is because they feel that they cannot they bear the bond or carry the cross of the mistake of other people did. So they don't want to entangle themselves or get themselves involved from what other people were really warned of. So I 100% support of the open letter of what they did. So I think even my friends over there, so I even want them, hey, don't get yourself involved in any protest or in that mess. So let those who cause part of their problem, let them use their head to carry it.
All right. And the bill for the state police that is making its way rapidly through the House of Representatives at the moment, do you think it's a good idea?
This is the one I 100% I do not support it. I do not support it with many reasons. I do not support state police with so many reasons. One, forget about they are saying, hey, you need to decentralize the police system, the police architecture to this or this or this. Those things are rubbish. Look at the situation we find ourselves now. Like they are not even given the governors, the state governors, the power to control the state police. Look at what they are using. Look at what they are using it to do. Imagine a situation when you have them the absolute power. The police is being put into the residual list, which means they're gonna go to power monk or anything with it. Look at common the allocation they give to them. Look at how they manage it. That is not even police or anything. Look at how they manage it. Imagine when you give them the power to control the police system. Automatically they're gonna abuse it. They're gonna abuse it. We still come back again and be saying, hey, we need to cancel it again. I don't buy that idea. What I want them to do, if even though they want to do the state police, their power should be limited. There are some things they have to do. Maybe they should only fight crimes only. So they should not be able to indulge themselves in any political activities. But the centralized police system will be, it should be only the people that will involve themselves in the state or federal election. But automatically, if they give them the absolute power,
do you think they should set it up, but then in the build-up to the elections, the state police will come under federal command, and then after the swearing in, they go back to state authority. Is that something that?
No, what I want them to do is what Andoaka was saying today. Like, even though they want to establish it, but their power should be limited. The federal government should not give them access, the state government access to buy arms. The federal government should not give them access to buy arms. They should not give them access to be taken or any type of case they want. They should be their positions, their positions should be limited. I so much support that one. But in a situation whereby you give them 100% access to fund it, to do this, to allocate them, to position them, to do transfer, to appoint, they are going to abuse it. That one is sacrosanct. It's not negotiable. So for me, they should look into it and make a lasting position on that one.
Okay. So what is your solution to the security situation then in Nigeria? Because clearly the way security is structured at the moment, it doesn't work.
See, if the state governors want it to work, it will work. Through what? By look at the security what they are giving to them. They should do what? They should deploy it. They should deploy it to the. In fact, most of the security problem we have is currently now is hunger. If they can be able to conduct local government election, in fact, the security system will reduce by 20 to 25%. If they can only conduct local government election, it will reduce. It will automatically reduce by 20 to 25%. But since they are doing all these paddy stuff, the winner takes all and all those things, then we are not ready for anything. Because what is causing the insecurity is I don't care. Nobody really cares about anything. All those supervising councillors, all those local government chairmen, they're not putting any interest on it. Everybody run and have houses in their various state capitals. They don't care. So, but when you do this local government election, give them their resources, automatically you ask them to stay there, to live there, they deploy some security apparatus to them, then everything will be in place. But for them to be demanding the state police, even the ones they have in the state, what are they? Look at how they is it not the same police that you're using them to you be rigging in the election in front of them? They won't do anything. Imagine when they have the absolute power to control the police. Even the federal police, they used to rig election in front of them. They won't do anything. Look at in the front of INEC official, in front of police station, in front of police officers, they destroy APC primary in front of police people. They did nothing. Imagine when the governor have the absolute power to control it. It will even go worse off. So I don't buy the idea if giving them the absolute power. They have to regulate it, limit their responsibilities, so that if they do anything that is contrary to the law, automatically they will be recalled or even sanction them.
All right, Brendan. Is there anything else you were looking at in the news today before I go on to Diwali? What else caught your attention in the news today?
No, nothing much.
All right, stay with us. We'll still bring the conversation round back to you. Did Diwali just drop? I think Diwali did just drop. So let's go on then to.
I didn't drop. I'm here.
Where are you? I can't see you. Oh yeah, Diwali, your 8 minutes. They are the time monitor. So Diwali, let's hear from you.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. So my 8 minutes starts. I've been timing everybody. So I will speak on briefly on the cement issue. I think federal government need to be, paying more attention other than just this. Show your music they are playing about opening the border to import. That to me that's nonsensical. Why should federal government start importing when we have the product being produced in Nigeria with Nigerian ingredient and all that? So to me, I think the federal government, not just the cement, sector only, they should look at the other sectors that are actually really affect the life of Nigerians and declare emergency. What we have here in advanced countries, we have even at the state level declaring emergency and certain things, and by law it's supported that whenever there's a price gouging, people that are engaging in such practice are subject to prosecution because federal government, once the state or federal government declare emergency in a certain area of economy that is affecting the life of people of the subject, then the authority also have the power to prosecute whoever is engaged, in those price gouging. I mean, a lot of factors could be contributing to those increase in those prices of cement, but I still don't understand in the layman how we could be producing a product locally and yet we are still having, as somebody saying that is about the demand and supply uh, 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 basis. It doesn't make any sense. So quickly, I jump on the state policing where we have it. The process going through the second reading. I'm kind of surprised that the level of alacrity that this is being subjected to is kind of amusing. That whenever the federal government want something done, they have the way of rally around to get people to have input into it. I mean, what would it take? I know constitutional amendment is a lot of process, but whenever there's a will, there's a way. So now they see that like your Bible always say, the fire is not on the top, it's a jodori cocoa. So, and I also hear people, talking about their fear of state policing. State policing actually, I'm kind of object to it at the beginning, but if that is the route the government wanted to go, because what we have that has been sustained for years can also be empowered, or should I say, more rigged in such a way that we will have it to the lowest level. But since they are going to go through the state policing route, I think the benefit of it is more than what the fear, what people feared might ended up being. I don't think the state police should be put in the hands
I,
of
I
the
think I
government.
think I think there's almost an inevitability to it, and for all of the problems that people are identifying, what is solved is greater than what the baggages that comes with it.
Yes, but
You know, I want my policeman in Ibadan to have a tribal mark from Afijo local government area, which is my local government area. I want him to know how to eat amala. I don't want him to be some tool munching whatever.
Correct. But it's a good thing that you make mention of that. The detective, the intelligence officers, they are part of the system. They know every nooks and cranny. They speak the language. They understand the culture. So it's going to be a lot easier. And the finance, the funding of such entities should be based on the taxes because when the community knows that they are putting their money down to pay your salary, so now you are going to listen to us. We are going to ensure that what you do, your job function, is where laid out. Not just the government will be apportioning appropriating money, discriminately, and it shouldn't be. It should be based on a tax so that the community would know where their money is going to, and not just that. The people that will be employed into that, I won't call it force. I will call it department because the policing is gone beyond just carrying gun, you know, roaming around the street and looking for criminal. It's about engaging with the community. It's about the what you can call social responsibility kind of thing that your job is even more in relation with the community than just going around gallivanting around and showing off. So, and I hope that what goes into those readings, because we need to have the federal government need to engage or enable the public hearing on this so that people can contribute. Like the way people voicing their fear about being misused, being used by the executive, people need to voice that through the public hearing so that those things can be taken into account when formulating the policy or the acts that will and create those. And this idea of the not, I mean, they have their what do you call them, their moral police and all that, but I think that culturally, because of dynamic of our culture and all that, those things also need to be considered when forming state policing, because you don't tell me the culture in the north that does not support all those those things, the norms in Islamic that are allowed in the South would not be, play some kind of, you know, issues in formulating. So I think the public hearing should be engaged. And I think it should be robust, and those things should be taken into account. And then when it's finally enacted, I hope it will not be in the hands of the executive. Perhaps the head of those department will be elective in a way that people will be able to choose who they want them to head and the funding should not be controlled by the executive, so in such a way that they will not be manipulated or used against them or to buy their conscience in the long run. Yeah.
Adewale, how are you? Good evening. One man, how are you? How are you guys? Is it not still going to the police, whatever? It's still going to Senate, isn't it? So we can't really rely on the House of Rep, isn't it?
Usually they do have public hearing. They're supposed to have a public hearing. Okay, but for it goes through the
So sorry,
second.
at what phase of the process do they have public hearing? Is it at the House of Reps or when it gets to the Senate?
It's supposed to have a committee that will be, doing the what do you call the networking at a subcommittee level. That is where you have the public hearing. So with that, the submission will now be submitted to the floor of the House, where it will now be debated, through the hearing. But what we have is just a representative going about, inputting their own opinion without the input of their constituency. Because I haven't heard any committee being put in place. To me, it's just.
So Adewale, are they jumping the gun now? Are they jumping the gun?
Possibly, yes. Because what will be input in those law will be something somebody just come about that without proper thought through. Act, and we started subjecting to litigation in the future and creating confusion elsewhere. So that should be well thought out, well crafted before you get to the floor for the debate. So my time is up. Thank you. I'll come back.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So well done. I was just about to say that to you that you're all right, brilliant. So that's Dewale. So thank you, Dewale. Let's go from Dewale to let's go to Ekene. Let's go to Ekene. Jagaban. Oga Kwata. Alpha.
Thank you. I do. Just there.
Wait on the shell.
Everywhere cool now.
Everywhere cool. They don't bring light finally.
Not even light. Na fire they go bring. I beg you, forget light. Light matter, they talk about again. If you get money to buy, my only fear now is that I don't know whether now because of the strike, the price of fuel is about to increase.
Well, it has to now. It has to. You knew it was coming now.
Well, we don't die. We don't die for this country. Well, no, we're going to manage them. At least now that's what they use to sustain ourselves. But anyhow. God day. But one man, without wasting time, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. Well, I will start with the state police. That state police issue is what I support, but the kind of corrupt system we have is the fear that people are generating. Because that, for me, I support the state police, but not only state police. It should be community police. There should be community police and all those stuff. Break it down to the local
but the community police will be embedded under the state police now. It's still the same structure.
Yeah, it's still the same structure, but it has to be clearly.
Community policing will be a layer under state policing in sort of like a tiering system.
Yeah, but it has to be breakdown. It has to be, the way we make law here is that if it doesn't favor the executive, the law will not go through. So the executive will have to, just like electoral act, you see how they did it. So they will just come out tomorrow. If they know that this thing is not favoring them, they'll come out tomorrow and use one kind of nonsense English to dislodge it again. So, but if they should clearly state it out, community police and all those stuff, so that it will not be tomorrow all the power is in the executive arm, is in the hand of the governor and all those stuff. No. If it happens like that, then it will not work. But they should allow the region to, police should be regional something. It should be people on ground, Or just bring in someone from one kind of village and come and bring it to my village and say you should be policing my people. That doesn't work. You should allow the indigenous people to police themselves. That's how I feel it should be. So it should be clearly stated. Not tomorrow you go inside the bush of Boko Haram people that have terrorized people before. You bring that person inside one village in my town and tell the Boko Haram to be policing my people. It doesn't work like that. So that's my only fear. That regional issue, they should clearly state it. Rather, it will be a failure. So I expect them to do it diligently in a transparent manner. So I support it, but in a transparent way, in a way that it will not only favor the executive, because if it doesn't favor them, it will not go through. That's how I see our system. And they should back it up with resource control. That resource control is very, very...
Sheyi Makinde is pushing that narrative at the moment, resource control.
Yeah, that resource control is very, very, very fundamental for our system to grow. Because that resource control will remove... it will make this governor begin to think how to generate revenue. You see, you cannot tell me, just for instance, one man, you know that every day, your father, or every month, you have like 500,000 naira or 1 million naira to go and collect from your father's account. How can you be productive? You will not be productive now, except it takes by the grace of God for you to know, yes, I have to channel this money to other productive factors. But without that, without you being more intelligent and how to, that's how our government works. These guys know that whether they work, whether they don't work, at the end of every month, Abuja go bring money. So that is the issue.
You know what they call that in Yoruba language? They say Ogata, Ogauta, Owo Alaru. Yeah, that's what they call that. Yeah.
I wish
all these years. Say something to me in Yoruba. Can I say something to me in Yoruba? After 25 years in Lagos, say something to me in Yoruba.
Leave me alone.
Look at this guy. Next time you go village, I go make sure say you must show visa before you enter Lagos. If you go next Christmas, so if you are coming back, you must show visa unless you can speak Yoruba. No entry.
No, Alan. I go try. I go try, but my area here is very hard to speak Yoruba because it's dominated Igbo. It's very hard, not all very hard, honestly. It's very hard to learn Yoruba here.
All right, sorry.
Just like you're staying in your village also. So, but for me, that resource control, if the government did not look into it, then they are not serious. Because that oil, I still maintain that the problem we still have is the oil in the south. That oil is still our problem. You can see how the executive, how they are running to share the money in oil. They are not thinking of, if I pass through the southwest, the Ondo area and all those stuff and see those empty land that are not being utilized, it pains me a lot. I don't know why. Even though we in the southeast, we don't have such land, but if you pass through the southwest, we are not talking we're not talking about the north, but the southwest. If you look at those empty land that are not being utilized, are you going to ask yourself, when are they going to make use of this land? Are they just there to just come and go without making use of it? So, but I don't know when these governors will begin to think. So what the federal government should do is to remove them from that monthly allocation. If you must come to Abuja, you must bring it should be loan. The federal government should help you by giving you loans or grants to develop your resources. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. This thing is getting too much. All these our elected officials are just behaving like animals. People that don't think. I don't know. They're just behaving anyhow, doing what they like, bringing this country down every day by day. So the boss still stop on Tinubu's table. If he wants to do it, he has the capacity, he has the opportunity now to do it for his government to work. If he doesn't want to do it, it's left for him not to do it. So, but I think that is the best way to go.
All right, let me take you to one more space. Wale, did you want to interject with Wale?
Okay, by Akinwale, right?
Yeah, Akinwale. No, so there are two Wales now. Yes, yeah.
So thank you very much, sir. My own point as regards what was it, Baba? He said something about bringing back Beta Edo.
No, that was Richard. That was Richard.
No, okay, Richard. Okay. For me, it's not about bringing back Beta Edo, and when they say they are distributing 25,000 to the poor, the poorest, or whatever, what is the yardstick for which they use to measure it? How do they know who is poor? What statistics have they got in Nigeria to say that they are distributing 25,000 each for people? I think that for me, I think that is just another means of.
You mean how do they determine who the poorest are?
Yeah, that is the yardstick they used. No.
And if they identify the poorest, how do they create an audit trail for us to know that? Because the poorest, they don't have a bank account, they don't have anything that can be audited.
Yeah, so that is my point. I just feel like this is just another way of siphoning the money again. For me, I think it's waste of time. It's just waste of money, and they're just trying to do something funny. That aside, the issue of regional police, or was it regional state policing? For me, like I said before, it is a good idea. But then the problem with Nigeria as a whole is that these things. We just keep on picking up. As a country, we pick up a few things from different system of government from different parts of the world. All this state policing and all it comes from the US. But the idea is, are you practicing the way it is being practiced in the US? You see, and that is what Mr. Ekene is getting into. So the issue here is there are so many things involved in having a state police. Who is controlling their funds, or where is the funds coming from? Who is controlling that police service? Who is a lot of things? And when you look at the state of the United States, you realize that a state in the United States is almost like a country of its own. It's almost like a country of its own, and that's resources that comes out of each state. There is a percentage that goes to the federal, to general ports. But I think major part of their resources remains in the state. So the question is, before you now start talking about state policing, what is the IGR of each state? How are they trying to make money? What are they doing in making money? So if they don't make enough money, or they are not innovative enough to make money, how would they sponsor state police? It doesn't make sense for federal government or the federal police to be administering the payment of salary for the state police. Why then? It doesn't make sense. They just leave them as federal police, because it's still the same thing. You see, there must be different control for the state police and the federal, but then there is no law to back it up. All these ones that say they are passing the, they need to go back to the real cocoa of the matter. And the real cocoa of the matter is for them to have a proper federalism. If they don't have that, or regional style of government, or do something like that, so that each region will be like a country, a semi-country, or each state. We have some controls, maybe taxation, things like that. At least it happens in the United Kingdom. That is why each area have their own, each region, each kingdom have their own parliament. They have powers over certain parts of their economy and of their resources and all that. But I think the military power, the federal government of the United Kingdom hold that as a control system, and some other 2 or 3 things, so that at least they have control over the state. But what we are saying is, you cannot have a functioning state police, for me, without having a proper federalism, true federalism, and having this proper way of doing things. Another thing is, Mr. Ikene mentioned it. You talk about state police. Now, the state police now, you now decide, you end up having issues like Mr. Ikene has lived in Lagos for 25 years. Let's now assume
and he doesn't speak Yoruba.
Now,
he can't even say good morning. Is that bad? He can't say good morning in Yoruba.
Look at it from this angle. He doesn't speak Yoruba, but let's face the fact, according to the law of Nigeria, it's a negotiation. Now he now chooses to want to be a police officer under the state police. We can't speak Yoruba. He doesn't know. He probably knows the terrain, but then there will be something like, oh, he's not Yoruba. He's not a negotiation. We can't employ him. And the truth of the matter is, even for himself, how will he communicate? How would he integrate himself with the community that he is policing? You know, we have in the UK, we have people like we have special constables. You know, special constables, they are just like community police. They go around with bikes, bicycles. They go around, going around. They don't have guns, but they still do the work. They still police people. They still see people. They say, oh, they notice your actions, the way you do. They come to you, they approach you, they talk to you. In the community, they know them. They know them very well. You know, in the community, because they come from that community. You see, so we have a lot of things. I don't understand why they are rushing this thing. You know, they just rushing everything. They just want to pass it through. You know, it's gone through past second reading, the final reading, that goes to the Senate, and all those things. The truth of the matter is, we are not facing the issues that we need to face. Coming to the issue of the cement.
Hold on, Akiwale. I thought you just wanted to interject with the Ekene. Hold on. I'll still come back to you. But let me get back to Ekene. Ekene, let me take you to this last headline, and then from there we go on to. Do we have Bishop? Where's Bishop? Bishop's dropped. And then we go to Ajan Lekoko. So Ekene.
One man, I sent you a message. I said, let me go next. I'm really busy. I just wanted to say something after Ekene.
All right. Let's take Ekene to one more topic. Then we'll come to you. Then after you, Ajan Lekoko. Lagos justifies computer village relocation. Says current location residential area. So what politics do you think is in play there?
One man. Well, for me, it's very difficult to relocate business. It's very difficult to relocate your business from where you usually base to do your business. But who am I to fight Lagos State government on their decision? It's for the people doing business there. Because even in my own market, they have already given us order. I told you last time, we have started rebuilding the market.
One man, Ekene, how are you, my brother? Yeah,
I'm fine.
One man, can I please ask Ekene something, please?
Yeah, of course, carry on.
Yes, yeah. Do you agree that the computer village of today is a residential area, residential place? I know you've been there. Do you see the settlement?
Yeah, it looks like the residential area. Yeah, because for me, I don't usually go to that side. Yeah, but it looks like a residential area. But the only thing is that it's very difficult to relocate business. So the only thing I would want government to do is to do things that don't affect the livelihood of people, especially in this difficult time. Things are too bad. So they should know the right thing to do as a government so that it doesn't affect the livelihood of people, especially in this time we are. So that's the only thing I have to say. But if they should get them a better place to do that business, more comfortable and all that stuff, and they feel that it's okay for them, no problem. So I don't have anything to say about that much. So one man, and another thing is the Igbo not joining protest and all that. I think the point is clearly made. It's clearly made. From the starting of Buhari to this regime, people will say Igbo people don't really want to vote for APC. It's not like Igbo people don't want to vote for APC, but a lot of factors are involved. It's not Buhari was not rejected the first time by the Igbo. he was rejected even when he picked up an Igbo vice. I think about 2 times or 3 times. He picked up an Igbo vice. Igbo people said, no, they're not going to vote for you. You're not capable to lead this country. But at the end of the day, if one find an alliance with Asiwaju, so for an Asiwaju to become the president of Nigeria, he need that alliance. And that is what just happened. So that alliance doesn't mean anything. What matters is who is going to govern Nigeria and make it great. So Igbo rejected him in the first time, rejected him in the second time. We see the outcome. So, but this one now, Asiwaju, we don't know. I cannot say Igbo people did not reject it. Igbo people rejected it. But he has himself to prove. Has to prove himself that I have the capacity. So that in the next election, I think if he has the capacity and do well in the first time, if Igbo man should reject him, then that should be that Igbo man not want to vote him. But if he prove himself to perform, I think a lot of people will still support him in the second term. So it's for him to do the right thing, to move the country forward. But as the country is going now economically, Igbo people might say, yeah, we don't want to go into protest. But they still have it in mind that this man is not performing. And if things continue like this, I don't see anybody voting him. He might still win. But you cannot compel Igbo man to still vote him. He might still win. That doesn't change the fact.
Kenneth, there's a very good likelihood that 2027 will simply follow the pattern of 2023. But if PDP go and present a southern candidate, then Tinubu will win by a landslide. If there are no northerners in 2027, Tinubu will win by a landslide.
That's nonsense politics we play in Nigeria. We don't think about the nation. We only think about if this person finish, it will be my next kinsman turn. So that is the only. In fact, it's a factor. It's a very big problem to our development, but people don't see it. So it will take us a very long time.
It's a problem though, but you know what's always puzzled me, Ekene, is that people don't seem to maybe they must realize, but they don't seem to accept the reality of Nigerian politics. Nigerian politics is a I think Akinwale was even telling us he's practiced politics and he identified that it's religion and tribe. And that will, why would it not be a factor in 2027 when it has been the main two things for the last 60-something years? In 2027, the North, they will look at the landscape. They will say, can we tolerate Tinubu for another 4 years? If they can't, then they will do all they can to remove him and replace him with another northerner. But if they feel they can endure him, they will let him have his remaining 4 years and then pick it up after him. But they are not. You know this now. How can this
I know it.
There's no northerner that will vote for a southern candidate apart from Tinubu because it doesn't serve them that means then they'll be out of power for 12 years.
I know this. I know it, one man. But it's a very big factor to our development. Why we're not developing? It's a very big factor. The only reason why Tinubu should get a second term is his performance. If we are serious in this country, that's the only reason why he should get a second term in office. But if it is because we want to have power in the next 4 years and all that, then we continue to wallow in our ignorance. But I know, me as an Igbo man, the only reason why Tinubu will get my support in 2027 is his performance. So I will say, okay, after all, he has done well in the second term. Okay.
Let me tell you why Tinubu should get your vote. Tinubu should get your vote as an Igbo man for reasons of expediency. Let me explain what I mean. We've seen now in 2 electoral cycles, even 3 electoral cycles now, that the Nigerian presidency, it doesn't, the Southeastern vote doesn't impact very decisively on who gets there. So we saw Buhari go into Aso Rock twice without the Southeast. We've seen Tinubu now go into the Aso Rock without the Southeast. So that's 3 cycles. So if you don't, it serves you more to give him your vote so that he can look to you favorably.
No, it doesn't serve me more.
If you don't give him your vote, it doesn't impact him, but it negates you.
No, it doesn't serve me more. It doesn't serve me more. It's just like, even if he wants to align with the Southwest for the rest of Nigeria, it doesn't mean anything to me. Why? Because I will always be justified. Yeah, until we get it right. You understand? My own is how far? What is the achievement? That's my own. How have you built the economy? That's my own. See, if you know an Igbo man, he's not concerned. He's not concerned in all these politics. You guys playing politics and all that, and that's the spirit of an Igbo man. Once the economy is flowing very well, Igbo man cannot even think of anything politics. It's the least thing in their mind. They just want to do their business and survive. If you know them very well, you understand. So in them, voting a candidate is who is going to improve my business. He's going to make the economy work well for me. That's the only thing they think about. If you know them very well, it's all this politics stuff and all this who will be the next president, is he my brother and all that. How does that favor me? It doesn't favor me now. What favors me today is to get a government that will make my economy runs very well. Make my livelihood better. I'll go in the market, get things I want in a very good affordable price, live a good life, have electricity, train my children. My children should be able to go to school and all those stuff. So what concerns me if you're a Yoruba or an Hausa man doing that for me? It doesn't make sense to me. So, but if we think that is why you always see Igbo vote the way they vote. And if they say no to this, I know it is a no. Even if you win. It doesn't mean anything. If you win. So it's just like today now, they say, I don't want to join the protest. Let them fight their fight. Yes, it still justify them. They're on their own, doing their things the way they want to do it. If you think politics is the only way you can survive as a region, then continue to play that politics. The day that you wake up and see that doesn't help you, then maybe we'll have a rethink as a nation. But for now, we are not thinking as a nation. We're only thinking of ourselves. Selfish. We just have our selfish interests. Who is going to, even the people you appointed from your region to do the work, is that okay? Does that, coming from your region, does that make them qualify to do the job? It doesn't make them qualify to do the job. A lot of them are flopping, if we should tell ourselves the truth. So if I should go there as an Igbo man, I appoint the whole Igbo people in the cabinet as an Igbo president. Does that make sense? It doesn't justify it. It doesn't make any sense. You understand? So even if they like, if you want to take all the position, Buhari did it. How far? He took all the position, all the major position, and positioned them in the north. At the end of the day, what's the outcome? Tinubu still continuing that trajectories. What's the outcome? So let us talk to ourselves. Let's talk to ourselves if we really want this nation to grow. But if we don't want it, 2027, you can still vote in as Suwaju whether he didn't perform. It doesn't make any sense. So dollar, you say what you are trying to do now is to separate yourself from the dollar. But when you want to compare your development and all that, the reason why there is inflation, you bring in foreign countries that didn't concern you. But you separate yourself from the dollar. You forgetting that you are a dollar economy. As the dollar continues to grow, to go high, your economy, your inflation continue to go high. We don't know that. Even the food you eat, dollar affect it. It must affect it in one way or the other. But we don't want to tell ourselves the truth. So anybody that don't have the capacity to govern and put our economy in a better position, it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter. You don't know it, you don't know it. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So that's the elegant Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. Let's go on from you then let's go to War Pace. War Pace. You wanted to you said you were in War Pace.
Yeah, thank you, Waman. Where do you want me to start from? Or do you want me to just free flow?
You can free flow, or you can speak to because I know you are monitoring the Edo elections at the moment. Edo Guba Labour Party leadership plotting to handpick candidate. So this is Olumide Apata raising alarm. He actually wrote a letter to Mahmoud Yakub.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I think it seems that the three parties in Edo State are having serious problem. And again, if we can crucify Oshomole for his last shenanigans he just did by handpicking somebody to represent APC, then why are we not looking at Labour? Is Labour exempted? Same thing Abakaliki did, trying to handpick Aswen. I think that already handpicked Aswen. This is the problem we Nigerians are facing. I say the government is the reflection of the people they govern, and I say the government are the people, by the people, for the people. And we keep complaining the government is not doing better. Really? I believe the greatest gift the Westerners gave to us to divide us is Western education, because it's not for us. When you see Nigerian goes to abroad, they perform very well. But when you're in Nigeria, we do nothing rather to look for loopholes to bring ourselves down. It's nonsense.
So sorry, did we have an educational system before the Western education came?
It doesn't matter.
So we should subsist in ignorance. We would have been better off subsisting.
Are we not in ignorance right now?
No, we are not. We
are. That's why I wanted to speak to Baba.
The Western education is not for us.
Yes.
It's not. Of all of the things that have been said on this platform, that's the biggest one.
It's not for us, because we are divided us. Western education is like a Bible to us that every pastor can interpret it the way they deem fit and go scot-free with it. Sorry, do not respect to Baba. You ask him a direct question, and you wanted to ask him about this, said, don't go back. And he said, I don't have no dog in the fight. I can read his body language. We don't have no dog in the fight, really? The APC that you charge us so much, that wants to face the country, that cannot conduct a primaries for themselves, bringing out 4 candidates. I was watching international media today. I watched on Japanese yesterday. What a disgrace. And you expect international...
How have they resolved that, by the way? Who is the candidate?
Not resolved.
So there's no candidate, no APC candidate for Edo yet.
They are claiming your candidate. That's the funniest thing. And this is APC that is doing it. This is a national concern. Even though I understand you have the right not to speak about it, but at least this is your party. Just make 1 or 2 statements. Well, what they are doing, we are looking into maybe to resolve it. But you say you don't have no dog in the fight because it only concerns you.
Sorry, what please? Who is Ganduje saying is the candidate? Ganduje.
He didn't say anybody's candidate. He just congratulated Dennis Deco. He didn't say the candidate.
If you congratulate him,
and they said, and they are hearing from what they are saying on the national TV channel, they said actually it was not really Ganduje. It was I think a fake this thing. It was not from their handle, of the APC handle. So what are we not talking about? It's very funny what we are talking about here in Nigeria, that we want it to succeed. And I hear my good brother, my bros, Richard saying, bring out better Adu. Really? Because the ministry is suffering because of 1 person? So we don't have, the ministry have like 4,000 workers. So because of 1 lady that they suspended, so the ministry cannot function. Every ministry in that country, I think, have a mirror ministry that can act as an acting before the other ministry comes back, if it's on a kind of asylum. It's just funny. We're not talking about the billions released to that place. Where's the money? We're not talking about the billions but Jamil have released there, even when suspended, but do have suspended. We don't talk about it because it's for us. It favors us. Let me go quickly to cement. And I said this here 2 days ago, and I said it yesterday. When we were talking about cement, we said no, it's the dealers that don't holding it. But when there's some of the people that produce the cement, how come they're able to slash price to 7,000 immediately? Why didn't they go hold the dealers? I mean, it's funny. We see all the truth in our front, and we try to speak English that is not our language. Like Felato to Falana, say it thief, not be loot. Say it thief, now only, not be fraud. We always want to use an English word to cover our problem. If what we are discussing here is discussing in Benin, Yoruba, and Igbo, do you think we will not come to one conclusion that they are all rogues because you cannot deceive your father in your own language. Because you're now using a different language, people don't know what you're talking about. That's what's happening to us. That's why I said education is the biggest problem they give to us, the Western education. We have our own education before the Western token. We're not staying on top of trees. If we don't have education, well, we're telling our forefathers to come and sign treaty. But it's really bad. It's really saddening that what's going on. Look at dollars flying every day. And we leave the bigger picture. When they went after some national people, including the Dangote, every side changing in Nigeria. Kidnapping started. The last started going up. Just sending a message that they don't control the country. While they do came out and say, "Oh, our mind, we cannot touch it. We cannot touch the people that is doing it because they are big people in Nigeria." They said, "If you're not ready for the heat, get out of the kitchen." Kaduso, we are complaining that the dollar is flying up. They said the dollar. Somebody said the dollar. The governors are going to pay the dollars. Yes, I agree to a certain extent. But I said it yesterday that both the Kaduso and the president and the governor and the politicians are the one buying the dollars they are bringing out. It's not the poor man. It's not me. It's not you. Not even your cousin. None of us have allocation to get dollars. Central bank doesn't send dollars to individuals. They sell it to downstream media like from banks. Where does that money go from the bank? Who owns the bank? It's not the politicians. No, the country is not good. Tony Olumelu is declaring 1.something trillion as profit last year, at this year, at the beginning of this year. And we are talking. What is wrong with us? When will we stand one day and have a unity voice and condemn one thing for once and say, this is not good? Whenever we say something is not good, we must see some people that will come out today with their own excuse or finding excuse like, no, it's not like it's not good, but it's all right this way.
All right, 2 more minutes, please. 2 more minutes.
Thank you. I'll round up my 2 more minutes soon. And we'll talk about state police. I hear people say, no, you're that guy that came, if you give state police, because he has personal beef, either with Zodema or whoever, you say, okay, state police is not good. This is like a case of cutting your nose to spite your face. And this is the same state police, the same policing, we are complaining that federal government, the power is so concentrated in the center. So let's reduce the power. Let's make it state. So you think there's a state police, the same thing we are facing from the president, is that what we're going to face from the governor? If there's a state police, then you shall remove the power from the government. Just as way in America, you vote your commissioners and the police run on their self independently. The governor don't have power over them. That's why I said Western education is not good for us. It's a problem in this country. We can speak all the English we can speak. The economy will not work until we go down, fold our sleeve up, and do it simple. It's simple, practical. Have they gone after how do you call them? Aboki that exchanging dollars? Seize all Aboki today and say, let everybody go to bank and buy dollars. You see the dollar will not come down. We don't even know how much dollar they release. My woman, let me hit the floor for you for now. Let the next person go on. Thank you.
All right, Bilan. Excellent. Thank you, Ope. So, Ajale Koko, you're up next. Ajale Koko.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, subscribe if you haven't done so. Yeah, take me through the point, woman.
Okay. Let's kick it off here, Ajale Koko. Federal government to audit 22.7 trillion naira ways and means loans approved by former President Buhari. Ajale Koko, do you know, and I imagine that you do know, that Buhari, he borrowed more in excess of what every other administration in the history of Nigeria has ever borrowed combined? Did you know that? Not that he borrowed more than each individual administration, he borrowed more than all of them combined.
Let me tell you, woman.
And where is that money? And what has he done with it?
Well, Emefiele should be asked that question. So, Emefiele is the one that will that have question to answer. Not Buhari. Yes, some of us could look at, Buhari as the federal government took those loans from Mefele, and the investigation would reveal to us if federal government is qualified for those loans. If they are not qualified for those loans, why did the Mefele, violated the CBN Act that limited the amount to borrow to which is 5% of revenue of the federation of the for the preceding year. Why did he violate it? That's the question they're gonna ask him. And
is it why or how? Because the real question
both.
is why are there not sufficient enough checks that stops him? So that tells you that the system is not robust enough. They should have made it impossible for that to happen.
Look, woman, Emefiele run the central bank with absolute illegality,
impunity, as we like to
and impunity with illegality, that everything you want to call it, the worst of the worst way that person can, the rules, everything, it violated everything. So this news should not even come out. It shouldn't be a headline in the news, because Emefiele is being investigated already, and there's no way they're going to investigate him that they won't investigate this issue of ways and means. So I don't know why they are making it as if it's a big. It's not. Emefiele is under investigation, and he cannot escape this. So the ways and means is part of those corrupt, the corruption that he perpetrated through an embezzlement of fund that he perpetrated during his term of office. With these ways and means is what we've never seen in the history of that country before. So to me, it's under investigation. They should investigate him thoroughly. Other people that are connected with him in this corrupt act should as well be arrested and go through legal investigation and prosecution. So that's my take on that. And then let me talk on the police, the creation of state police. I think Nigeria is long overdue for it. I don't know why some people are showing resentment at this. I don't know what they're scared for. Scared of. If they have the state police, the state government will abuse their operation, to their own advantage. They will use it to molest their political opponent and use it to rig the election and stuff like that. The federal police does not function. The federal police is like if not for the state that fund Nigerian police in each of their states, that buy them equipment, that buy them, the gadget and other.
Ajale Koko, good evening.
Yeah.
Just Ajale Koko, Ejo, just imagine police stop helping our federal police in each state. Just imagine how the state is going to be. Just imagine that. They bought car for them.
Mm-hmm.
They bought weapon for them. What are they not doing for them?
Everything.
One man. It's lost like the state own the police. What in federal government they do?
Federal government doesn't do anything. They bought them uniform. They bought them, everything. They bought them equipment, they bought them patrol vehicle, they bought them, communication gadget, everything. Particularly Lagos State. Lagos State even bought them helicopter. They bought them boats.
There was a time that Dangote was buying them vehicles and all that.
I mean, what are we talking about? What is our people scared of?
Even village is built police station for them. Some villages they built police station. They do a lot of things for them now. So what is there?
It's a dead department. It's a dead police, and the policing system in Nigeria is dead. If not for the state that are funding them heavily. I mean, federal government does not fund 1% of what state fund the police.
Baba Aja, can I please interject?
Go ahead.
I think we are missing certain things here when it comes to this issue of police. If we can take our mind back, we will discover that the state governors are just playing with the Nigerian population. Because when it comes to election, you will see a state governor, when he's having an issue with his opponent, he will control the police. But when it comes to insecurity, they will come out and tell you they don't have power over the police. So I don't know if some of us are seeing what the state governors are doing.
Now, let me ask you a question. Do they
I don't think
have power over the
are
police?
truthful.
By the law, do they even have power over the police? Do they have law? Do they have power over them? Can they control the police by law and tell me, let's go by law now? But then they call them the chief security officer.
They are the chief security officer of the state.
Chief security officer that cannot control the police department. So what are we talking about? So,
Baba, but when it comes to politics, I think all of us know what happened between Wike
that
and
is police corruption for you. It is not. That is police corruption.
So the thing is that when it comes to insecurity, we should hold them responsible.
You can't hold the governor responsible because they don't have any power to control and deploy the police.
But they have power to control the police when it comes to politics.
Forget about that one. That one is corruption by the police department. It is not the. If the what do you say? If the police department is not corrupt, they can resist them. They can refuse them, and not allow them to be used against political opponents. Because that is not the job they are there to do. They are there to monitor the election and make sure that election is not. I mean, there is no, how do I describe it? There is no insecurity against the election practices. That is what they are there to guarantee safety and make sure that the election, is well conducted. They should monitor it and ensure that there is safety and people for life and property and people that are voting. There is safety for them. But you see, police for the reason of corruption will, allow themselves to be used by the governor and go after political opponents. So that is the corruption that we are talking about in federal police. So look,
Adale Koko, do you know individual people bought vehicles for police? I've seen that in your state. So if I'm Olowo Poroku now, I bought vehicle for Yano Yesti police station. Can I do anything wrong in that community?
Oh, you can.
The federal government is opening more crime.
Yes, more crime.
Yes, I'm Olowo Poroku. I bought a bond for police.
Yes.
I did something. The DPO will come and arrest me.
Never.
It's not going to happen.
So look, it is long overdue. I think what we need to do is to make a law that if the fear is that they can use that state police, against political opponent, then we can make a law to say, okay, the state police will not participate in election matter. We will leave that for the federal. I mean, federal has been doing it for all this year. We have seen them, monitoring and safeguarding the election process. So they can keep it with them that, okay, it is federal police that will be in charge of safety for election. So keep the state police out of election. Let us away from doing anything with election. Let them focus on insecurity. Let them focus on the crime in their state. That is the way forward. And let the state equip them. And by so doing, any state where you have insecurity, you can hold the governor responsible because he's the commander-in-chief of the police department in that state. But now you can't hold them because the law does not give them that power over the police. You can't hold the state governor responsible for any insecurity in any state of the federation. In fact, we have to commend these people. Every state of that federation fund the Nigerian police heavily than the federal government. They should be commended. Every state governor in that country giving that funding and support and everything for to Nigerian police department in their state. So I don't know the fear. I don't get it. It's long overdue, and we must have it now. And the best that Tinubu can do, if he really, but I know he cannot do it because he's a politician. They want to win. They are crooked people. They want to win election by, their crooked way of doing it and winning election. The best thing that they can do is to stand up for Nigerian people, to ensure that the local government function in Nigeria. Local government must function. If local government does not function, you can't have governance in that country. Good governance will never come to that country. Never. Never. Good governance will never come. It is only when the local government function, that is when the people at the grassroots, that is when government, the presence of government will be felt in every nook and cranny of that country. But when the local government does not function the way it is now, forget about, you can never have good governance in Nigeria. We just be parabolating the way we are doing, and it'll be getting worse and worse every day, every year, in and out. So that is the best thing that Tinubu can do for Nigerian people. You must stand up for Nigerian people to make sure that the state leave the local government alone to function autonomous on their own. The federal government does not interfere with the state affairs. So the state affairs too should not interfere with the local government affairs. That is the best thing that they can do. And they can use the federal police, when they have the, the state police, the federal police, if they are the one in charge of election matter, it should use them to ensure that election at the local government is held, peacefully and without interruption from any state government. So that is the best thing that Tinubu can do to that country, so that we can have good governance across the country. So what is another matter there? One man.
All right. Senate President Godswill Akpabio claims protests on current economic hardship are being sponsored. So Akpabio not alone in that thought. A lot of people they feel they feel that there's it feels somewhat contrived this protesting. Not to say that there are no hardship in the land. Everybody knows there is, and not to say that the people are not agitated, but there seems to somewhat be some sort of orchestration between this somewhat coordinated protest that we're seeing up and down the country. Are you aligned with the Senate president in his thoughts?
He's a stupid man. It's a stupid man and others that are saying that people are being sponsored to protest. So protest is not enshrined. It's not the right of Nigerian people to protest. Or what they are protesting for does not matter. Are they just protesting just for the fun of it? Is it not for the hardship that the administration have inflicted on Nigerian people that they are protesting against? What should they, if they are responsible, what should they be doing now? Should they not roll up their sleeve and start doing the right thing for Nigerian people? Roll out policy, program that will, give life to Nigerian people and not hardship and not poverty and not, how do I do? What is the worst thing that can happen to human being on earth? It's just stupidity, one man, that people in the position of authority like that, because of the tendency of in them to oppress the people and stifle the voices of opposition. That is why, with impunity, they have enjoyed this for a long time. That is why he's speaking in this manner. The Constitution of Nigeria gives Nigerians the right to protest. So Nigerians are carrying out their right, and he's saying they say, oh, he should give thanks. He should give thanks. He should have commended the Igbo people that are not protesting now. He should have rolled out, in addition to what he said, that I commended the Southeast. They are the best people in Nigeria that are not protesting. So the people that protested in Niger State, in Kaduna, in Ibadan, they are stupid Nigerian people. It's just, I can't believe this kind of irresponsible leadership that we have in place, that everything where they fail, they want to blame others for their failure. When they fail, they don't want to agree that they failed, but rather blame others. Oh, it was Buhari that brought this hardship. It was the hardship of the mess that Buhari left behind that we are solving. You are solving the mess that Buhari left behind, and you are making it messy on the people. So what are you solving? They are protesting. Oh, what do you call it? It's our detractors that are behind the protest. Oh, when Buhari was there, it was Jonathan problem that we are solving. Jonathan messed up the country. All this kind of excuses is just a bunch of stupidity from these people that are not qualified to be in the position of leadership. So, on the, I think it's IPOB you said was calling on people not to protest, one man, right?
Yes, IPOB are now calling. You remember that Ohaneze called on them not to protest yesterday, 2 days ago. But IPO, which surprised me somewhat, because they are somewhat doing Tinubu a favor even with this, because at least he knows that it doesn't have the Southeasterners to contend with them. Economic hardship, IPOB once against protest in the Southeast.
One man, na Shakara Oloje. When Chanda sing that song, Shakara Oloje ni Ojelo.
Gbadue Ajale Koko, Gbadue.
Shakara Ulo.
Baba, how do you think of Shakara now? Explain that.
All right. Explain, Ajale Kokobo. Ajale Koko, with your permission, let me bail. I have something to do very early. So let me bail, hand over to Thomas.
But one man, there is a serious news you didn't bring up today.
Which is what?
You didn't see that shooting that happened between BDC in Abuja and the FCC?
No, that was yesterday now.
Yesterday now. It's supposed to be today's news now.
No, we touched over it yesterday, but it's there to be discussed as you guys carry on. Thank you, everyone. Hand over to Thomas. Ajale Koko still have the floor. Thomas, Bishop next, Oroyo here. Kenneth still has more to say. So keep the conversation going. Thank you, everyone.
One man, have a restful night.
Thank you, Baba. The super chatters are Ola and Ayo. So thank you to the two of them. So thank you to them. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you. So
yeah, go on. Yeah.
Na Shakara now. Who told you say they go protest? Wait, the time go come. They go come outside, come protest. Where? Yeah.
Do you know their reason for saying that?
What is that?
Let me say their reason. They said, since you guys determined not to vote for the Igbo candidate, so any wars that come over you guys, you should bear it. So that is their excuse.
Well,
is it valid?
Let me tell you one.
Thomas.
Let me tell you, whether they like it or not, or they don't like it, what they are doing is another form of protest. We have protest different kind, different way. Sit at home protest day. Go on the street. What? Go on the street protest. That one day. So those one where they do go on the street protest. Those one are doing their own. They are doing sit at home protest.
That is their part of protest.
Protest. So they don't know that they are protesting. They'll say, okay, we are not going on the street, but we protest at home. We will not join you on the street. So they should tell them that kudos to them for their own sit at home protest. So they should not tell us all this nonsense that we don't want to join. We don't want to join them in.
Oga Jaloko. In a much, the Igbos what the Igbos that Ohaneze and IPOB. Let me say IPOB. They gave excuse like, we don't want to join the protest. Whatever Nigeria facing, we should bear it. That's a stupid example or let me say explanation. But it would be good for them to say to their own people. Right now, people don't protest, even though you are protesting for your right. The government will find a way to blame it on you because it's the Southeast protest that everybody hates. Believe me not, if a Southeastern start protesting right now, the government will blame every problem, even the rise of dollar, on them. They will not say it's a genuine protest anymore because we already labeled them bad. Even though they are protesting for their right. And I commend them not to protest. Even now, hold on, let me land. You come in. Even now that they are not protesting, people are still trying to connect them with it. That we are having on that tune, like their voice don't sound Yoruba, or their voice don't sound this. Really, really. We need to show you that this government doesn't have a plan to solve the problem on the ground. They're looking for somebody to blame for it. Thank you. You can interject. Sorry, I was interjecting. Coco. Continue. Thank you.
Baba Aja, can I interject, please?
Yeah, go ahead, my man.
So I will say people will always blame them. Why? Because if you see the current protest, now I think to a very large extent is peaceful. But if they should come in now, you will see this uzobu spirit inside. So that's why people will always blame them. So not that people are just blaming them. There are certain things people see why they blame them. So that's just my interjection.
My brother, I agree with you. That's why I was saying that the ONZ or the IPOF should have make it clear to them that if we get involved, we will spoil it. Not painting it like since Nigeria is suffering, they should stay back. You're all in the same shoes. You're all suffering the same thing. They're not buying fuel 20 naira in their own place. But they should come out and say, my people, don't enter this protest, because if you enter, you will spoil it because of your way of doing things. You are too frontal. You won't know when to stop. And that will make actually a good sense to me. People probably don't make to other people, but that will go a long way and solve a lot of problems. Thank you. I hear the floor.
Okay, let me tell you this. What they don't know is that Nigeria belongs to all of us. And they have the responsibility to speak up against bad leadership. What we have in Nigeria today is bad leadership. If they don't speak up, it could know that they are accepting this leadership and the way they govern the space. It is when you speak up against bad governance, that is when people know where you stand. I don't know the strategy they are adopting. Is a dumb strategy as far as I'm concerned. If all Igbo people, particularly I'm talking about the entire East, saying they don't want to speak up, because it's you Yoruba people and you Hausa people that voted for make una take. Does the policy of the government won't the policy affect them?
Babaja, let me help you a little.
Won't it affect them? It affects all of us. And it must affect them the more. But don't keep silence and keep dying in silence. Nobody should remain under his bed this time. We must all speak up. It doesn't matter. We must speak up. The country belongs to all of us. Some people cannot gang up against the country. What you see going on in Nigeria today,
Yes.
When you see people in government, only them enjoying the commonwealth of Nigerian people, of the nation, and you don't want to speak up, you are dumb.
Baba, can I interject? I think everybody had. The country does not belong to all of us. Respectfully. Yes.
Come on now. Because you don't know all of us.
Yes. Some people have the numbers to make out president, and some people know how to align with the power.
Don't go there now. Ekene.
No, let me finish now. Let me finish now. No, let me finish. You have made your point now. I've raised my own points too. The country does not belong to all of us. Quite well. It has been stated in many areas. Even me, that one sometimes if I see it, I just overlook it. Igbo man cannot do this. Igbo man cannot do this. Igbo man cannot do this. So if Igbo man cannot do this, if Igbo man cannot be president, if Igbo man cannot make himself a president, if Igbo man cannot do this and all those stuff, then why should they bother themselves, worry about the affairs of what is going on in the nation? The best thing for an Igbo man to do is just sit back and figure out how to survive. That's the best thing I think an Igbo man can do in this kind of country that they live in. You understand? But the country does not belong to all of us. The country is meant for the people that have the population to make the president. It belongs to the people that know how to align to produce a president. It belongs to the people that know how to control the resources of the nation. So how does the country belong to all of us? You just talk about the cement price and all those stuff. Yeah, you just talk about the cement price and all those stuff. Those things are meant for certain people in a country. You understand? But in Igbo land, we have somebody that would have.
No problem.
Yeah. In Igbo land, we have somebody that would have helped us to to build up cement and all those stuff in the form of Ibeto. But because of the powers that be, no Ibeto today is controlled by 2 individuals from the north. So the country does not belong to all of us. It belongs to certain group of people that knows how to.
You have your opinion, which I do respect.
Yeah.
And I'm about to give you some accolade. Now you don't fall my hand. When one man asks you about when one man asks you about the computer village, I know if it is some people from your region, they will go tribal. They will say they are targeting Igbo, but you make a rational comment.
No, in terms of that area, I have my own view. And my view in this area cannot be my view in this area. So that area is settled. You understand? It doesn't make, I wouldn't please you in every of my comments. That area is the way I see it. Yeah. If you go there, you will notice it. You understand? There is nothing we don't play politics with everything. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
But in my own view, as an Igbo man in Nigeria entirely, I know where we belong as an Igbo man. So the statement being made, everybody, especially from the northern side and all those stuff, I know it. It's not a blind. We're not blind now. Even me, I am not blind. I go through the internet. I read their tweets. I see a lot of their comments. So why should I be killing myself in a nation that doesn't regard me to govern them? It doesn't make sense to me.
Ekene, it's just a piece of advice. If you say you don't belong to Nigeria, which I know you belong to Nigeria, until you leave Nigeria, let me tell you breaking news. You guys are not going anywhere. So it's better we'll stay there, we die there, we live together.
Nobody is going anywhere if the people that governs wants it like that. But if this narrative continues and all those stuff, I see Nigeria dividing by itself. We must tell ourselves the truth. Yeah.
Thomas,
Nigeria will divide by itself.
Let him promote for Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, that does not stop me from eating my ETU. That does not stop me from going to the southeast. So if you like, let him say there's no place for Igbos in Nigeria. That is some belief. As far as I know, Igbos are playing huge role in what is shaping Nigeria as it is. So that is a Kene's opinion. That does not mean that is the entire southeast opinion. And his opinion doesn't change the price of ECA. So someone leave it.
Let me tell you this. Don't fall into the trap of
we like Amaka and Ngozi. Amaka and Ngozi. That fair lady. We like Amaka and Ngozi. Ngozi and Amaka. We like them.
That's serious. Look. Chiamanko. Chiama is the best. Chiama is the best.
In terms of normal relationship. Yeah.
Let me tell you, Kene, don't fall into the trap of these dumb people that are saying, "Oh, Igbo should not do anything." It's a dumb strategy. You come here, Pansat come here. What's the name of our Jewel of Nashville? Is it not because of Nigeria that we all gathered here? Zaki all of us. Is it not because of Nigeria that we all come here to come and talk and yell at each other and, yell and then come back and, speak some senses to each other? Is it not because of Nigeria? So these people that are coming up with this strategy, they are dumb. You guys should not fall into their trap. You should not allow them to silence you. I'm telling you, some of these leaders will go behind to Unwayawu that is talking crap. We go behind you guys to go and sign some contract. All these leaders will go behind with the governors, and they go and sign some contract and be making their own millions.
Baba,
So all this strategy that you hear them, oh, don't do this, don't do this. We cannot listen to them.
Baba Aja.
Yes.
One of the example is Ojuku's wife. So sometimes when
what she did,
talk the way they talk, I just wonder if truly they are living in reality of what is happening. You will see all these guys, they will just come, they will talk nonsense, then they will go back and start eating with the same people. Then you will be going with their narrative. We should try and understand these people. They are just trying to deceive people.
Well, Babaja, if you follow me very well in this platform, you should know that even before.
Hold on, you are speaking in that direction. Oh, we Igbo are not the same. We are not Nigerian. But you live in Lagos. You are making money. Why don't you live
but even in this platform, some people has told me to leave Lagos now. So how am I going to believe
those people? If they listen to those people,
why wouldn't I listen to them? They tell me to leave Lagos now. That Lagos does not belong. I am not part of Lagos. So even me living in Lagos, I'm just staying with one leg. So that any day they pursue me, I will just pack my things and go. You understand? So a lot of people have made it.
You have a reason why you are living is because you are a Nigerian, and you can live in any part of Nigeria. So look, we should not fall into this trap of all these people that.
Do you think I will, Ajale Koko, let me say this. Do you think I will be in Alaba today? I will not call you and come and have some. I don't drink, but I will come and have some soft drink with you. We are now brothers. Ajale Koko, do you understand what I mean?
Oh yes, you go eat Isewu now.
Baba Aja, before I forget, I need supposed to. I've not told you officially, though I've gotten one man's blessings, but I need your prayer. You know, I have my own platform. You know, I have my own platform that I stream.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm telling you officially. I just started 3 weeks ago. It's 8 o'clock before 1 month, 2 hour show, 8 o'clock Nigeria time before 1 month show. So I want you to get your prayer, one of the most honest and modest man on this platform. Your blessings.
We go can't join now. Which time you? I mean, you say 8 o'clock Nigerian time. What time?
8 o'clock Nigerian time, but I don't stream every day. I stream like 3 times a week. I have another one this Friday.
Okay. No problem now.
But I want your prayers. That's why I'm telling you now, so I can get the blessings, the support.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for letting me know. I'll be part of you. So, Ekene, I beg, don't follow those people. Lie people that they talk. They just
Badue
people. Now, Badue people, they tell make you not talk for this situation. Why you not go talk? They say, oh, you are not part of Nigeria. Who told you are not part of Nigeria?
No, I appreciate everybody here now. You know now.
Why do we have obedient and people all over the internet speaking against this bad Nigeria? Is it not because of Nigeria? I mean, we shouldn't be playing this kind of this hypocritical game. It's just senseless and the dumbest strategy ever I can see in our space. You guys stand up against those people telling you not to protest. You say, honestly, protest for what?
Honestly speaking, Babaja,
the way of registering your dissatisfaction.
Babaja, let me make it honest with you. Babaja, let me make it honest with you. Honestly speaking, this protest will affect Igbo people so much. Honestly speaking, first, you know, in the last election, You know how it went. Even the ExArt protest, how it was channeled to be an Igbo protest. And another thing, if Igbo people continues to do all these protests all the time, even the one of Nnamdi Kanu was labeled against P2B, was used against P2B, even though P2B never had anything to do with Nnamdi Kanu, but at the end of the day, he became an IPOB member. So I don't think it's political wise for any woman now to join any protest. It's not that maybe if other regions are serious, they might lead the protest from the north, southwest, every other thing. Then at the end of the day, if Igbo man sees necessary to join, they can join. But an Igbo man to come out now and say, we want to protest, I don't see it as anything. You understand? Because at the end of the day, it settles down to be an Igbo thing. That's how it works. So let's tell ourselves the truth. It settles down to be an Igbo thing.
You see this strategy, this fear mongering strategy, you should not buy it. It's a fear.
I hear what Angelico is saying. You're both right on that issue.
It's a fear mongering. We don't want to do this. We don't want to. It's a fear mongering.
Angelico, let me first respond to.
I'm not going to say that you should protest in Lagos. I will not, because that one they will put tribal this thing into it. I don't want it.
Besides, any protest in Abuja and in Lagos, they're not serious. When Nigerians are serious to protest, we will know, because the protest would of course take place in the south, right? Have to stop all that oil and all that. But what let me address what War Peace was saying to the Igbos, like he normally does, trying to tell us that we'll come with Zobu, or we don't know how to act during a protest. First of all, a protest, it's up to the government if it's not peaceful or not. But compare our people to War Peace people. I don't even know who the hell his people are, right? Our people, we've done more than protest. We went to war, like I was talking about in the comment section, when we felt that there's an agenda by northern Muslims, right, to commit genocide on us. We went to war for 3 years, not nonsense protest. What are you protesting about? It's our country, right? We went to war. Let your people try it. Go to war before you come to teach Igbos how to do something. Right? Go to war. Show us what you got. You can't even protest. You don't know what a protest is. Every time you're let me land.
What was the result of your war?
I will tell you. Let me begin. Let me tell you.
Please let him. Hold on, please. Everybody hold on. If I said everybody includes Passat, let Passat land. Yeah, let him land. Then you can reply him. Yeah, Passat, go on.
Thank you very much. Now we have to narrow this thing down to what we're talking about, right? If you want to know results, they are northern Muslims who are going out there buying people in the southwest, buying their.
What is the difference between Pansat and these people in the north? What is their name?
Okay, please hold on.
Both of you are extremists. So
let me land now. Let me land. We're in a narrow area about, does the southeast know how to protest? I'm trying to tell you, the grandfather of protest is war. Don your helmet and get your AK. Fight these people who have come to take our lands and kill us. You in the 1960s, when it was in Kuwait, I don't even think you know what the meaning of that word is. When it was beginning, we know. We tell you, you don't want to listen. That they're here to take our land and kill our people, conquer us. You decide to side with them, but we fought you all anyway. So who the hell are you to come telling us what to do? We know what we're doing. So by now, after 2 generations, maybe you're beginning to get it a little bit. And you say, okay, no, these people have an agenda. That is how smarter we are. We are generations ahead of you. You're drawing us back. Now, their own Sadoana, who's a big mouth Sadoana, right? Sadoana is insulting us. He has a press conference. He says, look, he's telling one of you, man, you could Google it. Go online and check it out. Don't be lazy. The Sadoana says that he's not going to give Igbos jobs. He's not even going to give other Nigerians jobs. Or first, he's going to give it to his people. And if there's a noise that's quite annoying here, Thomas, please mute somebody. It may actually be coming from you. Please mute. So the Sadwana says he's not going to give any Nigerian job, especially the Igbos, and that first he's going to give his people jobs, and then what he call expatriates or Igbos, he give them jobs, and then if there's still more room, he gives some other Nigerians. But he keep yabbing us, talking nonsense, right? We went over there. Went to his kitchen. If your people could just reciprocate, take over. Don't let people come from the forest and killing people every day, steal the elections, use arbitrary to ruin our currency, sell us our currency. We put a government together, we have them to create a currency for the country, then they first give it to their people, and then their people sell it to us. So our industry, our business people don't have foreign exchange because they're giving it to their people to sell to us. All this time, when I was a kid, they were doing that. So what I'm saying to you, Warp, is before you run your mouth at Igbos, and my village is bigger than your clan. You don't have a tribe. I've told you that many times here. Mind your own business. Pick a fight with your people your size, right?
Thomas,
pick a fight with people your size.
Can I respond to this guy? You keep talking.
Let me land.
No, you cannot land. No, you cannot land anymore. No, you cannot land. No, you cannot land. No, you cannot land because you cannot comport yourself. Sorry, you cannot comport yourself. You don't know when to stop. You don't know when to. No. You don't know when to comport yourself.
Those are your
you
mates.
Don't know when. You don't know when to.
What speech?
Because we don't have to. We don't have to.
Because you cannot even. Yeah, hello. Can everybody hear me?
I put both of them in the bag. Passat. We hold on. Yes. Passat, we want you here. Your choice of language, that is my problem with you. You can still put your position without attack. One people didn't attack you. So I'll bring both of you back. Let's have some decorum. Let's have conversation, not insults, not calling name. Please, yes. If you can do that for me, I would like that. Please. I don't want to kick anybody out. Thank you. Yeah, one piece, yeah. And right to reply. Yeah, both of you. Please. Let's just come decorum. We are adults, please.
I haven't landed.
I don't want to do that anymore, please.
You can't keep going, no, Pastor. No, you have to respect yourself for once. Just keep quiet. Just keep quiet. Can't you just keep quiet? Can't you just keep quiet? It's not your turn. You're interjecting. Can't you just keep quiet for once at your age? You insult everybody. You classify everybody as the lowest of all, but you cannot behave to show to the people to show to the people quiet, just quiet. Let me finish.
Mute that boy. Well, let me finish.
Don't waste your time listening to this Mr. Don't listen to him.
Thomas, sorry. If you believe you have the super brain,
I just said earlier on. Let's be conversational.
How can you have to mute him? Let me land, then he will talk.
No,
right?
It's not your turn. I was called upon. Don't you see how stupid you are? Don't you see how stupid you are? Thomas called me to respond, and you are attacking me.
Mute that son of a bitch right now.
What speech? Come on now.
What not a go-go-ta with this guy now, sure?
Come on now. Passat, come on now. You can't call somebody son of a B here now. No. You are off for the day. Thank you so much, Passat. See you. Bye. Yeah. Puppies.
Yeah.
Can I ask something from you?
Okay.
If you can do it for me, I will be happy. Please.
Yeah, sure.
Just no. I've kicked him out. So
I don't even have. Yeah, no, I don't even have his time. What I wanted to tell him before, if you understand that I didn't even call him Zobu. I was just adding that to reference from what somebody has used. And I was so praising the Igbo not to go into the protest because they will blame it on them. And he came back jumping on me. I know he's listening to me now. If you know you have that super brain, come to my platform and come and test that brain of yours. Please, I'll just give you the special link.
Let it go, please. Give me that privilege, please.
Yeah, thank you. You can go to the next person. Go to the next person.
Yes.
Go to the next person.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know now, we always think Pansat sometimes. We have to put him in some cage sometimes. So if you know now. Everybody know Pansat now. Adewale, your brother don't scatter flow. What I go do to this Pansat? And I like Pansat, so I don't know. I don't just know why. He always just he always hold my hand every time. Pansat, no, now we are adults now. We should have some decorum. No, there's some things you don't say on this platform. You know that. You know that. We you can talk, but some derogatory word, it's not allowed here. We don't do that. You can still put your position without attacking or calling names. I think we can do that. We can do that. Yeah, that would be much better. Yeah, you can do that. Sometimes I don't want to even bring you in, but I know your people some people wants to hear from you. So, but let's have some decorum. If we can do that, it'll be much better. Yeah, thank you. I think everyone is quiet now. Is there any topic here? Let me have a look. Do we have Bishop? Bishop.
I'm here.
You are here. You are there. Pass your friend. You don't scatter ground.
I stay here, but I'm not getting time. There's no point to responding to that guy. It's just.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
I'm telling you, I won't. It's a few times he's made me to descend to his level of what do you call it? But not anymore.
No. That's a very intelligent guy, but that's egotic. That's tribalist. It's just change his brain every time. It's everything.
Thomas, a good, well-spoken English does not equivalent to intelligence. That's what people miss of Pansat.
What piece? You are correct, 100%.
Let me just say that, Thomas, let me just tell you one thing. I've been listening, even though I've been off and on because I was actually emotional. And the network was not very brilliant, but at least I got a drift of the whole thing. Basically, the conversation tonight have centered on about two topics or two subjects. The protest, whether it is intended or the proposed or the ongoing protests here and there, and the fact that some people want to join or not join, and the issue of cement prices and the rest, what have you. I know there are quite a few other things about the probe of the 20 trillion, whatever. I think that shouldn't make headline anymore. They should just walk the walk, and they walk the talk. But on the issue of the protest, if I would just chip in a word or two, it's everybody's right to protest. And nobody is stopping anybody from protesting. We know very well, if you read in between the lines, some people are desperately instigating that there should be a protest. Should I say they should not protest? No. In fact, let us have a times 10 of answers. Let us have a revolution. Let the heavens crumble. Those that will survive will survive. So there is no need. The kind of language you listen to, I listen to Nigerian radio a lot, or every on-air personality, everybody they bring, it is being instigated. People are not asking questions, why are we where we are? And they are not making suggestion.
to this as to solution. How do we get out of here? All they are doing is that, oh, let us scatter. So if scatter it is what let us who scatter it. Let them go ahead. There's no point in trying to stop it. If violence, if the revolution, whatever they want to have, maybe after that one, everybody will now be singing Kumbaya. Everything will now be okay. We know how we got to where we are. We didn't get there overnight. It was long in coming. Reasonable people knew that we were heading for the doom. It was just a matter of time if we don't seize it. And if we are going to seize it, is it going to be on a roller coaster, on a platter of gold? I don't think so. It's going to come with some serious hardship, some pain, because we're going to be making some very extremely tough and excruciatingly painful decisions. The only difference Tinubu has is that he has the courage to make those decisions where others have failed. That's the only thing. That he knows this thing is going to come with pain, because I know Buhari failed abysmally in taking those decisions, because you should have taken them long ago. But Labour will shout here, this one will shout there, opposition, and gradually say, okay, people just say, you know what, just keep managing it until you just go. When you leave, you have gone. Anybody that comes, let them come and inherit the problem. Reasonable people know that we are in a very precarious situation. So if we want to protest, oh my God, let them start the protest like yesterday. Let them burn down all the cities, burn down the police station, burn down everything that is working in Nigeria. Let us start from the scratch. In fact, protest, let us start it. Start from your village. Sack your village king, sack your local government, kill your governor, fly your senators, burn down the federal capital, burn down everything if they want to. If that's the route they want to go. Anybody to back them will come and protest. They will not, they can shake me. So for me, now the idea that some people are saying they don't want to protest, look, it is from the position of mocking. If I don't know, I never had him more. So because somebody said everybody they are tribalizing the issue of protest. Now Igbo should not protest. Hey guys, simply they are just mocking you. Shebi, it is your choice. It's you, the people that voted for you. Go and carry it. Is it only the Yoruba people that are suffering in Nigeria? Are Igbos living in Wonderland? Are they living in El Dorado? There are poor people everywhere. It cuts across. That some people will come and be grandstanding and make it look like everybody in Igbo land is a millionaire. That's rubbish. There are extremely poor people in Igbo land, the same way they are in Yoruba land, they are in Efik land, they are in Niger land, they are in Ishan, they are in Kalabari, they are in Nupe, they are in Hausa land, Kanuri, Bamba, Kemberi, if you know the people they call Kemberi, in what do they call this place? This place after Bash, I forgot the name of the place. The Kemberi people or Koma people. They are extremely very poor people everywhere. We have them around us. Oh, people are suffering, people are hungry, people are hungry. People have always been hungry. So if people think protest is going to turn Nigeria to El Dorado after the protest, and all of us will be singing Uri and Kumbaya, Kumbaya, let them go and do it with the protest. Let them make it like times 10. And those that are grandstanding, as if they are grandstanding because they are trying to mock people that are complaining that, oh, go ahead, should be the people the person that you voted for. Election in another 3 days. Election would have been. Let me finish, please. In another 3 days, election would have been 1 year. Yes. Yes. Is somebody talking? Is somebody talking, or it's just a mix-up? Hello, Thomas.
I think it's a mix-up. Yeah.
It's a mix-up. I think Chris Daddy is on mute, so he's talks coming from his background. So don't just mind it.
Thomas mute him. So
yeah, it's muted. Yeah.
So it's just they are just being mocking other people. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's all banters. It just shows that election is not over. And this election is not going to be over until 2027. And we're going to continue in that trajectory. Is Tinubu doing all that he thinks he should do? You know, it's like a pilot that you are flying a plane and there is a confusion, there is, you know, some kind of mishap that is about to happen. And you are trying everything that you can try, even though some of them you think they are crazy, but because you just don't want the plane to crash land or to crash, because you have minimum time, you are doing everything, you know, just to make sure, or like a doctor that is trying to revive a patient. Maybe you know that after 3 shocks, you should wait for 5 minutes before you apply another shock. I'm just saying, literally. But because the guy is desperate not to lose his patient, he's doing everything. Sometimes they may look insane because sometimes you just throw everything into it. Maybe one will work because there's no expert as to there is a clear-cut pattern that you have to do it this way. Everybody that is a critic in Nigeria today has a perfect idea of how to turn Nigeria around. Everybody knows what to do. Oh, beautiful. When they talk about it, I know do for. As they used to say where I come from, I gotta wash a beggar do. But we know that that is not true. So for me, let the protest begin yesterday. Let it be the grandmother of all protests. Whatever that can be burned down, let them burn it down. Whatever can be destroyed, let them destroy it. After the whole protest, we will still sit down. And we will count our losses, we will lick our wounds, and we will go back to begin again.
Bishop, we will not allow that for anybody to destroy anything.
There's
After
nobody
EndSARS in that country,
nobody
protest
is
going to be
begging
clamped down.
Nobody is begging anybody not to protest. Let them protest. So for me, about the protests and the rest, that's it. And people are making it to sound like as if they are doing Nigeria favor because they are supporting the protest. Look, we should think things very deeply. It is not everything that is aluta. It is not every time everything that we should be applying politics. Sometimes we should think very deeply. How did we get to where we are? Basso just said something many years ago in one of his books. He said, look, for a people that don't remember where they are coming from, their past, will miss their something and their future is not certain. You know, there's a way he coined it. I remember, you know, many years ago. So for me, on that is that. On the state police, I mean, amazing. People said that federal government does not spend up to 1% of the police. That's really got me amused. But like I'm trying to let it is not everything that everybody must respond to, because some people just say things for the fun of it. Maybe they get a little bit overexcited when they talk. You say the federal government does sponsor, does not fund police to up to 1%. Look, like I have said here before, let us have the state police. Let us begin to have. Let them give them bazooka and machine gun. My position is that state police is not a silver bullet for Nigeria many problems. It is not.
But it's going to take a long way, isn't it? It's going to take some years.
We need, there are quite a few things that we need to get right. State police is going to create more trouble than it intends to cure. That's my position. I am not saying we must not have it. I am saying that is what I feel with what I have seen and how people use power. Look, in Nigeria, one of the things they should teach our military men. In the military, the academy, they used to teach them something, how to deal with civil police, how to deal with civilian. Of course, there will always be people that will be recalcitrant, that will misbehave in doing those things. But that is the way it is. Now, ordinary man of war, I don't know whether that man of war still in Nigeria again. In the days of man of war, when some guys just wear that man of war uniform, the kind power where they enter their body, they think they are the best. Ordinary cadets, some of the institutions that have cadets, you know, federal government colleges, that some have cadets, some never, you know, they have this student cadets or something. When they are in that uniform, they don't carry gun, but the kind, you know, power where they gara them. We have seen all these things. my view is that state police is a thing of the future. Let's start with community policing. Let's encourage constabulary. Let's recruit more at the real community level. Many people are complaining of 30,000 minimum wage today. They don't know that there are so many states in Nigeria today that are not even paying 30,000, that are still paying 18,000. Go and check. And these are the people that you will give, you will say they should recruit and be paying policemen. I'm not saying it is bad. I'm saying we are not there yet. So let's not, I try to be objective and to analyze things critically. That is my view on the state police. Because whether we like it or not, we are all suffering the consequences of the level of insecurity. Even though that insecurity itself has been, people will shout and come in practically blown out of proportion. That is now even encouraging people to go into it. Everybody who believe Nigeria is not. Everybody's, the way they magnify, and people come online to lie about certain things that involves insecurity or security or insecurity, whichever way we want to look at insecurity, incidents or occurrences. So my view is that state police is not a silver bullet, but I'm not against it. Let us pass it. The only fear is that the consequences will be irreversible. Because when it happens, but if it doesn't happen, people will not say, they will believe that their idea is the best idea. Let us interrogate it. Let us have a conversation around it. Yes, states are contributing to police. There's no big deal in that. It happens everywhere. Philanthropists are contributing to police. Yes, it happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. So people give certain percentage of their something to fund to police. In America, police call you. Police call you. Sorry, in America, I must have received more than 100. Hold on, let me finish, please. I must have received more than 100 phone calls to come and support my city police. They are doing one thing, support them, this and that. They call you all the time that they receive donations from you, soliciting for funds. State police in America. So what's the big deal in people supporting the organization that is protecting them? That somebody is he has enough money, he wants to contribute something to this community. What's the big deal? And we're making it sound as if you know, say a work of Beruduri.
But Bishop, he will pay the piper.
No, it's no. So because I make donations to police today, when they call me, I'm now going tomorrow where I'm supposed to do 35. I'm now doing 70. A cop now pulled me over. I will not tell him, have you forgotten I'm the one that made donations to you? How are you talking about?
No. You can't make that example to Nigerians.
So if you commit crime, you will be. So the Otedola contributed just recently, represented by the daughter, 1 billion naira to Lagos Police Security Trust Fund or something. Does it mean that Otedola will flout the law? The law will not take his cause, or he will commit, or somebody he will have issue with somebody. They will sue him to court. He will not go to court or police to not arrest him. I think that is a little bit too. I think we should. That's not necessary. Let's go there. So for me, but it's okay. That's our way of thinking. That's our way of interpreting things. But I don't think it's the way. So let's have the state police. And I would love to be proven wrong. I would want it to just be the panacea to all our all our challenges. I want it to be the silver bullets. I will apologize. I will not only lick my vomit, I will swallow it. I'm telling you, I will be humbled. But I know it's not going to be. Now, it's cement that we were talking about. This man said something. I wanted to ask him a question. When it was, I don't know if he's still here. He said
it's not here. It's not here.
Okay, because he brought Ibeto into the mix. About a few days ago, one man read a piece that said ex-depot price of cement has not really changed. So the problem is between distributor, transporter, and the rest. We have gotten to know. I want somebody to explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old primary 2 puppy, that there is a lot of cement that is leaving the country now. Now, does the price of dollar, the naira, fall of naira, has it contributed in any way to encourage people from our neighboring countries to come in with their dollar, to come and be buying our cement and our food? It doesn't have anything to do with it. Because if the factory says, but the thing is going up and the demand just shot over the roof, does it mean everybody suddenly began to build house or building houses now overnight in just 2 months? It doesn't add up. The same people that were complaining of Gary, one man said something here a few days ago, that all of a sudden, instead of Gary to measure poverty that people cannot afford food, it is now cement, and everybody, as usual, jumped on the bandwagon. We started gnashing our teeth. I say, come, let's take a step back. What the hell is going on? It's not normal. Cement of all things. Very soon they will say Hennessy is scarce, and when Hennessy, or what is that one they used to drink? Asu. I want to say Asu. And people will say, you see, federal government don't want poor man. What concern poor man with Hennessy or VSOP or conversion? What concern now? Say, you see, they don't want poor man to enjoy again. They have make the cost price of Hennessy don't go reach 30,000 naira per bottle. I don't know about the sell it, so permit me. Maybe they're too much. Ibeto stopped production. Why? Ibeto was not producing. Ibeto was bagging. They shifted the goalpost of, okay, we are going to stop bulk importation of cement. We are going to stop bulk importation. They shifted it like more than 3-4 times since 2008, 2000 and something. Eventually, 2012, they still shifted in 2013 until they have to say, no, it's enough. We have the capacity to produce. Imported cement was destroyed, and we were importing. We were manufacturing. And no sooner have we started manufacturing, we started exporting because we had the capacity. So whether they stopped Ibeto from importing or not, at some point it was going to crash. Because why are we importing something that we can produce locally? It's just like all the refineries start producing optimally now, and somebody says you want to be importing fuel with dollar. Are you asking for government to give you money for dollar to go and import petrol when we already have, So, unfortunately, because it was Ibeto, then I remember it was very controversial. They gave it all manner of ethnic coloration. But hey, it is what it is. That is Nigeria for you. So for me, when we discuss the problem of cement, bringing Ibeto into the mix, that like it was deliberate that the one that was supposed to be giving cement in the southeast, Ibeto was just bagging. He has the bagging and he was doing bulk, but that's what it is. That's what it is. So we are in a dire strait, in serious challenges. What we should be engaging in now is deep thinking. Very deep thinking. So, okay, how do we get out of this? Real proper solution, not just the solution that people just want people to just clap, but not populism. Yeah, not just populism. No. Something that will make you popular for people to clap for you. I hail you. Hey, Babari. No. It is that Yoruba people used to say, when two brothers enter the room and they have had discussion, and they come out back.
They will be frank. They will frank on each other.
And I say that if they actually come out and they are smiling, they are patting themselves in the back. Know that they have lied to themselves. Because if they really told themselves the real truth, if we lock ourselves in as Nigerians now, we lock ourselves in a room and told ourselves real truth, we should come out weeping uncontrollably. It is not how people clap for you in the market square. Let somebody go and wear one year cloth and be displaying madness. You see how people will gather in Nigeria. Some people will even forget where they are going. They will look and look and look. So they will be clapping for a madman. And why would they not? Why would they not even clap for a madman? At least a presidential aspirant said the best idea he ever got was for a madman, and people were clapping for him when we should be crying. A presidential aspirant said the best idea I ever got was from a madman, and people think that was funny. I believe it. So, and finally, it's a sad, it's a difficult situation we find ourselves. But the sad reality is that there is no easy way out now, except we go through the therapy, not even ordinary therapy, the chemotherapy. I've never experienced it. Yeah, people say that it's a very painful procedure. Extremely very painful procedure. It is, because it's a matter of life and death. Where we are now, we are in ICU. But if we think listening to some, selfish interest people to blow it up is the only way, so be it. There's one song that we used to sing when I was in primary school. Kukabura sits on the old gum tree, Mary, Mary, king of the bushes. Laugh, Kukabura, laugh. I don't know how many people sang that song, so that's where we are now. We will laugh, even though that laughter is not really laughter. But may God help us, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God deliver us from the death throw chokehold that we are now. People that love Nigeria, God give their way to be able to have their say.
We blame ourselves. Should we leave God in this our business?
You say what?
I said, when we leave God away from our business, now we with our problem.
No, I'm not saying it from the religion.
God no go come down. You can do for yourself. God will not do it for you.
No, you understand me. You don't set me up for that. I don't mean it. You know, I don't mean it in the religious.
I was just joking. I was just
exactly, because I am not one. I am one of the people. I know people will not agree with me. Now, for the opinion that God has done His own. The one way we're supposed to do, we are still pushing it back to God. That's why churches are flourishing more than factories in Nigeria. People that are supposed to be in church, at work, they are at church 7 days a week, expecting miracle. But they will blame president.
Yes, sir. When I was in Nigeria, I thought I'm a hard worker. I'm really working. So, but when I got to this Australia, I know that I'm a very lazy man. Very lazy man. I saw white walking.
General Thomas. I did on Friday. I was on this program with you guys. Friday night, Saturday. Oh no, Saturday. I was on this program that day. I did 22 hours straight. 22 hours straight. I did not take a 10-minute break. 22 hours. When I came back, because I wanted to catch up something. When I came back, I went to the bathroom, I showered. I came out of the shower. My legs were vibrating, were shaking like this. I'm not exaggerating. My legs were vibrating. I laid down there and I just passed out. What are we talking about? I did 22 hours straight. So you beneficiary. Mama, she said yes. You think you are working? So for me,
when I got here, I said no. They are hardworking men. They are the one that wants to work will really work. I said when I got here, I know I'm working. I even know I'm active. Well, everything we do Nigeria, no be work. Not that civil servant work. You just go 10 o'clock in the morning, you close 2 o'clock. That one I work.
civil servant, did there, some of them they do. Some of them they carry a bushi go walk, they go break a bushi. I've seen it before. You know what they told me? Civil servant carry a bushi go walk. Love say bushi ni bishe. Some of them I did what they said. I went to I went to Nigeria, some person I went to Asaba Secretariat. You know, there was something I found that was unique. All of them were using this this kind of car, a particular car parked in the same area. This car, do they call them hatchback or what? This one that looked like a station wagon. I had to join it.
Yeah.
You know, all of a sudden, before you know it, all of them just opened up their boot. All of them that displaying what they were selling right there inside the secretariat. All of them, all those vehicles, they just turned the secretariat to market. Immediately, I said, really? Really? Somebody said, that's hey, you can make a choice. It's you can make it, you know, it's either you want to work there or you want to go and sell market. You're free. You cannot have, and that's what they do everywhere. Go to Abuja, go to federal ministries. I don't know whether they have changed them now. People will just turn government establishments. They'll turn into places of it is well. I thought was he Adewale that wanted to interject in your Prince Daddy?
No, Adewale is being quiet now. I don't know. Maybe he's drinking.
Somebody was trying to say something when I was.
Yeah, I'm the one that's trying to ask you some question. I even forget now. So I think Nigeria should get their act together. Get busy. Get busy. We are not busy at all. I'm not the fan that always die. I'm a Christian. Back in Nigeria, I don't know who always die in church. I work, so I'm not really in that category. But when I got here, oh my God, I balance my life. I still go to church every Sunday and every Wednesday, and I do my work. One day, do you know what my pastor told me one day here? He's a Congolese pastor. He said, guys, work. That people are still respecting you in church today is because they said donate 10 naira. You can drop. Donate $5, you can drop. If you are not able to drop anything in the church, even your pastor will, if he see you, he will just dodge you. So get busy. Work. Hard work pays. Hard work pays. So I don't believe in one laziness crap or nah. I'm a busy person. Bishop, I was telling my wife 3 days ago, I said, if God can give me like 30 hours a day, it's as if my 24 hours is not even enough for me. She laughed. She said, no, nobody will give you 30 hours a day. That's your 24 hours. You have to maximize it.
Do you know what they call work? Do you know what they call work?
Yeah.
Do you know what they call work-life balance?
Yeah.
You just have to start applying. The life no get duplicate too. Sometimes we make mistake and get carried away, and we overflog ourselves. Your body is just like a car and an engine. When you overload the engine will pack up someday. I'm telling you, body no be wood. I've seen people that are very fit yesterday as extremely very fit, and I just heard that they slumped. As almighty as Shell was, there was a particular year many years ago. Engineer, yeah, the guy name was. I was in the conference, and it was right there as Shell, as serious as Shell used to take HSC, and what do you call it? The guy slumped right there when he was meant to give a small speech. He slumped right there and died. I was watching a movie, a news place, and somebody died in church after he was preaching, and they were saying he went to Heaven Street. What kind of nonsense? The man died because young man.
I don't work Wednesdays.
Yes,
That is there is no job You can call me for Wednesday. That will
Okay,
answer you.
that's
My
good.
Wednesday is my off days. My Sunday is my off days.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
that
good.
2 days nobody can share with me. And every 3 months, I take 2 weeks off holiday. I don't get out of the country.
But guys, this one where we always talk about work. Sabina, this work will be our parents they work for Nigeria 5 days a week. If you now work 5 days a week in abroad, people will start telling you, "Oh, you're working too much." I don't get it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
who talk now?
so I mean, if you work, if you are able, this is what I think. This is what I think. It does not matter even if you work 2 days a week. Just go for your physicals. I understand the extent of stress on the body, right? So you have to take some time and rest, especially for those of us that do night shifts, right? But if you work normally, you're a healthy person, do your physical. It does not matter even if you're a couch potato, right? If you have an helmet, you have an helmet. So I would just put more or less, I will put more emphasis on maintenance.
Okay, that's it.
The life you're living, as you're doing whatever thing you're doing, make sure, like, if you know you're on blood pressure medication, take your blood pressure medication. Even me, I do have the issue of blood pressure, but I'm not even like judicious with it, right? So what I'm just saying is that, if you have your thing going on, just do it.
It is the same.
Now God, they give life at the end of the day,
It
right?
is the same
Because I've taken care of patients here that they
It
never
is the
smoked
same thing.
cigarettes. They
It
never
is the
smoked cigarettes. They never smoked cigarettes in the past, ever. But they're all here with lung cancers. So my thing is just this, right? My thing is just this. Take care of yourself. Do your regular checkup and pray to God. When your time don't reach, your time don't reach.
Yeah, well, we are saying, we are practically, and I mean it real. You are saying the same thing. You said balance it. That balance it
Yes,
means
balance.
walk
That
well,
balance, yes.
exercise,
And
rest,
rest well.
eat well. So
Yes.
work hard, rest, exercise well, and eat well. That's what we are saying. We are saying don't, because of money, be doing 24 hours back to back. And you now walk like you are a machine, and one day that body that you did not take care of will now pack up. That's what we're saying. So we are saying exactly the same thing, except you want to point me out to. It's just a matter of paying attention to your body. Eat decently, eat well. I'm not saying you eat massively, or just eat decently. Don't indulge in unnecessary things. Take care of your body. Take adequate rest. Do exercise. And when you need to see a physician, go and see one. That's what we're saying. A few weeks ago in January, one of my very good friend and brother here, a very healthy man, strong by every standard. If you see him, a young man in his mid-40s, not mid-40s, I did not even know he was sick, and he said he fell ill, and he called 911. They had to come and carry him, and before, when he got to because he said it's like he got choked or something. He couldn't breathe very well, and he was trying. He drank water. He poured water on his head. When he saw that it was getting too much, he now had to go to the hospital. They came to pick him. When they got him to the hospital, the doctors, they did everything to restart his. To make him to start breathing normally. They did everything that they had to shock something that they were doing, that they induce him to a coma, then shock him back. The thing did not. And they now immediately that he had a heart defect. And they said he had actually had that defect from birth. But he's been patching it up, he's been managing it. He works out very hard, I know him. But that now they have to just do a procedure urgently for him. And he had no option than to consent. So within 24 hours, somebody that was super healthy had to undergo a heart procedure.
Wow.
Yeah. A heart operation, a heart surgery. because they said they did everything to do. Like the thing has been there, but it was just mild. I said never knew it was as strong as this one where they take advertisement kakaraka.
I remember.
Bako bag is strong kakaraka. So sometimes we are deceived by the physical. We just feel, oh, I'm okay, nothing is wrong with me. But meanwhile, the man is dying. It's close. Look, okay. Let me tell you this. In Nigeria, my friend was working with interns. One day he was very sick. So I took him to the hospital, the company hospital. When I took him there, they wheeled him in, So I was waiting with the reception, the nurse. So I just jokingly, it's a very popular hospital. I just told the nurse, I checked my own BP too now. So I put my hand. So the lady checked it. She did it again. So she got up. I did not know. She went in. A few minutes later, 2 minutes, a gentleman came out. And the gentleman now took over the thing. Now checked my. I was wondering what the hell is going on. When the gentleman checked it, he now asked me that, am I a staff of that company? Because it was a company. I said, no, that only brought my brother. He said, where do I work? I said, I was asking him, what does it mean? What are you asking me? And I said, do I have a card in their hospital? I said, I don't have a card in their hospital. He said, okay, whatever. I should go and check I should go and see a doctor. That they should check my blood pressure. I asked him to tell me, what is it? You won't believe what the guy told me. He was not ready to tell me. I said, you should tell me. You won't believe what he told me.
What did he say?
My blood pressure then was 211 over 173.
You are not feeling sick. You are not feeling sick.
You say what?
You are not feeling sick.
I was as early as a stone. So I now went home. That was the first time I never in my life. That was the first time. I don't check waiting because I have blood pressure. They do my thing. I know head no pay me. Orí ò fọ́ mi ẹ̀dọ̀ ọ̀dùn mi. So kí mo fẹ́ máa fi rírojú máa fi rójú sílẹ̀ máa wá ìrojú káàkiri. I don't go. So I had to go. When I got home, I had to see the woman who said, and she said, no, it has come now. They asked me to sleep. And maybe it was the panic of the driving, but it was still very bad. At over 170, 170 over about, I think, one something there.
That was very high.
Was very, yeah. That was the beginning. And when I started medication, that was about 10 years ago now.
Bishop, this body is funny. My wife one day, the stomach pain starts just an hour. I said, are you okay? Fine. Is it the normal cycle of women? He said, no. Before we know it, she's rolling on the floor. Before you know it, what's going on? It's just a tickle of fire, Bishop. I said, let's call the ambulance. He said, no. I drove her to the hospital. They put her on the next hour. They said she has come and sign for surgery. What is going on? I was just, what is going on? They said, if I were not to bring her, this is not what we will be talking about. I said, it's fine. She just came back from work. Everyone was here. We were fine. We were joking. We were preparing the dinner. In the tickle of fire, in the middle of before 10 hours, they've carried out the surgery. Hey, I said, this our body said, it's just, I don't know.
We can back up anytime.
I was just imagining, like, let's just be like Nigeria. They would just be saying, don't worry, go and use a bokupa, go and use your, you and do this, and that person will just die for fun. Because that kind of stomach pain, we don't take it to hospital in Nigeria. No, we just say, don't worry, you will be fine, you will be fine, you will be fine, you'll be fine, you will be talking. Because person will just sleep, will not wake up the next day. I said, it's just tickle of eye. They carry out tests, carry out this, in a tickle of eye. The surgery, that surgery that you don't need to open up all the stomach. Oh my God, this now. If it's only because of my health, I will still stay for this Loyibo. No. Health here is really health is wealth here. Health is wealth. They don't even ask for cover. They don't even ask for. They don't nothing. They just first of all save you before asking of anything. Thank God we are citizens. You don't need to pay for anything. My brother, is just. I hope we will get to that level in that country. That people will not just be dying for it's just minor sickness that can be. You don't need to die for. It's just
Thomas.
within the 2 kilo of fire. Yeah.
Yeah, the issue is this, right? Because I was listening to War Peace earlier on. You see, the issue of Nigeria is an issue of hypocrisy. And I say this because you have bunch of we always in Nigeria look for the next fall guy, right? The intention is cause a havoc, look for a victim, right? And everybody would be like, "Oh, that's the person." That is like trying to deflect, as it were, what is going on within our country, and you can see from what Warpy said, right? It is not the issue. The issue is not going out to protest. I believe it's anything, my intuition on anything that is not right. It should be dealt. Is that it should be dealt with.
Yeah, you're right.
But when we have a protest, till today on this show, people still refer to the NSAS protest as an Igbo protest. How that one came by, I do not know. If there's any protest that leads to any violence, the Igbo guys did it.
I haven't heard that before. Igbo protest.
No, I'm being honest. No, yes, I'm being honest with you. That is what is going on. If anything, if look, let me tell you, the only one they could not do is the one in the north. But if there is anything that happens in the south, and it's a protest, or there's anything that the Igbo person is the person they're going to point. It is them, it is them, it is them. So if you're saying, go and protest, if I wear your song, would you ask me to go protest? If at the end of the day, the people I protested with will start saying that I am the one that did it and they are innocent. It has been countless of cases where these things have happened. So if Nigerians want to protest, they should go ahead and protest. The Igbo man must not be there for you to go and protest. We all knew what happened prior to the election.
Joel, as a person now, will you suggest any protest with what we just went through with NSAS protest? Will you advise?
Look, if they were my child, right? It's either you go all out or you don't do it at all. Leave the protest for NLC. But if you want to go out, know that now it is do or die. It is me against you. It is we against the politicians. Wherever we catch any of them, we give them jungle justice there. That we will know that we are going to stop this issue. If you are waiting for these people I saw talking today in the National Assembly, I was not there. You were there. I was not there. You were there. Ndume and some senators today. You were not there, but you were a senator. When they were passing those monies, those ways and means. Okay, you were not in the room when they were discussing it. So when you came, at least they're going to have, the main body of the house do their normal crooked and there.
Yeah.
Right? So what did you say at then? You did not say anything. But today you're trying to tell us that you are innocent. You cannot say that. You were part and you understand what I'm saying? You were part and parcel of that government. And the issue there is that, you see, this is one case where I was supporting him. Because, I was, prior to the election, I said things like, I was like, guys, that is it not better for we to leave, all of us in Nigeria? Let us leave you guys, because then one man was saying that it is going to be after the Southwest, it will go back to the North, and when it comes back to the South, I said, why don't you guys share country together? And let us, the other people around there, let us just get out. You and the North, you guys will share Nigeria, keep the name Nigeria.
Ebuka.
We can't get Nigeria now.
You understand what I'm saying? But the issue there is that, but the issue there is this. You see, we do not want this country to implode. If by circumstances, Tinubu was able to do 8 years, and it goes back to the North, right? And it comes back to the Southwest, and somebody from the South, it comes back to the South, and somebody from Southwest wants to come out. It's going to be war. This Nigeria thing, is beating up like a cake of gunpowder.
No,
what?
No.
What?
Wait, Ebuka,
Everybody's given fair share to contest.
Yeah.
Nobody stop any
No. What we are saying in this thing, what we are saying is this, right? What we are saying is like, we have passed through this level. We had Obasanjo.
Nobody stopped any to contest.
No. What we are saying is that it will be, it must. As if this Tinubu finished this 8 years, right? And it goes back to the North. When it comes back to the South, it must be zoned to the Southeast or the South-South.
Unfortunately, that's where we keep getting this wrong.
No. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is this, right? What I'm saying is this, right? What I'm saying, right? Let me land now. Then you can say what you want to say. What I'm saying is this: the heat that will come out of that, nobody here. We are just here, just doing talking. The heat that will come out of that, you wouldn't like it. We have to start being fair in Nigeria. If you come back to the South again, on to what? Is it because, okay, you said Obasanjo was not your candidate? What is Tinubu? Tinubu came from the sky. The next one, you will now have to come out again. No, two of them should live in the Nigeria you want to live. On that one, personally, I would sponsor. Look, let me talk now. I'm just telling you what I will do, because I know that I'm just telling you what I have been hearing from different groups.
Let us answer you. You cannot just speak talking, especially when you are not making any substance. Politics and election has evolved past what you are saying. There is no amount of threat. Let me say my own. There is no amount of threat. These are just very, extremely, very empty threats that there is going to be war. And so what? And so fucking what? That there is going to be war. Let me say my own. And so fucking what? You get power by negotiating power, by networking, by building bridges, by earning the confidence and the trust of others. Not every time threat is that that you threat. And so if war comes, who is running for war? This idea that is because somebody started a very completely senseless and unnecessary war makes some people superior. That means you are the one that can fight.
I don't know who is talking about being superior. I never told you I'm superior. I'm just telling you
that there will be war.
It's not a threat. It's a threat.
And so fucking what if war starts? That is
there's no problem. There's no problem. There's no problem.
Look, you negotiate power. You network. You lobby, you win the confidence of others, you build bridges and not fences. You don't insult, you don't disparage other tribes. Let's stop this thing. Mr. Man, what I'm telling you, you say on our own thought don't finish.
Even among
your own thought, you see with this Tinubu,
nothing will happen.
We have seen what you can do.
Absolutely
We have
nothing.
seen
I
your
don't care what.
capabilities.
I don't care
We
what
have
the
seen that
capabilities.
you guys are not even the administrators. You guys talk with
care what the
We
capabilities are.
all need to do it. What
This
I'm saying is that Nigeria, you cannot live over.
petty.
You cannot live
This
over
very
anybody.
This very.
I don't care what he does.
I don't care what he does. I don't care what he does in power. This very mediocre and very petty life of reasoning
let it be
is
conversational.
nauseating.
Don't let us talk on each other. Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah, go on.
Bishop. What he was trying to say is that it will not be fair. Like, for example, you know that Buhari just finished his own 8 years. Then after Tinubu now, the thing will still go back to the northwest. That is not fair. The heat that, for example, that
So
will
what
come.
is
The
my
heat.
brother? Did
Yes.
anybody stop any region not to contest?
No,
I
but
said,
That's
and
the
what did I
question you
say?
should be asking.
Agama, and what did I say? I said, power is by politicking,
Yes,
by negotiating,
which is
by
true.
building bridges, not fences, by winning the confidence of others, winning the confidence and trust of others, not by threat that if you don't give me, there will be war. We have always had that one, and it has not yielded any result. So if you are smart, we should move away from that.
No, what he was
That
trying to say
analogy
that
is annoying.
I have said what I said. Agama, don't speak for me. I have my own mouth. What I'm trying to say is this, and I stand on it. This thing ought not to be a discussion. When it was 1999, nobody negotiated. The same people. Hold on. Let me finish now.
It was negotiated.
Hold on. How now my brother leave. Many people, many of those members of Afenifere turned their back on NKO. Don't present a perfect picture. I can school you on that. What happened prior to before and after MKO died? Nigerians came together and said, you know what? In the spirit of equity and justice, both parties should present someone from the southwest. You guys said, no, Obasanjo is not. Obasanjo became president. That was mostly the excuse that was given this time around. That it should be Tinubu because Tinubu is the main Yoruba person. Now we have seen we have seen the main Yoruba candidate. We have seen that you guys don't even want us to leave. And I'm talking about certain Yorubas, so not the ones that have gone past what we are talking about today. Because there are so many of them today that mean well for the country. No, I'm being honest with you. I'm being honest with you. I am not saying that it's not a threat. I'm just saying that it's commonsensical. There are certain things that we should not be. It's not a question of like trying to raise your mouth and talk and say what the fuck. It is not grandstanding. I'm talking about common sense.
Do you realize
right?
that?
If we say today, like I would have even loved it if Tinubu had even performed marvelously well. Not really turning everything around, but at least we are seeing progress. We are not seeing anything. You are telling us you are going to be again. Says who? So nobody is threatening you. What we are saying is that commonsensically that it is the right thing to do.
Hey, Buka, wait. You see, it's easier to, talk about equity and justice. But when it comes to politics, equity is out of the window. That's what you don't understand. Yes, it would be fair to have a Southeasterner to become president, at least in the lifetime of people that are living right now, the Nigerians. But you see, politics is not like that. And I can tell you this. Tinubu has been penned down to be president even way before Buhari. But the stumbling block, the roadblock was placed before him. And I know that for a fact. It's just a matter of time before he becomes president. Let me tell you this. After his tenure, who will become the president of Nigeria has already been pending. It's already known to them. But you and I, that we are even outside the country, we don't know the inner thing with politics that they are playing. These same people that you think they are against one another will go behind
to play with each other, hit with each other, have meeting. That's why they have a meeting in the midnight, because those who you see as a sworn enemy during the day will go back behind the door to visit each other. And I give you an example. Today I was watching an interview of a young man. He has this YouTube channel. It's called Lagbaletu. It's usually interview some of these juju musicians and all that. So he happens to interview somebody who is not in the music circle but politics, politics of old time. A very close ally of MK Abiola. His name is Sokasim. I don't know if you've heard about him. And he said before then, before he met Abiola, he was a strong enemy of Abiola. That anytime his name is mentioned in the newspaper, he won't buy that newspaper. And if he happens to buy that newspaper, he will read that story about MKO for one reason and one reason only. You know what was his reason? Because Abiola did not support Chief Obafemi Awolowo to become president, and that alone robbed him off. And God will have it. He said they met, and in the process, he became the close ally of MKO. So one day he told MKO that, look, I didn't support you because of what you did to MKO. That after all, you and MKO are from the same state, and you're supposed to support your brother. You know what MKO said to him? He said MKO first laughed and said, look, do you know that even though I say a lot of things against him in the public during the day, I still support Awo's party by donating money to Awo's party. That you still go to visit Awo, but because he belongs to a one party does not mean that because Awo is his tribe man, he must support him. So, and he told them that politics to them is like a game, but that same game consumed him. They don't care. Now, what I want you to understand is this: the people of Southeast, I'm talking about the politician, not you or any other person from Southeast. This politician from Southeast need to align, need to be in the party that will, you see, all this oppositional stuff would not work. We know what the end game is over. It would never work. You see, sometimes you have to thank God Obi was in PDP before. Had he had not left PDP, I can assure you that it's just a matter of timing. But leaving that big umbrella party, because I know a lot of people say, no, PDP is corrupt, this and that, Look, sometimes you needed that big platform to launch that and to project you to the next level. Like I always tell people, APC does not hold the Southeastern anything. As a matter of fact, there's never a time that APC recorded any good turnout from the Southeast. Most of the governors are accidental governor. Is it the Ponuso Dima, or is it the one that changed? What is his name? This boy, governor, now Minister of Housing and Work. They're all accidental because they wanted to align with the center. So, because they knew that playing politics at the center will help them help their state. Yes, sometimes we say, well, most of these people are corrupt people, but sometimes we need to do what we have to do to get to where you are going. And I tell you this, most of these people that you see, even those in the opposition, will not even let you to get there. Look at Abure. Look at all this revelation that is coming out, and the party is trying to sweep it under the floor. I can assure you, it's not the same Abure. What is his name? Akpabio visited during his campaign to become Senate president. He welcomed him, and you all know what Akpabio is known for: bribery. Abi, so you want to tell me that he visited Abure for free, for nothing? Look, if there was a time for harvest for Abure, this actually 2023 and 2024 is the big time that guy reaped a lot, because that guy actually, were fed. So what I'm trying to say is this: because like you said, by equity, yes, we need to at least make sure that the Southeastern people, maybe a presidency, but it has to align with the central. Doesn't necessarily have to be in APC. If they cannot see, when they talk about alignment with the PDP, and I say, well, I hope it can work, because the B is from PDP anyway. But his best chance is to align with the PDP or to go back to PDP. If he remains in Labour Party, all these things we're talking about, as long as it's going to be the most
candidate from
Can we still
Southeast,
say
that chances is very, very slim because
can we
they
still
would
say
do every.
Labour Party?
I mean, he's still there. He addressed the media not quite long ago when they were rolling out their finances, to Nigeria. So he's still in Labour Party, but the thing is that that party would not take him to that next level that he's craving for. And if at all, because now he has established himself as anti-establishment, he also part of the establishment. But now that he has established himself as an anti-establishment, now they will consider him as an ostracized part of the family. So until they bring somebody who can relate with the political elite at the same time to the grassroots, the center will not favor anybody. So APC doesn't favor anybody. The PDP felt they were rigged out during the last election. There's no gimmick about this thing. Thank God Obi himself knows. He knows. If the likes of Odile of this world could not get himself to the center, despite all his contribution to the PDP at that time. So we're talking about people that are politically, stable, are politically strong in terms of their influence, their affluence, their resources, everything when they were in power. The OBG and the rest, the clip is further. So what am I saying is that all this. One man said that the protest was more of a planned work. I'm suspecting it's a little bit pregnant, but I want to see where it will end. Majority of people that are on the street are the youth. And who are the people that supported the Labour Party last election? Youth the most. Even though some people are speaking out, the same hunger that was in the land before the election is the one that is still ravaging the country. It's just a lot of people are taking advantage of it. So, like I said, we have 3 years. The what do you call them? Legislation would not remove Tinubu. Nothing except death will remove him. What the youth or the opposition or whatever can do now, especially people from the southeast, because this power would not be handed down to anybody. You have to work for it.
It's not going to be handed to anybody. That's what I want Joel to know. I'm still asking this question from Joel. Joel, nobody stop anybody to contest. You are from Southeast, Northeast, Igbo, Edo, Ukwere, anywhere you're coming from. There's level breakdown for everybody.
Thomas, what I'm saying is this, right?
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this, my brother, right?
Yeah.
The way other Nigerians came together, fixed up a consensus for the Southwest. When I don't chop candy now, the candy on the street now. If they run Beleo, I know what happened during Jonathan. Come on, that you guys did not get certain positions. I know how you guys were all over the internet. In fact, that was what even gave breath to the remove Jonathan thing. So let us not act like, if it were you, you're not going to react. What I'm just saying is that in the spirit of equity, you guys have had your chance. You've had a very, very good one. And now we are going through our worst moments. So if the one that you guys really own up to is putting us through this, I don't know what next is going to come from there. And what I'm just saying is just simple. We, in the next, whatever circle is going to be, we have to be fair.
Joel,
we have to be fair.
Did you listen to Bishop earlier on? He said, are you guys ready? Yeah, are you guys ready to bridge? Are you trying for alliance? Are you trying? Will you try to play your politics very well? It's very easy, my brother.
Thomas, let me say this thing. I think we should always get.
Let's respond. Then Bishop will respond after that. Yeah. Go.
See, let me tell you this thing. We always get this thing. That's why I said that Nigeria is a country of hypocrites. The person that was meant to be the what they call it, the presidential candidate for PDP, one of the founding owners. Obasanjo was in prison when they formed PDP. There was a lot of compromise that went in there to get Obasanjo there. It's that simple, whether we like it or not. During the time of what they call it, Yaradua, it was the same thing. We negotiated, we were there, we helped, we voted. So many a time we keep saying that, why are you not aligning? Why are you not aligning? We had problem with PDP in just this election cycle because they weren't doing what they ought to do. And it is just human nature. And I was thinking that people here will be like, I see reason why the South is acting like this on PDP. That is it. So we have always supported, candidates in the past, including this past Buhari. We always supported candidates.
Yeah,
it might not be the most important, but that's what it is.
Yeah. Before you respond, I will say this in Southeast, I'm not accusing you. You put your eggs in only one basket with PDP. And what do you get from there? Yeah, Bishop.
Okay. I mean, we are talking politics here. Unfortunately, sometimes permutations and expectations are not realities. A lot of things played out in the last cycle of election. You made reference to Jonathan and why the Southwest. It was the wise thing to do. Let me tell you, in 2011, if you remove the Southwest vote from Jonathan wouldn't have won that election. As you practically betrayed his own party, ACN, to support Jonathan. And we knew how the Southwest was rewarded. Did we pull down the roof of Nigeria? Did we demonize and destroy Nigeria? Did we demarket Nigeria? No, we did not. All they did was to go back, recalibrate, re-strategize, and plan for the future elections.
Under Jonathan, the Southwest made his government ungovernable.
Let's
not go there.
That's not true.
No, the protest. Hold on now.
Listen now. Let me finish. I'm talking. Yeah, it's because they protested subsidy. Does that mean they made it ungovernable?
Which protest is
election we voted for him? You say what?
Which protest is you are talking about?
The first subsidy protest.
Is it not the whole? Even in the South Side, they protested for first subsidy.
They protested exactly what are you talking about? I was in Port Harcourt. There was election. There was protest in Port Harcourt.
The protest in Port Harcourt did not ground Nigeria like the protest in Lagos.
What are you talking about? Lagos wasn't even that much. It was Abuja that started the whole thing.
All of a sudden, Lagos is now.
Abuja was when the protest even exploded.
Does Lagos translate to Nigeria? Okay, let me just land. See, it is not a sin. If you are saying they granted, that's not true. Because even after that protest and the price was reversed, everything normalized. The fuel, the crude export was going on, and Jonathan was selling crude at, record prices, and we made so much money. There was not a single reward. There were 3 attempts, almost practically grovelling and begging Jonathan to at least recognize the Southwest. When they did not get anything in the National Assembly, they told him, okay, give us the secretary to the government of the Federation. Jonathan refused. He went and picked Ayim. I've said these things here before. When he eventually even removed CBN governor, there is a certain Sarah Akode or something that was the deputy governor. Okay, make this one. He still went and brought another Igbo man, the person of Emefiele, to be the CBN governor. So nepotism did not just start today. I don't like it. But it's just started that Tinubu invented nepotism. No, he did not. People had done it before. Jonathan did it. Heavens did not fall, and we did not crumble his government. People protested. The only reason why people protested because people are saying it now as if they protested the subsidy. The reason was because of the corruption that was in that sector of the economy. The amount of money that we were hearing, the level of corruption that was going on there Now, let's move away from that to the issue of politics and politicking. When election was approaching, I had, in fact, my ear full. One of the funny ones that I remember was a certain actor coming, making a video that went viral, saying that this is the Igbo people chance. And he did his permutation based on that there are 36 million Igbos spread across Nigeria. I don't know how he did his census, that there are 9 million Igbos in the north, there are 13 million Igbos in the southwest, there are something million, that if all of them should vote, you come up with that kind of permutation that if only Igbo votes for your candidate, that is all. They don't need the votes of others. They don't need the votes of Yorubas. They don't need the vote of Hausas. They don't need the votes of other people.
Who was giving that permutation? Nobody. You did not hear it. Those were people that just wanted to. I mean, we inobedient. We never did
you
that.
Are saying Kanayo is not obedient anymore? Or you are saying he did not make that video? I can look for that video and send to you.
You don't get what I'm saying. I say it was never a policy. People will always have their permutation.
But nobody denounced him. Nobody told him that no, we don't need only the votes of Igbos. We need the votes of Nigeria. Nobody said that. Nobody. No. Say now, we are having a good conversation. If you have any proof that anybody did, please bring it up. Internet never forgets. I'm challenging you.
Okay. What I'm just saying is this. What I'm just trying to make you understand, if you allow me land. What I'm just saying I just interject. I say make you allow me land as I interject.
Okay, land.
Prior to the election, we usually had like WhatsApp groups where we discuss these issues. There are issues that we discuss. There are plans. There are strategy we worked with. That was never a strategy. There is no way you can be president of Nigeria just by people from your tribe. It is not possible. So what I'm just saying is that there are many things, just like people say people in Lagos, right? I did. That's the reason why I tuned in. Because we denounced it.
The entire obedient campaign was anti-Yoruba campaign. They were even insulting Shoyinka during campaign, insulting Yoruba. These people are just dumb.
No, but Shoyinka is an answer.
Tribal shit, tribal war. I'm like, that's why most people just turn against obedience.
Shoyinka is an asswipe. You can do it.
Okay,
you can
exactly now. So
that's
why you lost. You are coming here crying that they didn't give you. Why can't I give you vote when you're insulting me? You guys are when it comes to politics, you guys are just dummies. So there's no point. You just keep crying. Don't come here trying to convince us that you deserve. You are here trying to tell us that you deserve a vote, and we didn't give you. And then you are comparing yourself to Obasanjo.
We never had any issue. We never had any issue with Shoyinka. Go and look at the facts. We never called him out. We never said anything about that old man.
No.
That man on his own. Hold on.
What's his name? Femi Kuti. He was insulted because the guy said he wasn't obedient. Rather than saying, "Guy,
no." Even I was mad that piece of you went to Steve Femi.
Exactly. So you are ahead. So you are saying the same thing.
Why should you go meet Femi? If you are listening, if you look at what is going on, even now, post the election, is that Shemu's attitude not is it not unbecoming? Is anybody right in the eyes of Shemu?
So you guys provoke everybody to really turn against you. That's what it was. You need to accept that reality.
Who is provoking
you guys were campaigning in a way where people were just
provoking that stupid Shemu today? Who is provoking Shemu
at
today?
the end, you lost. You can insult all you want. You lost.
Now who is
it's not about Shemu. This conversation is not about Shemu. The point we are proving, Joe, is that you lost. You didn't deserve anybody's support. So don't come here and say people were mean by not giving you support.
We did not need your support.
Okay, you lost. $6 million. So don't come here trying to play that moral bullcrap by the Igbos came together in 1999 to support the Yoruba candidate.
Consequences.
When the Yoruba candidate you voted for was Obasanjo insulting Igbo people in 1999 before he voted for him.
Today, what is going on today?
No, let me ask you, answer this question. Was Obasanjo and few Yoruba supporters were they insulting Igbo elders before you voted for him?
Is it going on today? Everybody, hold on. Mike is asking you a question. Let's talk one by one. Yes,
okay.
Mike is asking you a question.
The question I'm asking him is, he came here to tell us that the Indigo came together to decide they're going to vote for Obasanjo. Even though that is a whole different story because Yorubas didn't even say Obasanjo was their purpose anyway. But let's give it for the benefit of this argument. He said they came together to decide.
You don't say
well,
anything.
hold on. Now my question is this: if Obasanjo and some of these Yoruba followers start insulting Igbo elders, playing the
why would they insult them?
Would you have no? Would the Igbos have still come out to vote for him? Hell
okay,
no.
Let me answer now. Why? Let me tell you this. You see, respect is a two-way thing. Respect is reciprocal. If anybody insulted Obasanjo, I know who Obasanjo is. Obasanjo, we saw that person 10 times. Nobody insulted Obasanjo. Nobody insulted him. Just like nobody insulted Shoyinka.
Nobody insulted Obasanjo.
Nobody insulted him. He threw the
in Nigeria.
Nobody insulted him.
Everybody used to insult
prior to the election now. Prior to the election, nobody insulted Shoyinka. That is a fact. Shoyinka came out and he insulted obedience. And we are looking at him like, we thought that this man would like what we are doing, and you are here insulting us. We say no.
Tell me the insult, please. Tell me the insult. Wait. Drake and tell me the insult. Shoyinka said to
you. If I tell you that, you're not going to believe it. So
tell me the insult. Femi Kuti said to
you go and Google it.
The only thing Femi Kuti said was that I'm not obedient to because of this. I don't believe this and that. That's what he said. Shoyinka, hold on. Shoyinka said.
I'm talking about Shoyinka.
Hold on. No. When Shoyinka lost, it was after the election. But before the election, the only thing Shoyinka said is, he doesn't like the way these obedience are behaving all over the internet, and he was telling them to stop the.
Put it in his own words.
He was all he did was tell Obi to caution his followers where they are behaving, and they were bombarding the man.
There's a way your father will talk to you. You will listen. There's a way somebody will come
tell us the insult now.
Insult you for every moment.
What's the insult? Tell us.
But you think that he's going to insult us? No, now.
Tell me the insult now. Tell me.
Joel, do you
I cannot tell you.
You can't tell me. So okay, there's no insult then. Okay.
Joel, do you know Shoyinka was supporting Obi somewhat? Do you know that before?
He wasn't. We don't need that kind of support. He was an housewife. Sure? Yes. I'm just telling you. Subsequently, we now saw who he really is. And after the election, he still continues to do it. You understand? An old man sometimes should respect his gray hair. You understand what I'm saying? He should respect his gray hair.
So well, obedient, no insulting people.
Shoyinka was being an housewife, and we dealt with it the way we want her to do it.
Shoyinka was not insulted. I hear you are saying that. You should keep to himself. You shouldn't say much. But you guys are the one insulting him before. After the election. He actually supported your candidate, Obi. So
he did not. Please, there's no need for rent seeking here. He did not. If he did, I'm always someone that appreciates.
And this foolish lie that you guys always lie about. You came together to pick a Obasanjo. Is it lie? When the Igbos ever come together? If there was an Igbo person on the ballot, you wouldn't have voted for Obasanjo. And the only reason you have voted for Obasanjo is because it's not a Yoruba candidate. That's the only reason. You can't say you came to support Southwestern candidate when the Southwest they want Obasanjo. The only region that voted Olufalaye along with the Southwest is Northwest. The rest of you, most of you are just anti-Southwest. The Southeast has always been anti-Southwest. You will never support our candidate. That's just a fact. You telling me that okay, this will be being a Southeast candidate now, and then let's say someone like Southeast don't like Rochas was in this election, and the Southwest rush and vote for Rochas against Southeastern's vote. Desire. You come here and be agreeing with me that we supported the Southeastern candidates. Is that what you be doing? Come on now.
Obasanjo
never came to support. When Abiola won, who went against him? Why did Abiola win in Southeast? Obasanjo that went to annoy the election. Or is there be another useless people?
See, Obasanjo is the only reason why we are still looking at the Southwest like they have any element of administration in them. Obasanjo, looking back at the mess we have gone through, Obasanjo is an angel.
You see, one of the challenges, one of the issues I have when you talk, when you make one of the challenges I have when you make statements like this is that you think we are totally brainless in the Southwest, that it takes some group of people from somewhere to decide for us who and who. You determine who our leaders were supposed to revere. If you cancel today, you wake up, you cancel Awolowo, you want it to be so because of who No, I'm just giving it a scenario. You are saying Obasanjo is the reason why you are still. Listen to yourself, listen to that statement and see how nauseating it sounds. Listen to yourself. What you just said. That Obasanjo is the reason why you people in the Southwest. How on earth is it the business of the Southeast people to determine who our revered leaders should be in our own land? If we revere you, we will call you out.
Why am I repeating myself?
You have to something open up.
I don't have to something open up. Just one.
Well, check it. I don't know. I'm not echoing.
There's a feedback somewhere.
Well, it's not from me.
Yeah. Let's meet 12. Let me meet 12. 12, meet yourself. Let's see. Yeah, Bishop talk.
So see sometimes.
Yeah, it's coming from 12. No, not 12. Oh, let me meet Bishop. Can you guys hear me? Joel, unmute yourself. Let's hear you. Can you talk?
Here.
I'm here. That is from Bishop. Bishop.
For me now. How can it be for me?
If you mute you now, it's very good now.
You say what?
I muted you now. Joel, can you just speak?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Yes.
I can hear you.
Bishop, go out and come. Yeah, it's from Joel. It's from Bishop. Bishop, go out and come back.
Hello, hold on. Before I do that, just hear me first. Am I echoing? I'm not hearing any echo from my end.
No, you're not.
We are the one who be hearing the echo.
So am I?
You can hear the echo.
Hold on. Am I hearing? Are you hearing any?
Actually,
echo?
Thomas. Is when you on mute. Hold on. Mute yourself, Thomas. Mute yourself. Okay. Hold on. Oh no. Yeah. No, it's coming from Bishop.
It's from Bishop. Bishop, go out and come back.
Bishop, come out with your Abado network now and come back.
Yeah, go on, Joel.
So the issue there is that nobody is telling the Southwest who to present on who not to present. But we also have the right as Nigerians to appraise. You cannot just bring out somebody and say, oh, this is the person that is going to represent us. We have to appraise. Between Olufalaye and OBJ at that time, I mean, it was not only the Igbos that put OBJ in power. I don't know why they're making it look like it's us.
Nobody said
you put OB. So.
But we're just telling you that you are not doing us any. You didn't come out to say you want to put Yoruba man in it. That wasn't your intention.
No. What I'm saying is
there was no Igbo man on the ballot.
It was a discussion that went on in Nigeria then, right? And
it went on in Nigeria.
Agreed. Hold on now, my
when
brother.
Is the discussion going? When? Please.
Okay. Both of them came out and told themselves, and so all Nigeria should.
When did the discussion go on? And who was?
Let's take it this way. I don't want us to go over blind argument.
Yeah, we all know the reason why there was no Igbo candidate is because you guys were never interested in presidency. Even up to today, you guys, Southeasterners are not interested in presidency. The only reason you guys are all doing OB is because you wanted to come and bring out Kanu in prison. And some people, even during the campaign, we have a bunch of Igbos saying we are not interested in presidency. The PDP, what's that man that just came here a few weeks ago? That PDP man that's running for the party listing. He said, even him was trying to find an Igbo candidate. And when he went to the Southeast to approach the leaders, the Anese and all those Igbo elites, they said the Igbos are not interested in presidency.
Forget those
So if you guys are not so interested in presidency now, Why would you? You're trying to convince me in 1999 you guys were so interested in presidency that you decide that okay, we'll just wait and give a Yoruba man. You are lying, man. Stop lying. There was no Igbo person interested in presidency in 1999. And you guys didn't bring anyone out to put on a ballot. That's why you all look at okay, what option do we have? We have this person and this Yoruba people, and then you ask yourself, which one do the Yorubas want? They say that Yorubas want Falaye. Okay, we'll vote the other way. That's what happened now.
It's a lie. The issue there is this. The issue there is this. Ekweme was the person that spearheaded the G8.
It's a lie. Ekweme has always been Obasanjo's puppet, man. Come on.
It's a lie. Who?
He has always been Obasanjo's puppet. It's Obasanjo that made him.
Bro, do you know who Ekweme is?
Who made him vice president? Was it not Obasanjo that made him vice president?
You know what? It's okay. There's no need to go back and forth. Look, bro, go get your history right. If you know who Ekweme is,
he's the one that made Obasanjo president. That's what you're telling him. Tell us who Ekweme is now.
Everyone is quiet.
Mike, one of the issues I have sometimes is that they attempt at trying to rewrite history. I mean, sometimes the history of the things that happened before is okay, but the one that happened in our lifetime that we saw, some people will just come up with some narrative, and when they begin to recycle this narrative over and over again, it begins to get a semblance of some people, and we just believe it, and we just run with it, and I don't understand. Look, my take is this: I did not lie when I said Kanayo said he did his permutation and he was so confident. I don't know who gave him that kind of confidence. It was so naive. So you go to the comment section now. See how people once your position don't align with their bias, they come and abuse and insult and disparage. I will not dignify them. They are there. I can mention their names, and they are the same kind of persons with the same kind of person. I have always said, and I've said here, I lived in the Southeast and South together for over 25 years. That is quarter of a century. I mean, that is a great part of my life. I lived in the Southeast.
You are a Hebrew man, self.
Yeah. I lived there, I integrated, and I can say things very confidently. I can say things I can say.
Bishop,
yes, sir.
I heard what you said last night. You are an ancestor.
It's what I heard. Yes. Don't let us fight.
You are an ancestor. You thought you guys were offline, and I was listening. I said,
we were offline.
Thomas,
were we not supposed to be offline? What did you do?
I was still listening. I said, don't track this man.
You
didn't pay attention because that discussion, so you guys were just keep talking. I said, hey, I knew.
Thomas, what's his name yesterday, sir? What's that guy's name?
DOG.
No. She DOG is name. Dayo. DOG. I'm a fire. Anyhow, that's by the way. Adewale, please let us pretend you did not hear anything, please. So as I was saying, back to what I was saying, we know the intricacies that played out in those elections. From 1979 to 1999 and the rest. Down and the rest. We know. Even when people talk, it was Ekweme that made Obasanjo. They have forgotten the role Obasanjo played in letting Ekweme become the vice president.
He practically installed him. He installed Shagari altogether.
He forgot so soon. Obasanjo was so bent on that integration of the Southeast after the Civil War. Civil War ended in 1970. 9 years after, a Southeastern man became the vice president with full potential, because if anything had happened to Shagari, Ekweme would have been the president just 7-8 years after they fought a bitter civil war against Nigeria. How much integration and trust do we want more than that? How much more? How? It's just that human nature, we are always insatiable. I always look at, and there's this narrative that is, it's becoming very boring. It's becoming monotonous. Nobody is ganging up against anybody. This victim mentality, it's not going to get us anywhere. You want to become president of Nigeria? Build bridges, not fences. Don't hate others. Don't throw it on the face of others that you are superior to them. I mean, you hear some nonsensical nonsense. Somebody, a pastor, a bishop or something, climb a pulpit where I say one Igbo man is equal to 500 Hausa men, and you think tomorrow you will go there and campaign and they will vote for you. And one nuisance man said, one Yoruba man, 10 Igbo men are equal to 1,000 Yoruba men. That put 10 Igbo men. These things go viral. We listen to them. Except what to
you like to listen to this. My problem is this. With most of you, that is still the hypocrisy of Nigerians.
Wait, who's the supreme leader of the Southeast?
Who is talking? Please. I'm not. That's not the issue. Now, let me say this. Let me say this and say it quickly. Right? I don't know who was the last person that was talking. I think that was Bishop. See, bro, the issue there is that when we, our Southeasterners, made our choice, not every one of us, we don't all go at once and say, this is who we're going to vote. We don't even have a meeting where we all meet. The issue there is this. Leave the Southeasterners. The way they have decided to go is the way they have seen Nigeria. That is the way they have seen Nigeria. We are not saying, okay, if you guys are going to be in power, do it well.
You can tell that one to some elementary children, not me. You can tell that, as they used to say, you can tell that one to the Marines. You don't need to have meetings. We know when narrative forms, our opinion takes shape, and how it permeates.
Your problem is this. You are in school. When you go to school, you listen. When you want to write a paper, let me talk now. When you want to write a paper, you go to academic writers to get your references. When you want to deal with issue that has to do with the Igbos, you go to the streets. You go to those ones that you know that are pure illiterates, and with those people's narrative. Hold on now, I have not come here. I have not never come here. Hold on, brother. I have never come here. Can I say something now, please?
Okay, go ahead.
For people like us that come out, there is nobody. I have never supported. If you are trying to talk about Nnamdi Kanu, I have never supported him. I have never been a member of IPOP. I have never. I will never. You understand what I'm saying? I will never. So what I'm just saying is this. Look,
that's why now we're on the street with you now. We are people you're accusing or listening from the street. Then we'll be following what
I am telling you is this. Now, what I'm just telling you is this, right? When you go to listen to people that are far illiterate than you, and you go to listen to them, and so you use that to judge and hold on now, please. Now let me talk now, Abba. You use them, whatever they say, right, to judge the entire tribe.
That's
I don't think you're being nice.
And people we have cited today, we use Kanayo. We are talking about your elite. Even Obi said, we don't go and tell you that I want illiterate like that, said something, and we're going by that. We are going by even your leadership. Things we talk here is based on your top people, their views is what we are using to argue against you, your region. We are not coming here telling you that your leaders or your top people are doing, they are well behaved, and then it's only some illiterate on the street that are misbehaving, and then we are using against you. That's not what we are doing here. When we are telling you that your Southeast is this. We are telling you, we are naming names. We are naming names like Nnamdi Kanu. We're naming names like Otto Nzerbe. We are giving you names of people that behavior. Or you know, Look at the rubbish he said. He said Lagos was a trash. Then Indigo came to build Lagos for us. Wait now, wait. If someone like Wanyan will say something, my brother, hold on now. If Wanyan will come and be saying rubbish like that, you are telling me that you are telling me that it's an opinion of illiterate on the street that I'm using to come and challenge your region.
Wanyan said, is it a lie?
Lagos was a flatland. Igbo came and come and abuse skyscrapers.
It's a lie. Nobody, he never said that. He said that the Igbo contributed in this level.
The fact that the point is your people are very rubbish, disrespectful and foolish. That's just the point. They don't respect nobody. And when people don't respect you back, you start crying, talking about, you start wondering. You need to check yourself. Check your mirror. You people you're not well behaved, man. You don't respect others. Politically, everywhere, way of life, you don't respect other people. That's your problem, man. And then when people are calling you out, you can be for election, you are disrespecting other ethnic group, and you expect them to vote for you. Nnamdi Kanu will be online calling the entire Northerners, Janjaweed, all kinds of rubbish names, and election came, you're expecting them to vote for you. Are you kidding me? And he's saying all that stuff, rather than you people correcting him, you're singing behind him. You are singing Nnamdi Kanu is another savior. You are calling him a leader. The guy will insult Yoruba people traditional rulers, and you lost the election, you're crying. No, Joel.
That's who they are.
You are expecting that people will vote for your region when you behave like a bunch of barbarians. Are you kidding me?
When they opened up our borders and all these people were coming into our borders, into our country, you call them out by who they are. Stop licking asses because you want to get to the next position.
Okay, you call them now that you have called them who they are. They didn't vote for you, so why are you upset?
Because it's not the decision of the people of the North. It's a decision of the leaders of the North.
You installed the entire North and they didn't vote for you, and you are saying they stole your mandate.
Are you not suffering it when they came to kill?
Okay, did they steal your mandate?
Why were you crying?
Okay.
Crying?
Joel.
Please,
you guys came that you won the election. Someone like you, Panster, all these people come here and say the entire North voted for you.
They won the election. Tinubu stole the mandate.
You won it in North.
It is.
Come on, man. You are not serious, man.
Even the man Tinubu knows. Escobar knows.
You won the North.
Escobar knows.
So you won the election in North. Okay.
Escobar knows. Escobar knows that he did not win that election.
You won the North.
He did not win Abuja. He did not win your home state. Come on now, I beg you. We know what happened.
Where are your previous political elites like Nwabara, like Ayims, this other guy, Ken? No, not Ken Amani. His name is Ken something. These are the former Senate president. Where are they? Why are they not, engaging or be part of this political era? Why are they in the back seat? Why?
The issue is my brother. Okay, I thought you were asking me a question. So go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious because it seems only Ken Amani, who was just a governor, as at the time he was a governor, they were not in a position of power at that time. They had godfather. So where are they? Those people that are supposed to be the champion of the Southeast, where are they? Why?
My brother, this is what happens. When they let PDP, when PDP let power, the average politician is in there. Talking about a politician. As long as you're not in power, your relevance diminishes. It is that simple. You understand what I'm saying? And that is what we are facing. Most of those guys you're talking about were in the PDP. When was the last time PDP came into power? It's going to about 60 years. So that is how politics is. It's not only even here in the United States. You can ask me about where is people like Ryan.
Have been voting PDP since 1999. They've been devotedly voting for PDP. All right, because I asked that most of those people that emerged from that era are actually PDP politicians. So the new party, the APC, I can understand if any one of them is branching out to that party. So why are they not in the forefront? Why are they not,
being the leader of the pack, rather than living into the charlatan that are just moving around, that have no political value, no political status. They just milk it in
My
the
brother,
people.
my brother. This is the thing, right? Um, um, Politicians in Nigeria, they produce nothing. Politics everywhere in the world never produces anything. The only thing that keeps them relevant is the political positions. Then they will not use their offices. They will not use their offices. Okay, so you're as relevant as the last position you have, and that is the only way they make their money, right? So there is no way you can say they've been out of power, not one cycle, two cycles. It's going to affect most of them. Let me tell you, my brother, it's not an evil thing. Take away what they call it, what they call them. If APC loses election right now, look at what will happen to the party. It's just that easy. Even most people you see in APC today, if PDP wins tomorrow, they will divert to PDP. So there is no clear-cut ideology when it comes to political parties in Nigeria. So do not like laugh about it, because tomorrow,
Yes,
if APC is not in power, you're going to see the opposite. You're going to see what is going on right now in Southeast with the APC members. It's just that simple.
Joe, the reason why I'm asking those questions is that I strongly believe, okay, that the window to negotiate power, for presidency, if it at all, was when we have the Southeastern and at the helms of the affair at the legislature, where continuously they were occupying that position happily, as if it had become their birthright. Since 1999, it was only there was a change in government that we have now had, what's his name, Bukola Saraki. If not, we will have continued with that trend, continuously having Southeasterner as a Senate president. So I believe being in that position in Abuja, playing at the center, should have given them the leverage to be able to negotiate and at the same time or consolidate or build a formidable political platform or be part of it for them to be able to have a
Okay.
strong
Okay.
platform for them to be able to launch at least a credible
Yeah,
candidate,
but if
not
you look
just
at it
people
now,
like Obi.
yeah, but if you look, no, forget Obi. Like, Obi is not the issue. When you look at it, very, very well, where we are coming from. Under PDP, it was consistent. Under Obasanjo, we heard about how many of them under Obasanjo. Under Yar'Adua, I think it was the same thing. I think he twitched a little bit under Jonathan. Who was the senior president under Jonathan? Well, I know it had to move around, right? Then after Jonathan, you had APC. So APC is going to compensate their party members based on what they feel someone did, or where they feel like they're headed, people that they feel like they're buying. Like I know that today APC is taking the asses of the South Southerners, right? We see the game they're playing. It's just to make sure that area they get it, we get it. So you're not going to look at what the politicians are doing to win the next election, and you look at and you want to juxtapose it with what the Southeasterners should have done, or should do, or should not have done. No. The issue there is that APC is in power. If PDP is in power, yeah, right, you're going to see either a vice president or a senate president from the Southeast. It is just normal. The thing there is that APC got into power. So that is what we're dealing with. And to be frank with you, my brother, those positions that they gave them in the past under the PDP, we don't even see anything for the streets. So all these political positions, right? Sometimes, it gets over exaggerated. It gets exaggerated because, are you ready? Yeah. Right? Because at the end of the day, do we really get, no matter where you come from, whether you're from the north, from the south, west, from everywhere, do we really get the dividend of democracy by having our own person being at the helms of affairs? The answer is no. So it is not just a Southeastern thing. It's the politicians trying to play their game. But what we are saying is this: if we build our country to the point where no matter what party you are in, you work for Nigeria, then we're going to have less bickering. If the politician, regardless of where they came from, are working for the people of Nigeria, why would the people of the South if not even talk to you? If they're doing their businesses and doing it, why would they talk to you? They don't have that time. But the issue there is that we keep making political office attractive and being a citizen unattractive.
You know one thing,
That's the issue. Go
in
ahead.
the section of this democracy, the people of the southeast, the southwest, I don't know if it's a cultural thing, they'll be holding their leaders accountable. You remember every single one that has been sent to Abuja, one way or the other, they have no place to hide. They always come out when people always drag them. And that's why I'm thinking maybe it's cultural. And I give you an example. When Obasanjo became or emerged as the candidate of the PDP, the Southwestern behavior didn't show that that was their anointed candidate. They actually featured another prominent son of that place to contest against him. But of course, the power of the might of the North, as at that time, people did not even believe that the democracy has come to stay. Now, in between that, you have some people that are diligently following the trend, continuously being in the conscience of Nigerian, and are playing that role, both opposition and their own uh, platform. Now, when that time comes, they grab that opportunity because of what they've done in the past. Now, I asked those questions earlier about the leaders, the political leaders that have emerged from the Southeast since 1999. Even though they are representing the people of the Southeast, I think the people of the Southeast should have demanded, at least the leaders, the political leaders in those states, should have at least demand from them, apart from bringing the dividend of democracy, what is their strategy in ensuring that they played a huge role in, apart from just being, this the appellation of being a Senate president or whatever, occupying that office for nothing. Because at that time, they were, Obasanjo was calling the shot at the legislature. He was installing the leaders and all that, to the point that they had to do away with their leaders. I'm talking about AORM. Now, why hasn't people from the southeast demand from the people that at least been representing them, governing them, to see what role they are playing in this project called Nigeria, so that they will be able to understand and know their place, their position. Because all this anger that has been building up all this while, they expect that by now they're supposed to be playing a huge role at the center. And that has not come to fruition. So I think it is also this right to hold those people, those leaders, leaders in the past, accountable for the failure of unable to be able to get their people to at least to the mainstream, to the center, political center, so that at least they will be able to have at least a shot at becoming the president, rather than just the glorified Senate president and all those, you know, um, principal offices, in the legislature, as if it's the birthright. That's the reason why I'm asking those questions. Because if you look at it, Tinubu has been in the consciousness of, politically consciousness of Nigeria, not just in the southwest. And if you look at what actually played out during the election, yes, he lost the Lagos state, but nobody actually really say that you can actually pinpoint as an opposition from the southwest, because nobody really you can bring that can match the level of his political antecedent. So that alone played out in his favor. Okay, even those who actually speaking up against that, they don't really have the same political weight like him. So they knew it was just it's just a talk. They know it will never really, to the point that opposition has to even be on his side and work in his favor. So that's the reason why I'm asking those questions. That I think the southeastern people should hold the past political leaders accountable for not building that bridge, for not creating that you know uh, uh, that platform for them to be able to play, at least have the best of the best, not just the charlatans. Because I still believe Obi is not the best the Saudis they can produce, as a political leader. For them to be able to leverage their years of being in the center, to be at least have a shot at it, other than just being pushed around or pushed to the relegated of the pie. And it's to the point that the followers are beginning to see themselves as a second class citizen of the country. Is not Joel not there?
Why is everyone quiet? No, Joel is not there.
I don't know. It seems everybody just went.
No, we're listening to you now.
Well, I
No,
was
no.
just.
I think the topic you are discussing, maybe people are tired of it, and
No, not
Yeah.
tired of it. You see, sometimes, I did say something that is that Ola, that voice sounded like Ola's voice.
oh, that big voice me no.
Ah, okay. Allow
Sorry,
you.
Bishop
Maybe
Ola,
that.
you didn't respond to my message. Or you didn't reply.
I reply now. You said, "Are you in the studio?"
No. Look at what I wrote there after that.
No, it's Fabo okay, Messi.
Okay, so those warriors actually have some similarity because we have one in my hometown. That's why I'm asking. Anyway,
Who knows whether now that they put there, say, say I just Google Fabo okay, Messi there and just brought that one. So
oh,
if it be
we
the
had we had one like that too. In that one actually was the myth says that he actually didn't die, but you know got swallowed by the.
as someone was telling me yesterday, okay, it was Mike that was committing that error that Oshun is more of a Yoruba than Ekiti. I say, and a small time, Mike will be saying he be Babalawo. You be Babalawo, and you are saying Ekiti, you are saying Oshun State has more historical this thing than Ekiti. Well, I know that when you take Oshun Osogbo and
What did he actually say that?
Adife. Yeah, he said that now. When you take Ife and Oshogbo, so what again? What again? So,
Well,
you know,
Mike need to pay buy one chinap, one cow, one fowl, one everything one so that we can appease the god for saying that. That's sacrilege. You can't say that.
Abi. So, and for them, they are even thinking that Ekiti is not sustainable. I say, well, what do you guys know about Ekiti? I have to show them that even as we speak now, Ekiti State is
Sorry,
doing better
don't
than
let us
Osun State.
let's Bishop come in before we digress because it seems we're going
Okay.
that religious.
No, I'm enjoying your. I'm enjoying your. Everybody, no problem.
And
It's
Ekiti actually occupy a very historical position when it comes to Yoruba
No,
history.
Abba. Ekitibawo, uncle.
Okay, so
No, Bishop, when you are
Mike now
talking of
has a supporter.
traditional thing,
Okay,
when you are
No,
talking of
now if you say,
traditional
yeah,
thing,
I'm not saying all parts of Yoruba lands are very important, but if you say when it comes to that area, I think I would rather go for
where they say Bosherifa Lara, Bosherifa Jero, where is Alara, where is Ajero? Where's okay? One Onire,
àwọn tó wá ní Ọ̀ṣun gangan kọ́ àwọn tó wá ní Ọ̀ṣun gangan kọ́.
you see, Bishop, you see all those Oshun people. Empires are bigger than bigger in size and all that. But if you look at some of those historical towns in Ekiti, you actually take time to read their story, you understand that the role that they play, some of the war that they, that they fought, those wars may not necessarily be
But
reported.
some people say you people are cowards now. That you are
We're not
cowards.
coward. We
That you
mark our
Yorubas are
territory
cowards. That
and
you
we
don't fight
remain.
wars. That
We,
they will bring war
no,
to you if you don't give them presidency in
we
2027.
actually did. We actually did. That's why you could hear the fable of Okimesis and other.
Adewale, let me even ask a question, Gary. It is coward to the point that Adekunle Fajui said, instead you have to get me, you have to pay me before you can take my head of state away, right? And we
Yeah.
are coward, right? And
Yes,
yet
sir.
someone ran away after leading his people
Yes, so
to unnecessary war. I'm
and
sorry.
someone
I
and
want to
someone don't let me talk. Báyìí sorry, ní Oṣojọ́rọ̀.
So, someone from Ogun State too, called himself a general, was whipping before before a major, But someone said, "You can't take my head of state away. You have to yamutu me first." And the yamutu name before they could get Agui Ironsi. And you are saying those people are coward? I can't get it.
Okay.
Then Brigadier
Ola,
Gripe, I don't know where Brigadier
Ola,
Gripe is from. Gripe ran away during the coup. The like
Ola.
of Fajui, they won't run away.
Are you? I don't know if you're addressing me. If you do not get the,
Ibi tó le láti ránṣẹ́ kan ju ọmọ.
if
And
you do
where do
not
they
get
come from, Ekiti?
they did not get the, way.
Okay,
If
you were trying to use like
somebody said
irony,
earlier on, so if you did not get by so bad, too bad then, but that's okay.
No, I didn't know. I was just talking generally.
I
So
always say Yorubas are coward. And my brother was telling me that really Yorubas are coward. My brother was with me. He's still with me here. He said the three principal characters during the Civil War. Why are Yorubas? I mean, one led the biggest onslaught that's practically granted. Another one brought a master stroke without firing that ended the Civil War. They keep abusing him till tomorrow. He brought a master stroke and that crumbled everything. And another one accepted the instrumentality of surrender.
The largest empire.
Yeah.
If not because of the British people, it extended
or your empire.
Republic
You
of
know the size of your empire from the below of the Kanem Boronu to the Shongai and even go to the Oyo Empire almost got reached Ghana.
Yes, now Republic of Benin.
Well, Bishop, if you look at the geographical location of Ekiti, Ekiti is more or less like in the central, closer to the north, closer to the south, closer to anywhere. So, and that places them at disadvantage because anytime war breaks down, they're in the middle, so they can easily becomes what do you call it? So they're trying to play a role, but in between it, they were fighting each other as well to create or to establish their own territory, one way or the other. But not as
these people defeated Ibadan warrior now.
Basically, I mean, you can't take anything away from. We're just talking. I mean, Ogbon Jagbara law, as they used to say. Sometimes it's better to be strategic. I keep telling people that look, you don't need to find a brainless or senseless war. There's this man, a very erudite writer in America. I think it was.
No, Bishop, before I forget, do you know, you are aware of Ogun Ekiti Parapo? You know who Ekiti defeated in that war?
Yeah. No, not
Oyo and Ibadan used to be superpower.
I love what you just said right now. Mr. Bishop,
Yes,
Mr. Loekaro, I love what you just said, man, that wisdom is better, is more greater than force. Understand? I just love this. It's magnifique. This is my slogan for the year. Ogbonju Agbaralo. And that's true. That's what we need in Nigeria today. That's what we need in Nigeria today.
Yes, sir.
Some of those wars were actually over-reported. Some of the war that were fought that were reported were a lot of them, but because of the position of the Oyo Empire at that time, It was overly reported. Everybody know about it. But some of those football that were fought in Ekiti, they were not actually, they were underreported. And that doesn't, give them the privilege to also have that recognition of what they've. Some of these people have their own empire.
Because I know, because my family was involved in that war, so all those artifacts for that war, we still keep that one in the family house tomorrow. You understand? So even my papa even inherited one of the war sword, but it's a tradition in our family that we pass it to the eldest in the family, right? So when my papa died, so passed to the brother. You understand? So if anything happens now, so that thing is coming to me too. So all those artifacts, like, may I not talk too much.
Well, Alani, if you look at every time you see the video of what's his name, Oni of Ife, every time you just watch close, you see those kings around him. He's always surrounded with Alara and Ajiro. The Orogun sometimes, because of his engagement, usually may not even see him with them. But those three are brothers from the same mother. And they are always, as a matter of fact, my king did 70th birthday. Oh, Neofife was there. So they know the role. As a matter of fact, in Ilefe, there's a particular place called Itajero. That is just to show you or tell you the prominent position that place holds. So some of these historical things may not be overly reported, perhaps underreported because of the way things were. We make certain story more popular because of the myth or because of whatever they're trying to the propaganda or whatever it is trying to establish or to promote. But those who are actually Yoruba that really know the history actually knows the prominent position that these three actually.
No, you know what baffles me was that I want Mike to come back now to come and defend himself. Mike was saying it, and you'll be talking of FIFA, you'll be talking of everything. So if you don't know the hometown of Orunmila,
If I actually, Orunmila actually has something to do with a way of,
and it's from Ekiti. So if he doesn't know, and you say you are Babalawo, you have this, and you are, yeah, like I said, if you apart from or needs to, as apart from if importance in the history of Yoruba, then Oshun in Oshun Oshogbo, then yeah, I'm not saying Oshun is irrelevant. No, I've never said that because I still remember Ogidinga Bogumboro of Ijesha land. But when you mention all those people, and you are saying you are underrating Ekiti, and you say you know the history of Ekiti, then it's shocking. Do you know that in the entire Yoruba land now, hardly will you find many places you have masquerade using palm front after their normal garment. So people don't even know. People don't even see when they tell you that Irenile Ogun, you understand? And who is that person that they say love using Maru Ogun? Okay, so and man, see, the only thing is let's even forget.
It is from Ekiti.
Of course, yes, it is from Ekiti. I was even talking about the economic viability of Ekiti, and people were saying no. I said, look,
but how about, sorry, this one is just a brainwave. They said that Meji Logun, Ogualara, that one is Ekiti, right?
Ogun Onire,
Ogun Onire,
Ogun Ajero.
I mean, what Ajero.
So the thing is this: when they say Meji Logun, it's just because of how people.
Bishop, Ogun festival in my hometown, which is at Ijero, is even more celebrated than Christmas.
Oh yeah, Ijero man.
Oh yeah.
What did Olaruti say about Ijero? Where three foot parts meet. Is that the story?
Yeah.
Of Ijero? In what is adaptation of Oedipus Rex Sophocles. the gods are not to blame.
The gods are not to blame.
Okay, so is that the Ijero he was talking about?
Yes, now.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Ijero is only one in the entire Africa now. There's no other Ijero in the entire Africa.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I remember the story very well.
So
it's an interesting reason.
So you see Ekiti is very important, and whether economically or culturally. So there's no way you are going to sideline Ekiti. People saying Ekiti should merge with those states. People that were not aware of the history will be saying, so when Ekiti and Ondo, let me tell you the fact is that I was sad when they created Ekiti because I saw it as unnecessary. Because as at that time, over 60% of the civil service workers in Ekiti were from Ekiti. Workers were from Ekiti. So now, even when you want to talk of the governorship too, until this guy disrupted it, Abacha, you know, when you look at it properly, people wanted to say, oh, Ondo was dominating. Not really, because it was only between 1979 and 1983. Then Olumide had got to that place. Olumide had got to that place as a governor too, if not because of the coup. So not as if they were leading us like that. Even before Buhari even truncated in 1983, Omobori Owo C1. So it's not as if we are part of it that Ondo
Omobori Owo is from Nigeria as well.
Omobori Owo is from Nigeria, I know. In fact, the few months he spent there.
Sorry, Ola. Is it that Ekiti was actually the majority in Ondo State or not?
You know, Baba, you know, rigging na super.
No, I just want to confirm. Is it the Ekiti that was majority in Ondo State or they are not?
You see, because the census in Nigeria is not reliable. And even the politics itself is another dirty thing. Okay, Akure will be telling you that they are not Ekiti. Please tell me how is Akure Ondo? You speak Ekiti, or maybe you want to claim Ijesha. So you are in between Ekiti and Ijesha. So because your accent, the language you speak is clearly Ekiti, and Ekiti and Ijesha we are family. Now, Ijuta Obolu, Iju and Anita Obolu, they will be telling you they are not Ekiti because they are. See, the fact that you are not writing Ekiti at the back as a postfix to your name, but your language alone is betraying you. There's no way you want to pay. So it's totally different from Katie. Katie is different from Okunabao. You understand? When you say so, we know that that's Ekiti, but Katie, you know, even it's Yoruba, but you know that Katie is like his own do is you will see Owo, Ondo, Ikale. You know, all those areas they are similar, but you see, so it's all about politics. So if people can be so brutal in such politics, then you can't rely on the population census, because one of those.
But at least apart from the military administrators, we have had two Ekiti governing Ondo State, the likes of Dele the Fajri, if those ones are Western, I'm talking about the Ondo itself as a state, Olumulu and Olumulu and Fajri. Omobori was a deputy, so I won't say it's a governor.
No, Omobori won in 1983.
Yeah,
he spent 3 months.
Yeah,
before Buhari scatter everything.
We can't really say that was because he never really governed per se, but at least to have two Ekiti man, govern the state. So, but I was just wondering, without the largesse, without the I know that the Kale and the Akokos and all that, those ones you can group them together. But are they, as in terms of population, in terms of even geographical size, are they as big as Ekiti? I don't know. I'm just wondering.
No. Ondo is bigger in both population and
Okay.
I think they are bigger in both population and land size. I think they are. They are. But the only thing is that just because of our education, we,
I mean, since the creation of Ekiti State is only the Adebayo that I know that comes from A. The rest of the governor has been coming from one village or the other, and even the present governor is from, I think it's from, what is this? What is it?
Bao, West Bao, that side of Afawo and all those things. Like
Yes.
Ekiti North, generally, it's like they are very strong politically in Ekiti than Ekiti South or other area.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Ekiti is very strong in Ondo politics. So so when people are saying, well, all the way, although I know that they were just trying to mock me, though, but it means that you want to mock too. I get my Otago talk.
My mind keeps going to Otiko. Otiko is an Ondoma.
That man.
Yeah, it's an Ondoma.
That man, no being carried, no being name university Obafemi Awolowo University now. Now I do it Obafemi Awolowo University day. So the guy just used politics, just shake the thing before they go name over. And that's so
the federal government supported him, so he wouldn't have.
No, because he was in the ministry. I'm trying to, over 60% of cocoa realized in Western region was from Ekiti. So even the politics that cited the current Obafemi Awolowo University in Osun State, it was just that deep politics that they like of Laduke Akintola play. Because today everything is credited to Awolowo, and that's history can be unfair to people depending on who writes. Okay, let's even say Awolowo is the boss, but some of those things credited directly to Awolowo were actually initiated by Akintola too. But the history seems to be unfair to Akintola, so everything is Awolowo. Even when people were saying Akintola betrayed Awolowo, one thing is that era, that was the era that when people love you, they can lie, they can do anything to support you, and they can rubbish the other guy just to make sure that.
Ola mentioned those things that were initiated by Akintola.
Is that what we're saying? Obafemi Awolowo University.
Mention those things because you are saying there are a lot of
Obafemi Awolowo University was actually initiated by Abiola by Akintola.
Which Obafemi?
Whereas Janiko was being all this while, the moment they mentioned Awolowo,
immediately I mentioned, it's from Ogun State. Immediately I mentioned Akintola.
Oh, I want no about that man. He almost went to jail.
Àwọn kìnìún tó ń pa yín lọ́ba ní wẹ́wẹ́ ní wẹ́wẹ́ lẹ́kìtì táwọn Fúlàní wá ń pa yín ẹ̀ lè rántí yí.
See, this is where you know that Odibo, when an Oba went and glue money together, started hanging it on the neck of a musician, that's when you know that Otidaru is now more or less like a Zazu. How can a old king went ahead and glue money together, started giving out bundles of money when people in his kingdom are suffering? This is the same Nigerian that people are saying Kosowolode. This man went and started gluing new note of 1,000. What kind of example is that? This same Ogun State, they are so corrupt in everything, morally corrupt, financially corrupt.
They are the most corrupt. They are the most corrupt Yoruba.
I won't call everybody Nikoko.
Àwọn civil servant state yìí máa sọ̀rọ̀ sáwọn ń pé kìnìún papọ̀. Àwọn tí state wọn ò lè survive tó bá ń ṣe civil service. Being fed by federal government. These Ekiti people that cannot financially sustain themselves, if not for feeding bottle, federal government
Ekiti State was responsible for over 60% of the revenue in Western region. Before it was from Ekiti State money, they developed all
those. They don't even have cocoa in Ogun State. They have rubber.
Wait, no, Ekiti has rubber too.
I'm talking about Ogun State. They
Who told you that they don't have cocoa in Ogun State? Who told you that?
I said Ekiti State was producing the 60% of it.
Yes, yes,
So no, Baba, this thing is well documented. I know we need
Go and
document
eat your cocoa now. Forget, go and eat your cocoa. Go and
Baba,
get your cocoa and eat it.
A child cannot tell his father that, okay, all the money you used to sponsor me, now that I've become Elon Musk, now tell me, let me refund you. It doesn't work that way. Without the investment of that father, there will be no Elon Musk to start.
What of the free education that we give you people?
Cocoa,
our
free education money. I said we use cocoa money to sponsor free education.
Civilization that we brought to you people?
We didn't give us civilization. We actually,
what of the civilization that we brought to you? You think it's for free?
We actually gave the resources that built Western region. That's what I'm saying. If a child will tell his father that, okay, tell me how much you spend on me for my I will pay you. That's not the issue. If the father has not spent on the child will become nobody. What of the
civilization and the leadership that we provided these people?
What civilization?
You think it's going to be free?
The one that ended up putting us in ditch that we found ourselves. Is it not the same Ogun State?
Corrupt people.
Adisomo call himself Mike. Adisomo call himself that doesn't even know history of Yoruba, and if he calling himself Babalawo, he doesn't even know the importance of Ekiti in Babalawo things. He doesn't even know that Ifa is from Ekiti.
Don't mind Mike. Just woke up from his sleep. After he has been sleeping, he heard about Ogun State. He jumped out and said, "What are they saying about it?" Yes, corruption in Yoruba land started from Ogun State.
Now they scatter us now.
Now them.
Now show them look. Now Dia they used against Abiola. Shoneka they used Shoneka against Abiola.
Yeah.
They still Obasanjo again. They still come bring again.
Yeah. Obasanjo is it's not God's sign, it's a devil's sign. That man had one shot to make life easier for everyone. But that man said, you know what? That's how you know it wasn't God's sign, because that man with that big oblong head, he's from Southeast anyway.
Sorry, you continue. Mike, tell me, where's Oromila from? You are making out. Where is Oromila from? And if you know who they call Oromila, and what's his relationship with Ifa? They're telling me that Ifa is not from Ekiti.
Oromila is from Ondo. It's from Lagos. It's
Mike. From Ikorodu now.
Yeah. Oromila Oriwu.
I will not from Ikorodu. But if I go report you to Baba Elebu, you are just telling you say you are this thing. People like you
his Babalawo license will be revoked.
Exactly. Look at this man. Or maybe Baba Peter Faitomilola alone, they may drag you to that place. May you come explain which issue that you don't so
that
you don't even know.
That would be the last day we practice that.
So you don't even know where it's from.
Faitomilola is from Ekiti.
It's from Ekiti now? Yes, now. So, and it's still one of those traditionalists we know in Nigeria today. Mike, you need to be coming to Ekiti every year for this thing you are saying now. To just go be paid.
See, he's saying, what is he even saying again? He said Romula became king in Ekiti.
Don't mind the guy. Now all those history he read from library in the United States of America, he could come, they use them to
no, Romula is from Ikorodu. Not from Ekiti.
Ijede from Ikorodu.
Romula think by $1 and so you think by $1.
So Ajale Koko, when we are talking of
and you know the funniest thing, when you go to Ogun State after Abeokuta, when you started going to all those, when you hear Ijebus, you started hearing one Ijebu you would think is one big town. But you will see 4 houses, like they built like a hut. That is the one town like that. They will have a king, they will have Olori, they will same just 4 buildings, 4 structures.
Sorry, Adewale, Mike says he's going to become Ajero if he comes to you. Mike, you are blaspheming.
Do you know that there are some kings? You know, normally kings they cannot bring the crown and star into inside of that crown. You know, there are some Oba in Ekiti that they will bring that crown and they will look inside that crown. Not all
You know,
Oba.
the funniest thing is that when the first Ajero came to Ijero, even the path that he followed before he got to that hometown, there were people living there, there before he got there. At the moment he got there, he established himself. So those people that he met there till today, they still refer to them as Obaldo, and they have their annual what do they
Annual
call it?
festival, all those
Yeah,
ones.
that they have to do, and that one will climb, because like a hill, climb up and visit the Oba. It's like celebration. The Oba will give him some goodies and all that, and it's always fun. Annually, they still do it. So those people that were there before, there was no traces of where they came from. If not because the king now decided to recognize them by allowing them to do their traditional rite every year, nobody would have heard about them because that recognition wasn't until the king now proclaimed that they should be granted that honor, and they left. I mean, left them to do that annual, celebration. So, but the original son, the grandson of Oduduwa that left Ilefe, now became synonymous with that town. So till today, whenever they are mentioning a Jero, they won't say, "Oh, those people," but they will mention Ajero. Actually, Owa Ajero is actually called Owa. And if you notice, majority of some Ekitis actually have their king. The same way they call what is it?
You know,
Yeah,
the popular.
exactly, exactly. That is their Oriki. So in Osun State, in Ilesha, they call their king Owa.
Yeah.
So and in some places in
No,
Ekiti.
we are family. You know, we are family. It's just that yeah, it's just that Ijesha. I don't know how it became a tribe, but
Family
as far as
king. Mr. La
yeah,
family king.
Ijesha and
Like,
Ekiti, they
They,
are
family.
family.
they divided us. I think I
Now
don't
the
know
same
how they
language
did
they
it.
speak. See, the
The
question is
Osho state, Osho should have, Oshobo should have been Ekiti.
exactly. So they use
It-
politics to divide us, just like they separate the Republic of Benin from us. You know, all those
Yeah,
Ananago people and all those in their Yoruba now.
yeah,
So
yeah.
look at this man. Though. You are there say if not because of Fabumi, who knows Ekiti? You sure? You sure? Who knows Ekiti? this man.
Listen,
See, we
no,
told you of
these
Alara.
are the like Ajale Coco's kind of people that will speak down on something that they have no knowledge about. They will just say this Ekiti people, as if they now this one is saying that if not for Fabumi, we wouldn't have heard about Ekiti. Good job, good job with that. Try
What
again.
is wrong with this Ekiti? This Abacha created state. Eh? Kí ló ń ṣe àwọn people in Ekiti?
Little you know that they actually
Is it
didn't
not this
struggle. They didn't
criminal
struggle
Abacha that created this state that you
the
people are
same way.
jumping in
This
that? Oh,
Ajale Gogo,
half of
it does not
Ekiti,
even matter.
Ekiti,
Ekiti, whether we were
Ekiti.
part of Ondo,
Eh?
it's not
Eh?
that geographical location that matters.
Wadale Loko.
It's
You know
our
the funniest
history.
thing during
Eh?
the creation of that state, they
Ẹ̀yin
didn't struggle like like some.
tẹlọ́ngbẹ̀yìn fún Abiola tẹlọ́ngbà
n-
Abacha ṣe tó fi fún yín ní state. Are
No,
you not the people that went
no,
behind Abiola to do this thing? Eh?
nobody. We stood strongly
No.
with him.
Adewale, sorry. Let me ask you, where is Femi now? Where is he from, Jari? And where is Ganifa Wemi? Even Ganifa Wemi is from Ondo. Those people, you know how many times they were engaged just because of Abiola,
Those one
right?
are
We are
those
not
Mike,
one are
Shoneko.
strong.
We are not Shoneko. Shoneko
Mike,
was bright.
Mike,
What's the name
get
of this
you,
other guy?
Mike.
Dia too. They all
You
gang
know,
together to gang against their brother. And Obasanjo
Ola,
was
see what Mike wrote. He should get his history right. I don't know what book he's reading. He's reading it from back. And you can't be reading from back when I think you get the history correct.
Mike
How
is
can
from
you say Benin Kingdom was controlling the Ekiti? Where did you read that? Where did you get that?
But he has conquered part of Ekiti before now. I mean,
Where,
under the
where,
control of
which
Benin
Benin
before.
Kingdom has any
That's true.
historical linkage with the Benin Ekiti?
No, I once there was a time that
Never,
Benin Kingdom conquered Ekiti.
never,
It's true. You
never,
go and check yourself.
never,
Allah cannot deny that.
never,
No,
never,
there was a
never.
time.
Never a time that they colonized Ekiti. Never.
It's we from Ogun State that came to free you people from the
colonial master. I didn't know these same people that were selling people.
They were taking dingy. Imagine someone be taking glass and sugar just to sell these people. Can you imagine?
They are giving them mirror so that they can go and sell their
we from
kinsmen.
Ogun State that came to fight for your freedom from Benin Kingdom dominance. So what are you people talking about?
In fact, we can't order state Ogun State because they've done us bad for a long time. They sold us to slavery. They're the one bringing our body against our people, ensuring that enemies are penetrating the entire Southwest. So then you started charging
Tell
South.
us the meaning of our body in English.
The Christian Wole, Allah need the Christian tell it, Wole.
The meaning of our body in English, of course, they are, at least we know Judas now. At least what do you so we know what's the name we call Judas, betrayer. So so Ogun State are betrayers. Because while everybody were saying, no, we no go agree for June 12, bam, Shoneka don't take them. When we say, oh, we must restore Abiola, bam, Dia don't enter. Just imagine a general from Ogun State was weeping, was weeping, begging for his life, right from in front of a major, a general, and a kitty man said, "No, buy me before you take commander in chief." You see now. So the thing is, in fact, I don't know. If not because you are Yoruba, for say maybe join your system to.
Where is that Ekiti man that said buy me? Where is him today?
He died now. He died. He died.
Which man?
The people that he died for.
Even the person that was a general. You know what it means for a general to whip. It's just like they are saying Odokakanfo will be whipping. No, they will never do that in those old days. Odokakanfo will just talk Monishe instead of fully valid for someone that's the gap between a major and general.
You know what is so shameful, Obasanjo was a president for 8 years, together with the years that he spent as head of state. The road to Ota, it's like the one the goat and the sheep and the malus keep plowing that road every day. That was the worst road ever in the entire Southwest, located in Ogun State. Obasanjo could not use his office, his personality, his connection to construct a durable road that would lead to Ota, where he resides. That is to tell you the kind of people Ogun State are known for. One la wonku, when they don't spend money.
They say with Lagidi just because everybody knows that it doesn't take nonsense. But Ogun State when we betray you, they will say it's diplomacy. They are betraying you. When we say there's one rat, you understand? That one will be, it's a rat that will be biting you. So that we'll be enjoying that. That's Ogun State for you. And I want Omokurudu here that will be.
I wonder.
Come online.
If not, what is it called? They wouldn't have harmonized Korodu together with
okay, Allah, continue
State
saying your Akitola and Awolowo. Let's continue.
To be honest, when you I think we Yoruba.
If you mention anything, Awolowo, Babagale Koko will fight you till God knows. It's the same guy. What's it? Tony. Tony almost fought me physically on this show one day. He came at me just to attack me. Say never mention Awolowo like that again, ever. As if Awolowo has become a deity. I was like, man, this guy was corrupt when he was alive. I said, where did you find that? I said, yeah, go and sit down. Go sit down, Gary. Awolowo
my point is, you can even credit Awolowo. I don't have a problem, but don't diminish Akintola. Akintola is not from my state now. See, Akintola. Just look at it this way. What led to their fight? You went for the federal position, and this guy was a premier. Both of you were lawyers. You were working together to move Yoruba land forward. Yeah, you were the leader by the virtue of the hierarchy of your political party. Sound good. You went came back when you were defeated. You were now asking the guy to vacate for you. Abba, the two of you were lawyers, so you were enlightened. And the thing is this: they now turn even everything that Akintola even did on his own. Nobody was even ready to give Akintola any credit as far as they are concerned. It's a betrayal. So do you know why I begin to believe in all these evidences that okay, Akintola really did good, but the problem Akintola had is this: Akintola was more of like Tinubu, or let's say like Abiola, that would like to play the federal politics rather than playing the regional politics only. So he was trying to form alliance. And in life, you have to compromise to join, because now Awolowo was not from Ekiti, but he was doing Agidi like Ekiti man, because he didn't know that Agidi that Ekiti man would do, still pay Ekiti man in the sense that you will stand by that, no compromise. You know that's your own. So now coming back now and trying to push Akintola aside, sideways, and they now thought, oh, no. I feel anytime I read and heard about that thing, I feel for that guy. You call someone a betrayer just because of standing, trying to claim his right. No, both Akintola and Awolowo did good. That's my point. Don't diminish Akintola. Or the worst case scenario, if you don't want to mention Akintola at all, don't call him a traitor. You don't want to give him any credit. Don't call him a traitor. Just allow the man to be. The man paid his own. So like when you hear about Cocoa House now, both Akintola and Awolowo work on Cocoa House. It was so some will tell you that Awolowo started it was because Akintola that commission. Either way, both of them, they were in that political party. So it's so difficult to say this. All of them, I would say, agreed upon it. It is normal. If you are in an organization, maybe you're a project manager, you are likely to be more visible than even the technician that will implement, because you are the one interacting with the executive. You are the one, you are the big builder, you are the one, but everybody contributes. That's just my point. Even whether we like it or not today, 5G that I talk about today, when someone calls security, Yoruba cowards today, I will tell you, after you go and ask 5G, we are proud of 5G. Ogundipe, I don't know where Ogundipe is from. Probably from Ekiti, I don't know. Ogundipe ran away when he commanded the soldier and they didn't listen to him. He ran away. He ran for his life. And so the only person that I've not seen, I've not heard or seen run away for his life is Obasanjo. It's Obasanjo.
Mr. Ola. So now you want to say that it's because of Fajri they're calling Yorubas coward?
No, you don't get me. I said if someone called Yoruba people coward, I will tell you that go and ask about Fajri that said, Danjuma didn't want to kill Fajri, but so he was resisting that. Okay, he didn't want them to take Fajri to take Agbin Ironsi, right? He didn't want them to take Agbin Ironsi. He said, okay, they said, Oga, we are not here for you. He said, okay, you know what? If you know, before you can take this man, first of all, kill me, first of all. Otherwise, that is not going to happen. And they had no option, right? Because he was defending his commander-in-chief till his last blood. That's what I'm saying. That's a soldier for you. There's a reason they don't equip commercial aircraft with parachutes. Because if you equip commercial aircraft with parachutes, I don't know that. I'm just saying I could be ignorant of this thing, but where I'm saying is because you see wherever there are some kind of air incident, you start wondering why is it that the pilots are not trying to escape, right? So, because if you give them that power, I want to assume, I could be wrong, because some people in the aviation center here, so I may be saying rubbish. So you just pardon me. I'm just talking about what I think. So if you equip commercial flight with parachutes that can take the pilot to the safety, probably before little thing that they could have even stayed to even remedy, they will just move. You understand? Till tomorrow, nobody can say where this man from came.
That's a good idea now, at least. Why in a private
That's
jet?
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Fajuyi
They have
knew
too
his
many
leaders.
parachutes,
By commander in
which
chief,
people like to
by
say
commander in chief
they can
came
do it
to
for
me. I
everybody
want to.
now. They
No,
can do it
Trump.
for
Get
everybody
what
now.
I'm saying. This guy just like, okay, Trump, you come and visit me now. Some area boys around and say, okay, we want that new person that just entered your house, and I just push you out. Who am I? I'm a bad person. But I'm telling the person, say, no, you want to take my host, like it's not going to happen. I say over my dead body. That's the only time you can take my so say, hey, okay, we'll
Mr.
take you
Ola,
out.
Mr.
That
Ola,
is
all
exactly
the
what
time that
Fajuyi
I
did.
come to Ekiti area boys want to come after me. Are you going to sacrifice your life for triumph?
Ask Adewale, it's not going to happen in Ekiti. You tell it Ekiti and someone want to ask. I'm not making mouth. I'm not making mouth. Trust
That
me.
means that means I'm settling down in Ekiti State then.
See, why do you think? Why do
Settling
you
down
think
in
they?
Ekiti
Why do
State.
you think they say it is stubborn? Why do you think they say it is stubborn?
Don't go there. Don't go there, Mr. Cha. I like it, you know. They won't do anything special, okay? The place I've seen Ola bashing Ogun, left, north, east, and west. But Badale just kept quiet. He just continued to bash us anyhow he likes.
Remy, where were you? Where were you? Where people started?
If we did not accept Christianity and let the white people come to our land, you will not be speaking English like Okoro like you are doing now.
How do you know?
You will be in Ekiti with your tummy will have been very big, with your egusi. One time, la.
It would have been the Babalawo too. It would have been the Babalawo.
How could you say your people?
Allah would have been the
because of
Babalawo now.
Hello, sell our people. We do not sell anybody now.
You were selling your people because of mirror. And
is it only you Ekiti and Ondo, you are not into real
wait. Who? Which Ekiti you call you are
not in history like that now.
It's like Remy.
You are under the Jesha people. You are under the Jesha people.
We're under Jesha.
Look
at this man.
Sherry, with all respect, whatever anybody wants to say, whether you are a Jesha, you are Oyo, you are Ekiti, you are Awolotuku. It is a great. It is a great privilege, and it is an envy of other tribes. They want to be like Yoruba, but Ajishebi Lamari. Àwọn Yorùbá mo ṣe lo Ọ̀yọ́ mo kàn fẹ́ lo mo fẹ́ yí àwọ̀ èèyàn ni.
Sọ bí Ajíṣebí Ìjẹ̀bú láàrin àbí Ẹ̀gbá láàrin.
Ajíṣebí ọmọ Oòduà láàrin. Àwọn ìkọ́pì ẹnì kankan. Àwa dẹ̀ ní mo sọ lẹ́ẹ̀kan mo ní ọgbọ́n jàgbára lọ. Àwa la lè tè, àwa la lè rò. Àwa la máa ń sọ fún ẹ pé káàárọ̀, àwa la tún máa sọ fún ẹ pé òjíire bí. So the truth of the matter is that all of the things you are saying, we have one opportunity, one privilege, and I will give that to
Emma Bino. How many times did I call you? When did Oyo Koi Ekiti Leru? Did you hear of Ekiti Parako? Did you hear of Kiriji?
Àwa náà jà, ẹ má sọ pé àjà Ọ̀yọ́, Ìbàdàn.
Did you Koi Ekiti Leru? The point is, did you Koi Ekiti Leru?
No,
èmi kọ́ mo sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, ṣé mi sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ni?
Ọlá máa argue Ọ̀yọ́ ti control yìí rí kó tó di pé
wàhálà dé. Èmi ò tiẹ̀ sọ bẹ́ẹ̀, kò tiẹ̀ ní ìdí ká kóra wa lẹ́rú. Èmi ò sọ bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ ti wà ọ́ndà Ọ̀yọ́ rí.
Aṣáàlù wọn kúrò, right? Adẹ̀gbára wa
ọmọ ọ̀tá kan ẹ̀yẹ̀bá ọmọ ọ̀tá pọ̀ lára ayé ọmọ ọ̀tá kan ló bẹ̀rẹ̀ wàhálà ogun tó dé ọmọ ọ̀tá kan bíi Adéwálé ló lọ gbẹ́ orí baálé kan.
So nǹkan tí mi fẹ́ sọ mẹ́rin ni pé ṣe rí
One singular act. We are just
The singular act that and credit to Awolowo. I share the sentiments of Ola in that attempt to demonize Akintola. I visited Akintola's house many years ago. I was in the 70s, and I had the privilege of hearing the story. And the story to popular, the one that was very popular, the story that was popular was about betrayal and the rest about Awolowo. But nobody ever had the other side, the story of Akintola from Akintola's side. Because, like I say, I share exactly the sentiment, and those were my thoughts, what Ola shared earlier on. But we cannot discount the contribution of both men, even though the latter, Awolowo, his conclusion were, in fact, to everything, because if he had come earlier, maybe he would have been regarded.
Sorry, Bishop, I might continue. You see, when they say Ijebu people are the corniest people in the Yoruba land, you see now, no be Koni Awolowo take all the glory.
I mean, no, Awolowo too was great. I mean, that's, you see, if it was to be in the earlier climb, that maybe Awolowo would have been another deity. He was great. He was a thinker. I mean, the world is not. If Awolowo had lived in the West, I'm sure they would talk more about him than they are now. He was a thinker. I mean, it's an irony about Nashimankwe that in the world today, the world celebrates Nelson Mandela. I'm not taking anything away from Nelson Mandela, but in the real sense of the word, Nelson Mandela Awolowo was way far incomparable with what Nelson Mandela is or was. Both men are of blessed memory now. But what I'm saying is this: among those great people, Shadano, there's no one. So I'm not going to say, oh, one is great, one is great. They contributed in different ways. The only thing I don't like is trying to demonize Akintola, that he was a betrayer because he won an election and wanted to hold on to it. I think that narrative is warped, is one-sided. And most people that run with that narrative did not really know the whole story. Now, coming to the issue of Ejesha, Ogun, I mean, Ekiti, and the rest, I think we are just throwing bands. That's the truth. Because,
where are you from? Are you from Ekiti or from Ogun State?
Me.
Or Lagos?
Is it me?
Where are you from? Ekiti? Yes.
No.
Where are you from? Which area of the Yoruba land are you from?
He's from
you okay?
Where?
Bishop
is from
where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm not from Osun. Okay, I'm proud of where I'm from.
Where are you from?
I'm not from Osun.
Are you from the south?
Me?
What? No, because
is Bishop from Ekiti also? I know it's not.
I'm not from Ekiti. I'm not from Ekiti. I'm not from Ogun. I am Ajishi.
I'm
from the Queen State.
He's from Oyo. I said you are from.
Ṣé máa pe Bishop Ekiti? Ṣé ó sọ̀rọ̀ bí àwọn Ekiti ni?
Excuse me, Mike.
Look, where are you from?
Bishop has the blood of every place in his, because that man is.
There's no Ekiti in that blood.
He has a little bit of Ekiti in his blood. That's why he reacts that way passionately every time he's talking. You know. So even if he's claiming,
I've never seen an Ekiti that speak passionately. Ekiti.
I mean, what is this man? I beg you, are you not from Korodu? If not, because they don't go to Lagos, they want to come in Ogun State.
Ọ̀yọ́ àti Èkó ló wà lára mi. Ọ̀yọ́ àti Ìjẹ̀bú ló wà lára mi.
Ọ̀yọ́ báwo? All of my questions.
My mother is from Oyo.
Let's talk about one major contribution of Awolowo. One major contribution that we are all enjoying today. You see that deal Fagua? Alawiye, Abi, see deal Fagua no money. Hello, am I still on?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hello.
We are listening now.
Well,
We are listening.
okay,
We are
okay.
listening.
That's Yoruba literature, Diofagunwa, apá kìíní, apá kejì, apá kẹta, that unified Yoruba when Awolowo introduced free education in the Western region in 1955. That is why we are speaking Yoruba, that we can hear ourselves. In the olden days, when an Hindu man is speaking, Oyoma will not understand. When an Egba is speaking, an Ekiti man will not understand. That is what we had before. But when we're using the same curriculum, it unites us more. And we now had a form
Sorry, Bishop.
central.
I was trying to respond to you. It's a
Okay.
GF Jo. So
Yeah,
that's
for
how
the
we
John,
hear.
sorry, not
So
Fagwa. Yeah,
Fagunwa, those are the Golodumare.
Johnny, thank you. God bless you. God bless you. I hope you
No, we are
know.
I'm a Yoruba man now. We can see.
Thank
Ask
you.
Mike. Mike doesn't know. Mike,
Look,
where are you?
they will not know.
Are you sure a Yoruba man? Are you sure you are a Yoruba man,
See.
Ola?
I don't know. I can't remember when I read Alawiye, but I can pick Alawiye from number 1 to number 6, and I will pick a story from each of them, and I will tell you.
I've not forgotten that
Salamatu wa niyewu. Ṣàbùnbẹ lẹ́yìn kùlẹ̀ ẹ̀bùn mi lọ́jà tó ń ṣòwò pẹ̀lẹ́ ṣòwò tó ní ní wọ́n fẹ́ wo ó jẹ́ ronú ọ̀rẹ́ mi tó gbọ́ tí mo fẹ́ bá sọ owó ló ní rẹ̀. So
let me ask this question.
Àgbà lọ́wọ́ Mary Balẹ̀ gbé tó lọ so sorry have I digressed? Permit me.
Let me ask you this question, Mr. Bishop. Let me ask a question as you are advancing. So that means that you people in the Southwest united to have one language. You understand? Just one language. Okay. If we can do the same thing for Nigeria, I believe Nigeria will be united. Because the problem we have today in Nigeria, we are so diverse, different languages. When this sort of, they don't trust each other. You understand? But at least I remember that when I was
No. Mr. Trump, the situation is different. You know, Ekiti, Ondo, Ijebu, Egba, they are all Yorubas. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, you want to form a platform to unite the same the same people together.
That's the way it is in
wait, now, there's no way we can impose our language on Igbo. Igbo people can also find a way to find a unified language.
Also
one voice. Yeah. Go on.
In the French history also is just like Yorubas now. They were having different languages too. Not just later they decided to be just one language, and it's helping the whole region. Understand? But we can only differentiate them by their accent. When somebody from the south of France speaks, we know that it's from the south. Understand? But they say everything is French. Understand? And again, somebody from the center speaks also, we know it's from center. And the north of France also, where I'm from, we know the person from the north. It's just the accent that changes. Understand? Like when the Yoruba person is when one person from Lagos is speaking, and I remember and Ikorodu is speaking, I know the difference between their accent. Just the accent, there's difference in the accent. So that's it. If Nigeria we decided to choose one language in the next 15 to 20 years, we use it, I believe it will be great. What do people think about?
Well, you see, that's a beautiful thing. In theory, we have our challenges as a nation, and I believe that challenges are not necessarily bad. They are actually ingredients of nation building. When you find challenge, you surmount them, you get over them. I remember one great preacher that is of blessed memory now said, it is not a sin to fall into sin. When you fall into fall out. If anybody remember Archbishop Bessie Hidausa of blessed memory. Now, every time we run into a challenge in Nigeria, we don't see it as a means to promote and come out stronger. We always resort to this very easy pedestrian solution. Let us scatter it now. Let us finish it now. Challenges will always come. Problems will always come. We have not learned and bring out something positive from the challenges we have had in the past. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Every of our challenges, we are always looking for who to blame, who to put the fault on. And the story going down is to it's not uniting us. The light that uniting us is actually really dividing us. For example, the history of our civil war is something that could have been transformed to help. Also, if we are saying we want to get a common language now or more, people, if you bring an individual to formulate a language, some people will go and study that, say, no, that language sounds too much like Igbo. How do you want Igbo language to not dominate our Nigeria? No. We don't want to lose our identity. We don't want to use it because I will always use the instrumentality of education through, because all the Southwest then, they were benefiting from the free education, were actually using the same book. So it's like all of us were reading from the same hymn book. And that now give us a general Yoruba that almost everybody is speaking now. Even though individuals have their dialects, which nobody is taking away from them, and they have history. For example, let's take it from the aspect of music. Look, in Southwest today, if you want to talk about music, one of the great people that are great are the Ikale people. Ikale is Ondo, that produced the likes of Comfort Omoge, that produced the like of Orlando, that produced the like of what's this other guy? That too many of them. So but we have music, and if we read the history, we are not contesting. I'm not saying contest.
No, but Orlando is not Ikale. Say.
I know. It's Orlando is not Owo.
No, Ifon and Owo.
What I'm saying is that music, that genre of music in that circle, it
I know.
expands.
I was just going
to. I know. Orlando is Ifon, but that genre of music from Ikale, well, maybe I'm not a historian. I will not know, but I might not. But maybe it is just the name, the title they give to it because of that axis. But I know a lot of great musicians that come from that axis. What's this guy name that is late now? A young guy. What's it for? Music was so but
from where? From where?
The guy is from the same Mikale now. He's a young guy. It's not if I remember his name now. It's late.
No. You know there are plenty now. Even some of them sing like Christian, like this guy say, there are so many of them. So
there are plenty. And you see that most of them realize that when they were singing, people will argue today that one of the reasons why Orlando did not blow as he's supposed to blow was because he was mainly using his dialect that other people were not understanding. So people that wanted people to understand themselves, apart from using that dialect, they are now using the general Yoruba. And it became a thing way back from late 50s to 1960s. Late 60s to early 70s. Everybody now wants to use the Jeshaman, wants to use the Central Yoruba, the Ekiti man wants to use the Central Yoruba, the Egba man wants to use the Central Yoruba, of course, Oyo, of course.
No, Bishop, the difference now is that when we use the general Yoruba now, it's closer to the Oyo or Yoruba.
Oyo seems to be the domineering.
Exactly. With that one, we are still not forgetting our culture. For example, now I still make my local proverb in general Yoruba, right? But the question now is this: Igbo is Igbo, Hausa is Hausa. So they can form something, but for us now to say we want to form one language, I don't subscribe to that.
Some people tried it. Remember Wazobia, the origin of Wazobia.
But we are already speaking English and Pidgin. I don't see the
I like it. We should not kill our culture.
Do you remember Eviad Naogoli? 1 kilometer is another language. I say another kilometer is another.
Happy birthday. Yeah, we know him. Very
But
popular.
when she sang that song, she really made sense. I was making something the other time. I wanted to mention a tribe somewhere in Kwaira, in Kayama. Many people don't know that we have two Kayamas. There is Kayama in Bayelsa and there is Kayama in Kwara. In Kayama of Kwara, that's where we have a tribe we call the Kemberis. Kemberis, up until recently, they go naked at Olomoge at Yadelibon. It's just like
where is the place? Where is the place? What do you say is the name of the place, Mr. Bishop? Again.
Kayama.
In Kwara State.
Yes.
Can you write it in the private chat? How they spell it?
K-I-A-M-A, just like the same Kayama, the same spelling with the Kayama in Bayelsa.
That means that they are related then.
I don't think they are related. I don't know whether it's a coincidence, but they share the same name. Kayama. K-I-A-M-A. Kayama is
and until date they're still doing the same thing, or they've stopped.
Well, civilization, even the people of Koma, and the people of Koma Hill in Gongola, old Gongola, I think they are beginning to wear dresses now. A lot of missionaries have got there. So I think the same thing, but you still go to their market, you see their women, a lot of their women still go beer with just some leaves around there. Yeah. I know what I'm talking about. Yes, their culture is their way of life. So they don't see it as anything.
Way of life is culture, man.
I don't know. They are those are the only two people that I know in the past 30 years that were still going naked. I don't know whether it has changed.
Bishop Baba, that Orlando that you just mentioned, you don't trigger something in me tonight again with that. You know that man, that is song, that is own style of music. I don't see anybody. You know when Sonny
somebody was singing it. What's the name of this guy? Somebody was singing it. If the guy sings, you will not know it's not Orlando.
West
Coast.
But it didn't last. Even in Peking. You know, Orlando used to be an amateur boxer before he started.
Yeah.
So the thing now is this. No, Sonade even gave detail because Sonade talk about how Orlando mentored them and how Orlando used to warn them whenever they do bad things. And you know, Sonade said he get too much agidi. But he said whenever Mama see Orlando like this, he said, the person that can handle is coming. You know, Orlando is a giant. You know, he's a giant and I was a giant. So the thing is, as Sonade said, he said Orlando has a type of voice that he has not seen any musician with that type of. So that's when I say do, re, mi, fa, say, by the time he mentioned do, that he has never seen anybody with that type of voice. And the fact that the guy goes local with his with his type of this thing, he makes the guy so special. Made the guy so special.
Mr.
He's from he's from we can call him those yeah, but
means that if I want to get
musicians, that is so he has both a fan or blood. So
okay.
You know, many people don't understand. Even me, self, there are something that man will talk that I don't understand. But the clear one, I understand. So when he's in the clear one,
is that the one here?
I'm here.
Okay, I have a question I wanted to ask you. Thank God that he just said something about there are so many things about Orlando that I try. I would listen like 1,000 times. I don't know what's in the talk. You know, even
if I don't understand, Adewale go understand.
There's something.
Bishop,
no. There's okay. Let me ask you that one. There is one song that General Prince Adekunle sang. When he sang, I want to know if anybody can help me with what he said there. Where he sang. What was No. Àwòdìfò pẹ̀rẹ̀ ó lóun fẹ́ mú Olúwa ibi tí yóò fòdé kò yé mi
ó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ́yà ó fẹ́ ṣẹlẹ́yà ayé ẹ máa bá wí.
After that, he now went into another thing. He said, ẹyẹ ìjì ló gbèjì ìpìyà igi ló ṣe kíní kan.
I will listen to that again because I know say
no, not that one. Okay. I'm this is other sapability.
Like Olule, no, this Orlando. Olule we yepere ojo pa kakaka o de nipa.
Remy, I really want to know what he says there.
Ṣáwá ló ní ìlú àtọrin wá.
Ìlú àtọrin, ṣáwá ló ní ìlú àtọrin o.
Lando.
Ìjìnlẹ̀ orin, ṣáwá ló ní
orin wá. No, ever, don't divert it. Don't lose people. If you want to go that direction, see, I love that area, but maybe don't let us be selfish. So,
Wait,
basically,
yellow CC. What did he even say there? I can't even understand.
yellow CC.
No, waiting cause it matter.
No,
Yellow CC sit down. He said
that one
yellow
you
CC
not
sit down.
remember.
He put hand for her jaw.
You said?
He said he sit down. He put hand for her jaw.
Oh, you know, say me, I don't get time. Me, I don't know. Honestly, as I've listened to that song for more than 20 years. I still trying to. I'm telling you.
Orlando. He took the son of Orlando himself, or was it his son?
Bishop
Yes, sir.
Orlando is that man should be studied. That man. The way, like the way you have the do re mi fa sol la ti do kind of a thing.
Yeah.
He sing from backward. Like you must be a good guitarist to even be able to follow. If not, you will fail. That is why today some people try to copy.
But guys, you guys are talking about Orlando. Fine. What of the moral decadence? What of the Igbo is always smoking? Those ones,
We
it
are
doesn't count.
not judging now. We are not a moral court now.
No, you are
We
not
are talking of
judging.
his talents. We are talking
There
of
you go.
talents.
Thomas, what makes something illegal is the law. See, the coffee people take today. Coffee is drug. That caffeine you take. When you look
Thomas,
at it in reality,
Thomas,
the caffeine you take is a drug.
Have you heard Orlando saying ganja, ganja, oh, ganja, ganja? And that's your business, ganja,
Thomas, they are all one far ganja. Mo sure pé Adéwálé àtọ̀lá ń fa.
Orlando.
Ganja ṣe wíwọ ìtèmi o ní ganja ní ganja. You know, àwọn Yorùbá ní ọjọ́ tí ò dá ní jẹjẹ ń yó láàfin.
Adéwálé knows that song.
Really?
That song. You know, Fela is another.
You know, there's a particular song that I love. The one where he said,
Adewale, please go to the one he said that there's this Ojoboyo.
Baba mo kepe o Edumare da mi lohun baba.
Oh,
yeah,
I know that one. Ọ̀pọ̀ ń wá ṣubú Orlando ọwọ́ Èdùmàrè ń bẹ lẹ́yìn mi gidi. Right?
It seems like okay. That's one. That's bí babaláwo bá ti jí o, á gbàdúrà lórúkọ Ifá. Bó níṣègùn bá jí, á gbàdúrà lórúkọ ewé. Bó níṣẹ́ owó ń rebi iṣẹ́ owó á gbàdúrà wípé ire lónìí o ire. That's where that song, ire lónìí. That's the title of that album.
You know where he said, oníṣègùn bá ti jí, apẹ̀rù sọ́yìn kan fún ẹni ẹlẹ́ni ló ń kọ́lé kíkọ́. Àṣàwọ̀ sùkàn làgàmí dàbọ̀ra. Eré owó olówó lè gún ná. Ìgbàgbọ́ ní sàárín ìrè lóko. Ayé ẹ̀ka àánú mi. Ẹ̀kọ́ mi lè tẹ̀rí tẹ̀yẹ àjùwà.
Àjùwà ṣàwà.
You know, that's a good deal. Sure you know, right?
That's a
good right there.
That's a very good song too. That's a very good song.
Ẹbí kò gba agbára, iṣẹ́ eré ṣíṣe, Ẹlẹ́dùmarè ló fún wa ṣe. Bàbá ló fún wa ṣe, ayé ẹ̀ màmá bínú àwa. Ẹgbẹ́ mi lé tẹ̀rín tẹ̀yẹ, ẹgbẹ́ mi gẹ̀gẹ̀ wọlé owó.
Oh my goodness. You get them.
When he died,
really,
it was one of the positions that he died that I cried.
Is that new? But
yes, I actually did. I cried when he died. My friend called me and said, "Your daddy just died." I said, "Who is Orlando?" I said, "Oh my God."
You know when Gbenga Adeboye and Orlando died, and Fela, oh my goodness. You know, practically where I was living that time, they were mocking me that my papa don't die. When Fela dies, you see the way I look at those people, say, something wrong with you. Because that thing, when Fela died, the thing be like, say, we they live inside the same house, you know. Because that time, I can't remember all his songs like Every day, my people's. Hey, oh my goodness, fella. The inside was suffering, are smiling. Now that one I just go song anyway.
You know, in reality, I concede to the fact that Nigeria are smart people, exceedingly so. Now, one of our big problems is that we are becoming too smart, and we want to move at the speed of light when our ability is to crawl like snail. Whichever way,
Bishop,
once
you know
you
how to
take us,
describe Nigerians? Smart and
so,
lazy. They don't want to. They
yeah,
have the brain, but they
if
don't
you
want to
take
do
us,
the work.
once you take
They
us
want
to
to.
our destination, but honestly speaking, slow and steady wins the race. Because if you know, one road safety man said sometimes ago, he said the road is a mirage. The faster you go, the longer it becomes. But if you go slow and steady, I was telling somebody a few days ago when we were talking of issue of Yoruba, that we should get people who cookie you know, the 30. Every story. And the guy was saying that he used to believe before when he was growing up that tortoise is that mischievous. So every story we always have 30. That is a problem of Nigeria. It's going to get to a time in the world, but the only thing is this: what are we going to make of it? It's either a break of our people think that, oh, sorry, I'm getting into politics now. Now, when Nigeria breaks, their own region is going to be an Eldorado, blah 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 blah. It is a lie. You see, every success
It's not
brings
going to be so fast
a
like that.
every success bring a new set of challenges. Every success. I'm
I
telling
think probably the region that will excel is the region that can calm down, use their resources very well, and they also work together as a team.
you, look, greedy people, there
I
will
mean,
still be
any
greedy.
region that do like that, I'm
There
just
will
trying
still
to.
be greedy. There will still be greedy people. There will still be
Yeah, that's
nepotism.
really. There will
My,
still be,
my boy, Remy,
but the
Remy,
advantage these
Remy,
two region we have,
Remy.
I will tell you. I want to name
Right.
two:
Okay, go ahead.
South and the Southwest. I will
Okay,
tell you the advantage they will have.
okay,
The advantage they will have is that they have ocean. They have
okay,
ocean that pass through their domain. That means to have a
okay.
seaport will not be a big problem. Okay. So and then secondly, another advantage they have is that their service industry as is well regulated. It's already developed to some certain extent. So that aspect, they won't have problem with our service industry. Coupled with the seaport, it will really help them a lot. Now, talk about the politics, another thing. Because when you talk about Yoruba politics, we all know that the competition is very fierce. It's strong, man. It's going to be Ekiti against Ogun, Ondo against Oyo. It's going to be very fierce. In fact, I will tell you the presidential election, if we were to succeed in the Southwest, that presidential election will be the fight, the competition.
You
It
see,
will be tough.
why I agree with you to some extent. I'm not saying it because I'm a Yoruba man. I'm saying it because our problem will be very minimal compared to what will happen in other places. You see, we don't have that resource. There are categories and oh my god, maybe I should not go that.
But if you look at it, Bishop, from this way,
But I mean, but we won't necessarily have to practice presidential system. I mean, I don't see
yeah,
that.
we can go for parliamentary system. I was reading through the bill of the state police today, and what I was reading, I'm quite excited. If at the end of the day, it's come to fruition, it's good, and I like the checks and balances.
No, Remy, you know why I like regionalism. See, I keep saying I want to preserve my culture.
And by the way, it doesn't have to be parliamentary neither. You remember we have system already. So
Yeah, we have a system already.
this idea it must be kini kon to yinbo nse from when Canada or US kini kon. No,
I know
we already have system. Yeah.
we have to form our own
There's
now.
no part of Yoruba land where they don't have a traditional ruler.
Remy,
Come on now.
Remy, as I was saying, for example, now just imagine you form some kind of a coalition that will make me forget Sonny Ade, Ebenezer Obey, just because we want to impose religion on me. So I want to preserve my culture. That is why I want us to be practice another system that present my culture. I don't want to speak English. In Canada, people in Quebec, they don't want to speak English. In fact, as a matter of fact, if you go to Quebec, they will pretend like they don't understand English. That French, they will be speaking to you.
I must tell you the truth today. I like the way you try to fuse everything together into what you think is good for you. Because when you mentioned about religion, that you said there are so many things you have said here that I just say, oh, this guy is totally different from other people. You can see as a Christian, some people will say, I have to do this just as the white man is doing, or a pastor will tell you this is what you should do. But I cannot remember all of those things you have said. But I like the way you always put it that this is my own position and this is how I'm going to worship. Because to me, I believe that your faith lies in your heart. Anywhere you find yourself, even in the middle of the desert, or maybe in your room or in your toilet, and pray to God, God will answer you. You don't need any alpha or pastor to be going to them or believing in them, because when you look at the whole context, any alpha or pastor that takes this as his own job 100%, I will not believe in him, because that means you are getting interest, you are getting financial return from it. But if you say, okay, this is my job, or then on Saturday and Sunday, or then I am a pastor, delivering some church. Yeah.
Jọ, please. Ìsọmí ọrùn níbẹ̀ níbẹ̀.
Mi ò mọ̀ náà, àwọn tó ti.
Ìjẹ̀ṣà nìyẹn o, ta ni jẹ́ kù látọ̀dẹ̀ wá síbí.
Omi àjẹyẹn tó lálẹ́ omi ọ̀hún lóru bẹ́ẹ̀.
I appreciate the way you take religion. You don't take it as I'm sorry to the most African black people will take it. I just, when you go outside the law and you see the way those countries have developed, you will be surprised at what is really wrong with our people. You will ask yourself so many questions. Everybody were outside. You ask yourself, how do these people do it? It's not that they go to mosque every Friday. It's not that they go to church every Sunday or every other day. But still, you can see that development. I was in a city in where I used to live. They have 6 subway lines, and in a space of 5 years, they have like 18 subway lines. I'm not talking about station. 18 subway lines, line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4 to 18 within 5 or 6 years. And you can see the development from their train technology. They used to have like 120 kilometers. Today, the train they have now is called bullet train. If they introduce that one in Nigeria alone, that means Lagos to Ibadan will only take you 20 minutes. 20 minutes. The way it is now in that country, Lagos to Ibadan and Lagos to Abuja will only take about 2 hours. If we have our electricity, if we can, I just don't understand what is wrong with ourselves. If we can get our hearts together, that country is so blessed that most of the states have resources. And then we also have people that...
Remy, tell us what you read on that bill for the...
okay, the bill stated that for a commissioner of police, state commissioner of police to be removed from from office, first and foremost, every state will also have a state police commission, that one that have their federal. So they will have that one. With the recommendation of the Federal Police Civil Commission, when a state governor wants to remove a commissioner of police, first he has to write a letter to the Federal Police Civil Commission telling them what the infringement or what the state police commissioner have done. That is one. Second, it must have 2/3 majority approval from the state assembly. Third, the state Police Civil Service Commission must also have that thing in hand. It's like 4 layers. So I like it that way. So not that a state governor will just wake up one day that I am serving a state, I am sacking a state police commissioner. Now, about nomination. Nomination of the state police commissioner will be this way. The Federal Civil Service, the Federal Police Civil Service Commission, they will introduce like maybe 3 or 4 from that state. They will introduce this to the state governor. Then the state governor will now pick one. Now, for that approval to sell to, the state assembly must also pass that approve, just like what the Senate did, 2/3 of the State Assembly to say
Let
yes.
me repeat that. You said for the appointment, they're going to do what?
For the appointment, the Federal Police Service Commission from Abuja will recommend 4 or 5 police commissioners from that state that in that category that can be a police commissioner. They will recommend it to the state governor. The state governor will pick one, send the name to the National Assembly, 2/3 majority from the National Assembly. No.
National Assembly of the State Assembly.
State Assembly must pass before that person can be a state commissioner, as a state police commissioner. So in essence,
Remy, what do they talk about financial aspect?
The financial aspect, they talk about the federal government first giving the state grants and aid to support them in the earlier stage, to support them to start their own state state police. So maybe, but what I really want is that, for me, I want the federal government to redistribute the allocation. Maybe give more money to the state.
No, Remy, just hold on, so that let me follow with you. Sorry, no verse.
Okay.
Basically, it looks like the federal government is still going to have control of the state police.
No. What they are trying to say is that the day-to-day activity of state police is with the state government. The federal government is not going to interfere at all. The only way the federal police will interfere in state is when there is a crime or activity that the state cannot control. And before the federal police will come in, it is the state governor that will invite them. If the state governor does not invite them, they are not going to interfere.
Okay, when they abuse power, what happens?
You mean the state police commissioner?
Governors.
Governors? Governor to who? To the state police?
No, if the state governors abuse police power, what happens?
Okay. If such a thing happens, then the state, they are going to create what we call State Police Civil Service Commission. So if they create that one, then you can you can write a petition, take their case to that people, just like the Federal Police Service Commission. So I think anybody can just, but if the governor abuse that power, that means is the state police commissioner in trouble. Not
okay, I don't even care. See, people are saying state police will create problem. I say yes, I know, but I will say between one problem. Number one, for someone to come to Giti and chase me out of my land, and for me not to have generation to point to a particular place they call Ekiti, because when you start hearing foreign languages, maybe you come to that place, they call the thing one foreign language that you can't even call Ekiti. They say, I don't want that to happen. The state governor that we abuse that power, we will sort that one out later. Let them abuse that power. But is the question about is a question of existential threat or because of political interest? So if Ayoshi, for example,
this question, please.
Okay.
Did they mention anything about the local government police?
No. And what I read, there's nothing like local government. It's purely state. And what they are trying to do is that if you are a policeman and you are from Oyo State, you are serving in Kano, probably they have to transfer you back to Oyo State. Then they will now, from a senior police commissioner from that state, it is that the Federal Civil Service Commission will now recommend to the state governor to pick one out of them.
I think I don't know if the recruitment process by the federal government for the commissioner of police is right.
Sorry, Ajalego. So the federal government will be recruiting commissioner of commission.
No. What they are trying to say in the formative stage, right now, we have federal police structure. And from the federal police structure, we have senior police officers from different states in Nigeria. So when they create a state police, the Federal Police Service Commission will now recommend for each state governor senior police officer from their state, from the federal pool. that is where the state governor will pick one. In conniving with the state, the state National Assembly must accept, okay? Two-thirds must accept that this person, we want this person to be police commissioner. In terms of discipline, in terms of removal of state police, it has to go through the state governor, go through the state.
It's the same,
No. It's the same. It has to go to the state civil service police commission and to third National Assembly member of the state removing that police commissioner.
No, what I'm
state
saying,
assembly, not National Assembly. That's why you are confusing me.
No national, state national, state
assembly.
State assembly.
Now, so that it simply means that those police they are redeploying will resign from the federal police service. They will not join.
They did not say they are going to. What they said is this. I think the way to me, what they said is this. I think if it comes to that stage, probably they will give them benefit of doubt. If you are opting out to go to your state to be a member of the state police force there, maybe you can go. But if you remain with the federal, then you become federal police. But in what I've read, I think what they're trying to say is that if you only need, I think maybe the federal police will just maintain people that are investigative police officers, like special police force. That's what they are going to retain. The others just go back to your state and do the state. So it's not left for the state. If you want to recruit more to your state police, they are not stopping you.
But Remy, what I'm saying is that the recruitment process is handled by the federal police, or what do you call it now?
You mean recruitment for the whole police or recruitment for the state commissioner? Which one?
For the state commissioner.
Yeah, because they cannot start from nothing. We already have federal police. For you to choose a state police commissioner, they will look at senior police officer from your state, for example. Now, recommend 4 to this state governor. Pick one. Then National Assembly must approve it. The state civil service police commission must also say yes, it's a good guy. Okay, so that's what they are trying to do.
Hold on. So for the commissioner, they will do recommendation to the state.
Yes.
What of the real police on the ground in that state? Who is going to do that?
For what I've read, there's nothing like that. But in my own personal opinion, I think majority of the police for that fall under, if you are from your state, probably they will ask you to go back.
No, that cannot work. That cannot work. Federal.
You are trying to say they need to recruit afresh.
Yes, they can. That is the way it should work. They should keep their own police and let the state handle their own thing.
But you should know one thing. That,
no, Remy, I'm supporting Ajali Koko.
Yeah,
I'm supporting Ajali Koko.
I also think it's making a point.
Their police is their own police. They should let the state recruit their own freshmen that can handle the security of the state.
I have their own new orientation.
New orientation. And they'll be responsible to the people of the state.
The question I will ask Ajali Koko analyze this. What about low-level officers or like constable?
That's what I'm saying. That should be handled.
Police don't need them. They don't need those people.
No. See, Remy, hold on. You see, one thing is this: we don't want the federal police we have now to indoctrinate anyone. I may decide to say, okay, I want to go and train my police with maybe Canada Royal Police or American FBI. I want to have my own different way of operating. So I don't want cultural of Egunje. I don't want cultural of Egunje. I want to start my own from afresh. I want to put my system in place.
So
I want to put my database of crime, everything, the way, everything.
You must be fair. What about all those low level, I would say not senior officer, low level ones, and they are in the majority? How do you undo most of that?
That's not what we are saying. Even if you are going to hire someone that is of high school, I want to have my recruitment process. I don't want,
my question, you did not answer my question. The majority of the police force are the lower level officers. if you guys are not taking them, where should we put them? Because the federal government, they don't need them.
No.
The federal police now.
Police. They are federal police now.
What are they going to be doing in your state?
They have a lot of jobs. They don't have. Look, they can reassign them for some this thing at the federal level. They don't have to work with the state because the state, they are not working for the state in the first place.
Oh, okay.
You,
Ola and Babaja, you are living in Canada, so America too. So can you tell us, use your American system, for example. I'm particular about these junior officers. So you guys, you don't want to take them into your state because you think they did not meet the standard and you don't.
Okay. Let me tell you the way it works here. Even look, let me tell you, the let's say commissioner of police in my local government area, in my county, it is my county that will do that recruitment. Federal government will have no hand in it. And they throw that position open to the public. So somebody from New York can come and apply. Somebody from anywhere can come and apply. And the recruitment process, they will carry out recruitment process. And at the end of the day, they will pick some, send them to the council. The council will look through their documentation or the recruitment process, and the council member will vote to pick one person.
Are you saying that they should not grandfather them into the system? Is that what you're saying?
Huh?
They should not you know what it's called, grandfather. They should not just pick from the pool. Can't you just retrain what you have right now? Like, let's say
corruption. Where are you going to bring corruption?
No. I'm saying that what if the current police, the people in the current service apply to your state? They've been in the federal police system before, but they now want to work for your own country and they apply. Would you say because they work for federal police, they cannot work with you? Is that a barrier?
That's another thing entirely. That's another thing.
No. I'm asking you that.
They are saying the same thing.
Hold on. I'm asking you that if I have worked for the federal police service that you deem as corrupt, and I apply to your own state service, would that be a barrier for me getting the job?
No, not a barrier. Not a barrier. That's
not a barrier.
What we are saying that federal government should not impose, not just package the people and push. Let everybody apply.
It's the same thing. It's not the same thing.
No, it's not.
They have to resign from that federal. They will do that federal.
Let me look at it this way. Let me look at it this way. I may say the highest rank in my policing system may not be more than, let's say, inspector, right? And that inspector, maybe I take him to FBI, I take him to RCMP in Canada, or the one they call this one in UK to train. Now, you have your own system, information system, the way you process your thing, your database, the way you want to equip your system, the type of orientation you want them to have, the type of courses you want out there. You train them. And these people will come and retrain people based on what you want within your state. So directly, even if you are bringing someone that has been in the police before, once you have your structure, you have your backbone, it becomes difficult from the state police to come and just say they want to enthrone them.
But he said, when I asked the question, the first thing people said was what? He said, they're coming from a system of corruption. So you've already condemned them already now. You've already condemned
No. Sometimes when someone uses that language, that's why you query the question. See, the thing is this. I don't want the Nigerian police to give me their own commissioner of police that they've indoctrinated now. I want a well-trained person that is neutral. The person may be coming from maybe a Nigerian that has worked with American police before. He may be the one but he knows about security.
They have
will
them in
now
Canada.
be the one.
There's one guy in your country, Ola, in Canada, that I think he's from Benin, that he ranks very high in one of those prisons in Canada. And he wants to come back home and do what you're talking about, where he will come back and train people how he's supposed to be in, I think, in the or whatever. Yeah, he wants to bring that system to his own state.
Exactly.
Yeah. That was during the Buhari.
I want someone to build that foundation. That foundation really matters. So if you bring someone that is professional to build the foundation and you mentor it over 4 or 5 years, that it has become a culture, it's good. But I don't want someone that has been taking a gunje, that has been sending people to boys to go and bring money from me before, to come and start the foundation of police. We don't want. So when you have the foundation, even the corrupt one, if you bring them, you give them orientation, you put them. So if they mess up,
I think that generalizing everything. That's why I'm not comfortable. You cannot generalize.
Okay, Mr. Trump, forget about payment now. If you put all those things, they no go do. Let them do the thing first. We iron that thing. Money day. Forget story. That money, when they spread that money, when they don't have enough for politicians to share, that's the situation we are going to find ourselves in eventually. All I'm concerned about is this. I was farming when I was young, right? I want people to be able to go to their farm without politics of all these things. You know what happened in Okeogun? In Ogun State, when Soja was even flogging people for S-men. That is so. When you start saying all these things, you must know the problem we have on ground first. We have so many Nigerians that they are refugees in Republic of Benin. We want them to come back. So those are the kind of competence we want. So forget about payment. Payment will sort themselves out. After all, the governor of Ogun State, you know how many AK-47 they returned to the police when he was leaving. He bought several thousands of rifles. I think, if I remember, about 5,000. I can't remember vividly. About 5,000 AK-47. So it simply means that the state government, as they speak now, they are funding the federal police, even though they are underperforming. When you see many vehicles that they are using in Lagos State to police in Lagos, were bought by the Lagos State government. So this is so simple. Once you give them the police, they just transfer the same activities to the state police. Shikena.
Because money matters, Mr. Ola. Money matters. Nobody wants to work for free in Nigeria. I know Nigerians.
I know say your own money, Jebuma.
I beg. I know the money conscious like that.
Are you there? Is he there or did he leave? I think he left.
No, Ajale go to Logbegun Jenny. I want more Jebu.
No, Mr. Jericho is here.
Any solo. Oh yeah, jẹ́wọ́ for me. Between you and I, jẹ́wọ́ for me. Am I you toro? Jẹ́wọ́ for me. If a federal police worker to apply for state, you will not take them in. Jẹ́wọ́.
No.
No. Because of what you just said. They're coming from the corrupt system.
Hold on.
I know jẹ́wọ́ for me.
No. That is not what we are saying. Look, we don't want federal government to impose federal police on the state that all these police are origin from your state, so absorb them automatically.
No. Even if you throw it open for people to apply, if I have experience of policing on my resume, it will still rank higher than everybody else now. If you are going by experience, if I have years of experience.
No, when they have experience, look, when they have experience, they will be hired based on their experience, and they will be reoriented. They will be reoriented.
That's my point. That was my point. If they apply, you have to retrain and everything. But let me ask you, can you percentage down to they are fresh off the boat or the people that already have experience? Say 50-50 or 40-80. Like, okay, if you work for the police, I will take maybe 40% in. The city will be fresh from the police academy that I will train by myself.
I think if I have to suggest, I think experience should come first. Those with experience should be given the first slot before the others.
So they've worked in the service just with training and the way you want
them. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. Sorry, maybe one more question. The idea, I want to, sorry for speaking Yoruba. If you have Nigerians from your state that work in maybe UK police service or Canada police service, like that, they rank high and they want to come back home. What is their place in that? Because maybe you were not here earlier. There's this guy that was from Benin, and he ranks very high in the Canadian police, one of those prisons. And he was discussing this thing about 10 years ago online that he wants to come to your state and do this. So, kidney place, I want to pay they are in the diaspora, they work in the police service and the FBI, all those kind of things, and they want to come to their own state. Want to apply.
Automatically, they will get automatic job and they will be given special assignment. Even their experience they are bringing from diaspora, we want to sit them down and know what they are bringing in, and now they can use it to build our police department. So they'll be given automatic those ones because they have
their priority
better how do I do international policing standard. I mean, how do I describe it? So they'll be given automatic job.
Disagree with you.
I will encourage that those ones from diaspora should automatically be hired and then use their experience to develop our policing system. Yes.
Okay.
So
I disagree with Mr. Jelikuku in this area. I'm sorry, I disagree with you. Just disagree with you.
On today. Oh yeah.
No, Moti Deo.
Baba, our Yoruba Agbo today. Oh yeah.
Try and be like a rotiro JJ.
But Triumph, what do you have against bringing in diaspora experience? Like Babadeko was saying, like they have experience in all this, they can better train, educate the Nigerian workers. So why are you against that? I think it's a good idea, in my opinion.
Theoretically, it's good, but practically, it will not be implemented. You understand? Because of what's going on in Nigeria. And you know that there will be pride there and there will be enviness also. Because I know Nigerians very well. Because of they will judge you for many things before starting it. Because of there's some guys that went home a few years back, they ran away because of the mentality. They are not used to it. They are not used to it. Like now, someone here they don't want the federal government to impose in the state. Federal government is higher than the state. Even in the civil war in America today, the FBI is bigger than the state county. When they come, they give aside. It is done. Authority matters. Authority matters. There are some things that the state will not accept. There are some things that it will not work like that because of they have to base on the major ground, Mr. Babati. It have to be because of even he brings his experience. You want something good. The integrity matters, but many of them will go against it and they will just tell him, hey, you do what we say to have the post, to have the job, or else you won't. You know how the system works, Babati now. You know already now. You know everything is the same thing. Sorry, I disagree with you, Baba Jelikuku. It will take time. Understand? It will take time. Head needs to rise in Nigeria. Needs to fall. So that's it.
But they should be encouraged now. People from diaspora that have that experience in
okay, but can they pay? Can they pay? And this Bobola is going to attack me now. Can they pay?
If their own choice. I mean, look. Police.
If they're coming for free, I agree.
No. It's not free. No. You can never work free. Look, there's going to be salary structure.
But doctors in the West come down to treat our people free in Nigeria. Why can't they do it for free?
No, if they want to if they want to come and support to build our police policing system, it's a different thing. But if they want to come and work on as a permanent job, I mean, they have to be paid now, and the payment have to be, in accordance to the salary structure of the police. There's not going to be special salary structure for them that, oh, you are coming from no. It's a service to motherland. This is salary structure for it, and whatever you are placed within in that structure is what you take.
Do you know that our minimum wage is not up to $25 as for today? Who's going to work for $25? Somebody that earns almost $5,000. Someone work for $25. You guys have to be real.
Look, hold on. Somebody that retired home, he left his job, is getting his pension, or how do you say, his social security money every month, and is now serving his mother's land, help them to develop their police system.
If they're coming for a voluntary
system, and he'll still be making money with his social security money that will be making.
Let me even tell Mr.
That is
Traum
no
something.
problem.
See, Mr. Traum,
okay.
Okonjo Weala, you understand? When they needed him in Nigeria, he told Obasanjo what she wanted. She said what she wanted straight away, and they gave her because she was on a special assignment, and she did very well, right? Under Obasanjo, Nigerians diaspora, they were coming back to Nigeria to take jobs in Nigeria. Whatever arrangement in place for them that made those jobs attractive, they know. So the thing is this: if some ministers, they can put the police chief on special package just for them to do that job. See, you may be taking 100,000 a year as a policeman in Canada. You may be taking something that appears less in conversion in Nigeria, and the benefit may be greater. So sometimes it's not about the cash itself. You understand? Of what benefit is for someone that is earning $50,000 a year in Canada that cannot afford what someone that is earning, let's say 1 million naira a month in Nigeria can afford within the economy. So you don't do direct conversion like that. So there will be some benefits that will be attached to those positions. Naturally, if not because of greed, all those state commissioner of police they are looking at, they are not any small boy money. Like just because of our corrupt culture, that will still give them a lot. There are some allowances those guys take that you don't know. So
how much is that?
We have our judges today. Do you think judges in Nigeria are poorly paid? No. So they can have such kind of arrangement based on the state. So, Mr. Trump, if you are the policeman, if I'm in the position to employ you when you come to Nigeria, you will be one of those people that we employ because.
Do you know that if today Mr. Jellikoko, they say Mr. Jellikoko come back to Nigeria and they will pay him the same thing, what is any, he's not going to do. Because you're going to ask double, because I know, because I'm talking with
how do you know now? How do you know? Are you Babalawo?
How do
you know that I won't go?
Triumph, I think you're missing the point that they are trying to make. The point is that they are going to be recruiting senior officers. Those that have had 20, 30 year plus experience, that they already qualify for their retirement benefit in America or Canada already. Okay? So it's not really, they will still earn it, but it's not really a money issue for them. Okay? But you will pay them enough to stay in Nigeria and to survive and to enjoy the benefit. Like Ola said, a package will be there. So we're not talking about low-level officers in Canada. We're talking about high-ranking Nigerians that have 30 years of experience. They are coming to organize the security structure of your state for you. How it's done in the diaspora. Bringing that, see, the experience is where the value is. It's not what you're paying them. What they're offering you is more than the money. Triumph, okay? It's the experience that we are tapping into.
Okay. Why can't they send our boys, our men, to the West, train them, after 3 years they come back?
3 years. how do you train somebody to? I want to train you on your own land, on your own soil. This is where you're going to be policing, not USA. You're not policing Canada now.
No, it's just
You must train
to
people where.
see the
No,
way they
hold
do
on.
things.
You must train people where they want to police. Why would you send the police to America to go and train?
It's all about experience now.
I want you to police Ogun State, and I'm sending you to London to go and do what?
To go and learn
Learn
tactics.
What? I can train you in Ogun State, but when I go in try persona. Why you? I want you to.
No. You can even go overseas for training, but what Mr. Trump said, you can train the trainers. What you will learn is
He said 3
beyond
years.
physically.
He said 3 years.
No, pata is too much. They ever see him finish 3 months. Pata 3 months is even too much. You just want to train the trainers, you know. And what you are going to learn some aspect like maybe criminology, how do those people manage to gather data, all those strategy. That's what you want to learn. I come and implement, and you know, what are you? It's not as if they'll be deploying you on the street of Canada or street of America because you are training. No, it's just like when you are going to the classroom. That's what they are going to do if you are sending them on training. They don't need that long. For some of us that receive overseas training, why implementing
And by the way, they said that if that people should go for three years training in the UK, they will not come back again.
Oh my japa, then go japa. So it's better to bring those people there back. Then go japa. Just put the type of Remy now. You say you send Remy now to UK to go and travel. You go just japa from Scotland Yard there.
Yeah, you want to wake up, Mr. Remy. They will run. No, okay, you understand. Okay. What is this that, like, now, I spoke with somebody in this platform. I say, how much will it take for you to work in Nigeria? Everybody brings their price. Understand? One thing is that I used to say it every time. It is only with the diaspora that will make Nigeria work for them. Because of the environment structure in Nigeria, have made them they've lost their hope. Nigerians over there in Nigeria, they lost hope totally. They lost hope. They're just this thing they call living dead, working living dead. They're just working like sorry to say, I'm not insulting Nigeria that they are zombies. I'm just using as a paraphrase. You understand that they lost trust. Understand? So I know that before starting anything, you have to count the cost. Before starting building a house, you have to count the cost. That many things Nigerians start, they're not able to complete it, which is very bad. You can bring a good idea today, with after 1 year to 18 months, everything died off. Theoretically, I agree, but practically, with how things runs in Nigeria, some people will hijack it. Understand? Yeah, it's my home, our home. So that's just it. One thing is that look now, in the state governors, do they accept that they collect security budget? They never do. The money is built into their pocket. Later they will put everything in the head of the president. All of them does it. So they can even start with a private police. Understand? A private security that's under the state governor's control, the state authority. A private, it will create more jobs. That's my own contribution, my own opinion. What do you guys think about it? But at least those ex-policemen can come there, retire to come out because we need them just to give orders. Understand? So that's just it. Okay. Thank you. Babaja Etusuni, are you sleeping?
Are they here? They do something. Are they listening?
Okay. Mr. or Mrs. Are you a man or a woman?
Ta ló tún jẹun lóru ọ̀gànjọ́? Ta ló ń jẹun gbà tá àgbàgbẹ́ àbí àwọn fẹ́ jẹ sàrí ni?
Olivia.
So,
Let me put it this way.
Mr. Trump,
okay,
you know why we can't delay the decision? I heard you talking about private security, all those stuff. You know, things like that can easily be overruled by the person. If you have a person like Buhari tomorrow, the thing we are talking about is this: you have to understand the story, the history. You know, for even our legislators to even suddenly be interested in the state police, you understand that everybody now are feeling insecure because you just need to have someone that have an agenda and put certain people there and use the police to hold everyone except you. But so everybody, even those people that didn't want to believe like 30, 20 years ago that we needed a state police, the last 8 years already taught them a very terrible lesson. So we are now trying to face the reality now. If you give private people, they'll just come and put them aside. But if you are giving this policing structure that will be part of a major amendment in our constitution, the thing that will be controlled by another level of government, it will be very difficult to change tomorrow. That was why Buhari was unable to change the Land Use Act.
There is a state, Mr. Ola, sorry to cut you. There is a state. I propose this suggestion to them that I'm bringing some people to come and train them for security purpose. They gave me their bill, very cheap for the state. Understand? It is for 2 weeks. They were asking for 30,000 euro for 2 weeks. Understand? They come with their boys and they do everything. But the feeding and the hotels is the government that will do it also. So they charge for the time. Understand? But one thing is this that they did not approve it. Let me just put it because of selfish gain, Mr. Ola. Selfish gain. So you see, that's why I say that
all those foreign
even though you have a
traveling,
good intention,
all those says foreign traveling, like as it is in Nigeria today, they use that thing, they collect money, they travel to enjoy themselves. If you know how many people, when they are doing this new tax system in Nigeria, then the software, if you know how many people the federal government sent to Canada for training, including some of those people that will not do anything on the software, that all they were just to get a ticket, to know how Canada looks like, to enjoy themselves and collect a star code. You understand? Those are the things we are telling you that we can no longer sustain. So if they didn't approve the one you presented to them, you should understand. Because if you are not adding the big boys, it will never fly. Even in the private sector, where I work, we are till I left that bank, till another bank took over, there was some kind of money that were packaged with the solution supplied to the bank. Just because the big guys that are not the techie would like to travel and go and learn. Just imagine the how do I say, okay, this one is not a CIO, but let's assume that a sub-CIO of an IT that should be doing courses in Harvard, doing courses in Stanford. They want to do PC training like area like Ikeja village, as long as that place is in London. You understand? Are they the one that be carrying screwdriver and plier? But they want to go for that training just because they will get a star code. Those are the kind of people you find in Nigeria.
Okay, Mr. Ola,
and those are the people we say we don't want.
You understand? Because of I read some comment in the public chat. You can't train a military personnel. Understand? Or say a security personnel, because there's a way. Like now, you can see the way today, the way the police in America does. How they hook people and they put them down. You understand? You just immobilize them quickly. Understand? That is physical touch. You guys, they need it. They need that touch. Understand? Because I remember those days I was learning. I know how to do my self defense, but I don't have the right. If not, I will pay 3,000 euro fine. We don't participate outside. You understand? How to immobilize people. If you see like now, I prefer them to go to Israel. You can see the way the Israel military, the way they train. They are good. The Israel also trained in some counties in America. They trained them too. They went there, they learned, they come back, they start implementing it. You understand? It's just to control. It's all about control. So if Nigeria can do the same thing, why not? Why not? Nobody will Jackman. You send 100, even though half run away. That's the good patriots will come back now. They will come back. They'll come back. You understand? They will come back. Don't worry, nobody will Jackman.
Like I told you, you may be earning $10,000 net after they remove your tax in Canada, right? Someone earning 2 million a month in Nigeria may be doing better than you. You understand? For how do I say it now? Even before this inflation now, you can't really say bankers in Canada. Let me ask, at the time I left Nigeria, you can't say bankers in Canada were doing better than bankers in Nigeria. You understand? You can't say that. The only thing you may be talking about in Nigeria is that, okay, maybe traffic, maybe some other things. But when you come take home, I tell you, a banker in Nigeria will go to a very good joint and spend what is equivalent in Canada cannot try. So, because the only thing is that when you now start looking at the government job, that's where the problem starts. But when you are working in the private sector, I'm being careful just to say, as at the time I left Nigeria, when you are working in these private sectors, honestly, I don't see that advantage. Okay, look at it this way. Someone that was already earning like 50 million in Nigeria, probably when a dollar was still like exchange rate of 148, 150. And you are coming to Canada to work for one telecom company, they are paying you 65 to 70,000. They will still take taxes, so they will collect different type of money. No way.
If they can increase
and don't forget that people in Nigeria, they are buying their houses cash, or they are building. Many people.
That's true. That's what.
So, but yeah, it's mortgage. And you can go to work and they fire you the following day, and you don't get job again. You can't pay your mortgage for after sometimes. Your creditor will come and show face.
But as I used to say, that the whole European nation today is under recession now. So it's not only Nigeria. There's recession everywhere. That's why I see that who go pay.
There's no recession here.
No, Remy, what Mr. Trump is saying, it's just a matter of time. Even if there's no recession now, if there's going to be recession, when they are raising interest,
England, Europe, France, they declared it last week Tuesday. If you don't know, Mr. Remy.
Only Germany is not in recession. UK is in recession.
Remy, concentrate in Nigerian news. You have to concentrate where you live first, Mr. Remy.
I'm talking about Finland. I said there's no recession here.
No, Finland has small economy now, Mr. Trump. They are.
And you cannot say that. They are not small economy. They are not.
Apart from infrastructure, government is better than Finland.
How many them?
And 5 million.
I beg to say that. Even California big pass.
5 million.
Even Oyo State is bigger. Oyo State is bigger.
No. The economy of Finland is way far better than Nigeria. What are you talking about? They are small, but their economy is good, okay?
No. It is the other Europeans that are feeding them now.
No, Mr. Trump. Finland is about 300 billion.
Yeah, 330 billion, 300 billion.
It's about 300, over 300 billion nominal GDP. I understand what you say, but what I'm trying to say is that
when other countries are talking in Europe, Finland doesn't talk now. They're the one that sit at the back of the seats. You understand? You can say everything about Finland.
We cannot compete with the big five like Germany.
No, Mr. Trump. Their per capita economy, you may be surprised that it's better than France. Let me even see per capita economy of France. France na West Africa in the use. No be
don't come again.
No be thief na the thief. That thief na the thief now.
Now we carry and give them. People in Africa gave it to them. So that is it. They did not come and steal it.
Finland economy is stronger than that of France now.
What is their source of wealth? What do they do?
Your per capita, your per capita GDP is 46. Waiting for Trump. Your per capita GDP
is 43. My name is Triumph, not Trump. Do you know the kind of problem Trump is doing? Yeah? Mr. Trump, don't call me Trump. At least before they start giving me charges.
So for Finland per capita GDP is 54K. So that means per person in Finland they allocated 54,000. Whereas in France
is their debt? What is their debt?
Finland no get. No, you don't come with that.
Look at it, man. Europe they live with debt now.
They say na be debtors. That true?
They are indebted to you. Not a lot, okay? Like other
do you know that as for last year, a communist came out in France. Even now they're putting it. They say that if they share the debt for every citizen.
Oh boy, the debt of these people would you like 215 billion USD.
It's huge now.
They borrow money to like France every time to pay their workers.
Wow. This is terrible. You are just like Remy. Your debt to GDP ratio is over 90%. What?
Oh my God.
Like
so that's why they tax us to hell, okay? Everything you will pay tax. VAT is 24%.
You guys know that.
Okay, sorry, it's 59.4%. That's your debt.
What's Americans' debt?
Anybody more than
it's $33 trillion.
No. You see why that of America doesn't matter is this. America may try to bullshit. Oh, I'm saying something. They try to BS their creditors. They can't.
These countries they control the world, so they can do whatever they like. Their wealth is not real. They just
America can decide to print and send you money now.
Yeah, so the rest of us are the one really living the real, economy. Well, this US, EU, they control the world, so they control the monetary system, the entire system, so they can just do whatever, manipulate whatever, do whatever. So the rest of us kind of like slave economy to them. So when some people come and say, "Hey, look at America, look at us. How can we live our living standard have to be like them?" Are you kidding me? We can't make fake money now. We have to have real money.
Okay, Mr. Mike, if we now, the whole Nigeria in diaspora, we contribute money, we can contribute over 100 billion and pay off Nigerian debt. Then we go back to Nigeria to make it good. The debt is not high. It's just small 100 billion.
No, we are not saying, we are not talking about what we owe. I'm saying like the access. We don't have access to the same kind of money, credit that all this, like we don't have access to 33, like Nigeria does not have access to $33 trillion now. The most we can hold is just a few billion, a couple of billions, and that's it. But we can, and we're always going to be in debt. Countries are always be in debt because it's just not possible to maintain.
Like France, every Monday morning they borrow money now. They lend money. They take.
That's what they are taking from their colonies. I already take like 500 billion from those francophone countries.
from China.
They still borrow. They still... So
one thing is that according to Chirac, the former president that has died, let his soul rest in peace, he said that if Africans stop feeding France will be as a third world nation. This
yes, now
problem.
What is France supplying to the world? France, what are they supplying to the world? Exactly. How much weapon are we buying? Are we eating weapons? Are we eating weapons? So weapons, you for you to be so wealthy, you have to be consistently supplying the world with something. You know, like China is constantly manufacturing, constantly producing something, and they are supplying the world and they're earning well. What is France? What productivity does France have to be doing?
A lot of things to make mechanical anything.
Yeah, but they have competitors now. Yeah, I mean, sorry, they have competitors.
Because they sold it now, just like what Italy did.
But what I'm saying is, whatever they are producing, first of all, they are competitors in the same market, and they have hold on, they have access to the market, and they have to have the world constantly consuming that thing. So it's not that much. Yeah, they produce something, but it's not enough for them to be constantly earning like that. For them to be so, to fund their lifestyle, their millions of their citizens' lifestyle. So it's not really that they have much, man. To be honest, I mean,
no, they have a lot. They have money. They have money. But one thing,
that's what I'm saying. It's their money is they take advantage of other people now.
Even in France, they don't have if a millionaire, you run away. A big time millionaire
tax a lot of you.
Yes, now within 5 years, you if Dangote they not burn away, income here, they go in money go within 5 years, you don't go. 5 years again, 5 years, you go pay, you go run now. He came now in contract.
Mike, if you don't know something, ask us now. Waiting France they produce. You want me to tell you?
I know they produce something, but not that much. Like
let me tell you, what they produce that they are stealing. They produce stealing. That's they steal from. That's what they are producing. They steal from Africa. That's the product.
Do you know that? Like
only only.
The thing is, you know what's funny? I don't know. Mr. Trump has become a Frenchman, so he will defend France to the death. But the fact of the matter is this: hold on. Do you know what real money is? Money is not the currency that we look at, right? Money is who control commodity. The commodity demand, right? The commodity that people want. That's what real money is. So whoever control the world's commodity, like raw materials, all those things, they're the richest. That's why you find out. You look at the biggest oil company in the world. It's really owned by England. If you look at the top list of the biggest oil companies in the world, it's going to be owned by England, France, US. At least US, I can understand. But how can England and France they have the biggest oil companies in the world? They don't have oil in their country. You see the biggest the biggest supplier of some raw material, maybe cobalt, some raw material found in Africa. You find out it's French. It's one French company. That's the biggest in the world. And yeah, look at diamond, the largest. Hold on. Let me learn. You say the largest diamond supplier in the world is a company owned by England. And where they get diamond from? South Africa, so these Europeans are just thieves, man. How can your companies be the largest supplier? All those minerals in Africa, it's one European company. They are not thieves. What are they?
Developing the world for us. Africa cannot do it, so they're doing it in our behalf. That is it.
They are developing the world.
Yes.
Which world are they developing?
They're helping Africa. Say, they've helped Asia.
They are helping you.
So Republic of Benin is Dubai now, Abi, Niger Republic.
They don't want to brainwash Triumph. You know what? You know what they did to you? You know what they did to you? That's what they did to our leaders when they wanted to take over Africa. They took some of our people to Europe and they turned them to you. So the way you are thinking, and then they brought them back to Africa to be in charge. Yeah? That's what they did to us.
By the grace of God, I'm bringing France to Nigeria. By the grace of God, I'm bringing them to Nigeria.
You see, that's what I'm saying. That's the problem.
I'm not selling my country.
Really? What are you doing? You are buying your country. Okay.
For
you know, you're not the first to do that, right?
They asked me to come and work with them for 2 months, volunteer work. Understand? This one of, I don't want to call the name. Some guy does it to employ wits. Understand? Don't call the person's name, Mr. Mike. I don't want it to be controversial. You understand the person? He employ
Which
wits,
person?
but now he doesn't do it anymore. Understand? He's well known in Nigeria. This guy. So I would like them to start importing wheat to Nigeria to teach us how it grows. Later we start doing the same thing and sending it to the world to buy. So that
So
is
France
when
will teach you how.
they have that brain. No? They call it savoir-faire. Savoir-faire.
So the rest of us don't have brain. The rest of the world don't have brain, right?
One thing that is, you guys were talking about experience. They have experience now. Then later we innovate and modernize it.
What they will do is they will come with you, and then they will use you to make sure they are there for life. No other Nigerian can compete with them in that Nigerian space. That's what they will do. They will use you, and then they will give you. No. What you guys call develop is this. This is what they do. They will come in, work with few tiny percentage of Africans, make them elites, make them rich. So what they are taking, what they are doing, their operation in that country, it's only few percentage of people that will benefit. Few elites like you and some other, and then those elites, because you are benefiting as a higher class of elites, you say they're helping our country. When 99.9% the rest of the population are not benefiting from that particular thing, that particular operation, and the country is being milked.
Understand? Let's give genuine answers, please. I know. Let us not be sentimental. Understand? Like now, if you want to tell me now, we have things in Nigeria that is no. We have systems that are not working. We need people that has the experience to put us in the right path.
Which system is not? Wait. Which system is not working?
We have system, but the people back home are not making it to work.
So it's the Frenchman that come and make it work for us.
We need. That's why I say it's only the diaspora that will make Nigeria.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Let me tell you. Hold on now.
Sorry, I talked to them on phone. They just
started beating around. Yeah. So it means that, hold on. So you have system being run by incompetent member of the society. So the solution is you make the competent member of society take over and run it. You don't say now you want to go and bring somebody from France. You want to go and bring French man to come and do it. That's the backward way of thinking. It's a really wait. When things start working in France is not going to say, oh, let's go to China to go and bring competent people to come and run France for us. What they would do is they will overthrow that. Hold on. No. If you're saying like to come and work or something, but you don't bring them to come and run things for you. What you do first is go within your own society and find the competent people they can take over and do it. You don't say no, because incompetent person in my society is in charge of something, in charge of the country. It means every one of us is guilty. Now we are all useless. We can't do it. That's a terrible way of thinking. When some Africans will come in too and say the white man should come and recolonize us, as if every one of us in that country is responsible for the.
Sorry to say that. That's what is going. That's going to happen in 5 to 6 years from now.
That's what you want, right? Is that what you want?
That's not what I want. That's not what I want. But that's what's going to.
So why do you desire it then? Why do you project it?
It's just that we Africans, we are not ready.
What do you mean we are not ready? You are not ready. You and the incompetent elites are not ready. We have capable people. First of all, you can't see. Do you even know your history? In the 80s, when Thomas Sankara took over, I said, okay, we are ready to build Burkina Faso. It overthrew the puppet. Hold on. It's not the past. No. First of all, if it can happen back then, in the 80s, if they were competent human being among the population in the 80s, what the heck? Doesn't that tell you that we have way more than that now? Are you kidding me? If we have competent people in the past and you're telling me it's the past, how can you have competent people in the past and you don't have any presence? Does that make sense?
Mr. Mike, can you do me a favor? Well, I'm not joking. No. One thing that we are good in, we call us internet warriors. I would like to see you on the ground in Nigeria doing things. Then I can believe you.
No. You put me on the ground doing things in what sense? Like, you make me okay. What we're talking about here is being in charge of the country, like being in charge of institutions, right? That's what we're talking about, right? Okay, so if you say you want to see me there, well, put me there. You can't tell me to go and land there as an individual with nothing and start building society for you. I can do little in my own capacity, but I can't make a whole turnaround, huh? So don't be saying I'm just talking. I should go there. What are you talking about? But don't. Okay, do this. How about you take a broke Frenchman that doesn't have power and put him in Nigeria, see if you change everything? Is it not the powerful people you want to bring over there?
Let me ask you this question. Yesterday was Tuesday. Today is Wednesday. I missed something. Let me ask you this question, Mr. Mike. Just let me tell you how they used. How do they colonial? I'm speaking French. I want to say it in English. How do they came down to Africa and start controlling us? When the Queen never came down here in the first place, they called it their representative, the extension of their power. That's what they used. That's what they used to control the world. I used to tell you guys that to control a country in battles, to win battles in anywhere in the world, what you need is just the square root of the population. And you put everybody
just need among them. You need people among them. You make them, you pay them, and you use them to take over. That's what they did in Africa and everywhere else. It's not. Some people think they use their might, their military might. That's not true. Some people will say, "Oh, someone like what's it, Prince Daddy said they use a Gatling gun." I just hear all kinds of rubbish Africans will say, man. They will say the Europeans used 2 Gatling guns to conquer the whole Nigeria. I'm like, are you serious? Even today, you can't use guns bigger than Gatling gun to conquer the whole Nigeria. Talk less of back then.
They use wisdom for us.
They use exactly wisdom. They use people now. Just come in, find the right people among the population, make them rich, and then use them to take over. You know?
This is my slogan for the year. Wisdom is Ogbon is better than force. They said that
wisdom is stronger than weapons now, than guns.
That's it. You can have everything, but it doesn't work. You understand? For me, we need to work. The world is a global place today. The Africans don't have to be greedy anymore. Understand? The many of us are now, many Western leaders are now apologizing for their past leaders. You understand? You understand, Mr. Mike? They're apologizing to the West.
What does that apology mean to you? Is it sincere?
It's time to go home.
It's sincere.
Time to go home.
Before you go, Thomas, let me say this thing. One quick thing. Mr. Triumph, you know, after slavery ended, they apologized for slavery, and we're thinking we are starting afresh. And we're kicking after that colonialism, right? After colonialism, they apologized for colonialism, and we're kicking after that neo-colonialism. Now they are apologizing for neo-colonialism. You know what's coming next? Something else. There's no sincere apology, my brother. So you all right, let's
oh my God. So they are just boboing us. Now bobo everything I got you.
I know. Why come and apologize for it? Say, you have changed. Let's move on.
One thing, wait first, Mr. Thomas. Let me say this word before you close down. One thing we need in Africa, that I propose to Nigerians, firstly, mostly, is about self-empowering people. Understand? It matters a lot. We don't have awareness. That's why people are stealing from the government. Like politician is not a permanent job. It's not a job for security. But in Africa, politician is a way of life. Understand? It's a security job. Understand? They need it for them to live their life. Understand? Because they don't have another means of income. They're not aware. If we can empower everybody, those people that has money, that wants power, that have taken power, cannot use them to get what they want. You understand? Because it just as a recycling. You understand? It's a recycling. So that's it. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you, everyone. Mike, everyone that has turned up today. You guys are amazing. See you guys. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. God. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe so.
It must be by capacity and commitment. This is a job that requires physical and mental energy. And we must get it right. And that is what we're asking. The church must be at the forefront. Our children cannot continue like this. There's no offense they committed by being Nigerians. Nigerians are the best you can get in the world. And we have the energy to change this world. All we lack is that we have criminals who have hijacked this country, stealing everything away, and we are keeping quiet. Please, the church, wake up, take back your country. God bless you.
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there.